Welcome to the CFB Nation 2023 NFL Draft coverage, our first ever edition of this NFL Draft coverage. And this is for college football fans, whether you're an NFL fan or not. He is, I'm not. This is a great night because we're seeing all the college stars get to go take their professional journeys. It is going to be a very entertaining evening. That's Ryan Roberts of Rise and Draft and Irish Breakdown. I'm Brian Driscoll. And for the next 25 minutes or so, 30 minutes or so, we are going to talk storylines and the latest things that we've heard. And once the draft kicks off, we will then talk about each pick as we go. And then once we're done talking about those, we'll preview sort of what's next for that team that's coming down the pike, what we think their needs are, and maybe even have some fun as we go through the night and make some predictions about who we think is next. So it is going to be a fun night. And Ryan, I want to kick things off as we kind of go through the top storylines. The biggest one, obviously, is quarterback, right? That's going to be the big question mark tonight is, number one, who's the number one quarterback going to be? We think we know who it is. But, there's the gamesmanship about somebody else. And then after that, what's the order quarterback after that? So I think that right there, Ryan, is storyline number one in tonight's draft.
And I think it also is very important to talk about, Brian, is not only is it the quarterback hierarchy and where the players are going to come off the board, it's also the simple fact of who was going to elicit movement in this draft as well. I mean, we're already talking about the Houston Texans at pick number 2, maybe passing on a quarterback, maybe going to Will Anderson or a Tyree Wilson out of Texas Tech. A lot of possibilities are on the board, and that's going to make that Arizona Cardinals pick at number 3 all that more attractive depending on how many quarterbacks are on the board. So if you're talking about, is it going to be after Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, where do these guys come off the board is the biggest storyline for me in this class. Because I mean, you could talk me into that someone takes CJ Stroud for a second. You could talk me into Will Levis being the second quarterback off the board. You could talk me into Anthony Richardson is going to be the second quarterback off the board. It really is a question mark right now, man. And that's what this is one of those drafts where I feel like I don't know what's going to happen as much as usual, man, which is fun. It's fun.
Well, and you look at it too, Ryan, is depending on who the number 2 quarterback off the board is, there may be teams ready to jump up and make a move for their guy, but their guy is the second pick where, you say, hey, look, obviously, let's Texans. We think the Texans are going to take Stroud. We love Will Levis. And then the Texans take Will Levis or, whatever the case may be. And how does that impact potential trade options? And then you get into, like you said, Ryan, what if the Texans do pass on a quarterback? All of a sudden, the Arizona Cardinals phones are blowing up all of a sudden for teams that want to kind of get up and get their guy. So it's going to be a very fascinating night. As we kind of get into this, Ryan, I want to talk about this quarterback, about your top 5, like not the order of you think they're going to be picked, but what is your ranking for quarterbacks as we go through? Who are your 5 that you see tonight? And do you think after that, I want to know, do you think all 5 will end up being first-round picks tonight?
It's a great question. I think for me, number 1 is who we're probably going to see off the board first, and that is Bryce Young. I'm a big fan of Bryce, man. I think that despite the 5'10" and an eighth and 204-pound frame that people hyper-focus on, I think that he is the clearest processor in this class. I think he sees the field with the best vision overall. He's a really accurate quarterback, can win in and outside of structure. Really good football player. And I think that number 2 for me would – this one is honestly the separation between 1 and 2 is smaller than what it is from 2 to 3, in my opinion. CJ Stroud is number 2 for me out of Ohio State. He's a little bit more of the prototype that you see consistently historically for the NFL. A guy that's going to do most of his damage inside the pocket, maybe not a guy that is going to consistently win outside of structure as much as some guys, but you talk about his ability to win from in the pocket, navigate effectively, throw the football accurately to all levels of the field. There's a lot to love about a guy like a CJ Stroud, probably the highest floor quarterback in this class, just when you take everything into account, size, arm strength. He kind of just checks a lot of boxes, which is, some people underrate that a little bit, the fact of a guy that just does everything so solidly to good. But I really think CJ is about as can't miss of a quarterback in this class, just based upon everything that he brings to the table. Number 3, I have Anthony Richardson, and this one is purely an upside play, and I'd be very honest about that, right? Either he is going to be a superstar in 3 years, or he might get a general manager fired. Like, there's not much in between, man. There really isn't. I think
fair.
I think he has. I mean, Brian, I think he could be an elevator, though, man. I think he's a guy that can put a team on his back if he's developed properly and be that type of signal caller, or he's not going to develop fast enough in that first window and a general manager is going to be out of a job. So I really like Richardson a lot. 4 and 5 are like toss-ups to me. I have similar grades, honestly, on Will Levis and Hendon Hooker for different reasons. I think that Hendon Hooker doesn't have quite the ceiling of what a Will Levis potentially could be, but it's the floor that scares you to death with a guy like a Will Levis. Like he could be, I don't think he's ever going to be quite Josh Allen, but he could either be a real good starting quarterback at the NFL, or he's going to be Jake Locker. I just don't think there's much in between as far as what Will Levis is going to be on the NFL level. But Hendon Hooker is a guy that I think is going to be one of the best values in this class in the second, third round. The guy that is coming off an ACL, a little bit of an older quarterback at 25, going to be 26 during his rookie year. But man, he is a really smooth processor, one of the best deep ball throwers in this class, good overall athlete. I think someone's going to get a value of a Hendon Hooker. And I think 4 out of 5 of those guys are going to go in the first round. I don't think Hendon quite sneaks in just because he's got the age thing. He's got the ACL injury, and he's coming from Josh Heupel's offense that scores a lot of points on the college level, but how translatable is that offense to the NFL? It's not super translatable. So there are some question marks with Hendon, but I certainly like him as a guy that I think has a solid floor to being a potential starter down the line.
Ryan, I'm going to say this about the quarterback position. As you know, my stance on this, I do not have Will Levis as a top 5 quarterback. I get it. Big arm. I don't see the processing skills. I don't see the production. I think the age is concerned for me. And when you put mayonnaise in your coffee, you have to question your decision-making at this point in time, all in good fun. But I honestly, in reality, I just don't see the quarterback talent in the NFL. I don't see a guy that process. And we're not talking about Anthony Richardson, who at times had similar issues, but that's an experience thing. Anthony Richardson has 1 season plus a game of starting experience. Will Levis is a 5th-year guy. He's a 5th-year senior quarterback. So I have an issue. My top 5 is my number 5 is Jake Haener, as we talked about, as you know, from Fresno State. And if he had, which leads me to the fact that I think there's really only 4 starting guys that I view as right now starting caliber quarterbacks. Anthony Richardson's fascinating. One of the questions we got was, do you really think he can be, can he be successful in the NFL? And I think he has the physical tools to be successful. He just doesn't have a lot of experience. And I don't know if he played in a system that would allowed him to make the jumps early on that he made. The thing for him as far as success, Ryan, physically, does he have the success? Yes. And I've never heard anything about him. You can correct me if you've heard different about work ethic or attitude or none of those red flags at all. It's just experience in getting comfortable in a quarterback. If there was some way that he can go somewhere tonight to a team that already has a quarterback and he can sit and cook for a year or two, I think that would be, I think Steve McNair, I think Aaron Rodgers, guys that were able to kind of sit, learn, develop for a year or two, and then step into that situation. I think that would be the ideal thing for Anthony Richardson. It's just in today's game, it's hard to do that. Teams aren't patient anymore. Ownership's not patient anymore. Fans aren't patient anymore. And that's what you talk about. If that's the case, that team may end up finding success, but it won't likely be that GM that is the guy still in charge when they have that success. So it makes it really fascinating.
I think 2 perfect landing spots, Brian. I would love to hear what you kind of think about this, but 2 teams that stick out to me as far as what would be actually 3 teams that I think would be a really good spot for Anthony Richardson potentially. One is number 5, Seattle Seahawks. They already have Geno Smith on a 3-year deal. It's a pretty quarterback-friendly deal for a guy that just made a Pro Bowl, only making about $30 million a year, like some change over that. But when you break it down, it's actually less. Number 6 is the Detroit Lions, who Jared Goff just had a very successful season. He's a good quarterback. I think that there's a limiting factor on how good he can be. I think that the ceiling is not incredibly high to be that elevator. But I think that with being able to tutor, for lack of a better word, Anthony Richardson, I think would be really impressive. And Johnson, their offensive coordinator, I think did a tremendous job with that team last year. And then number 11, Tennessee Titans, with Ryan Tannehill on that roster. I think that Tannehill is nearing the end. Probably only a year left, maybe 2 years. But I think that's perfect because they're a heavy run scheme. They want to work off the play action a ton. I think that could really accentuate the strengths of Anthony Richardson, his ability to push the ball down the field. So a couple teams that I think actually could make some sense for Anthony Richardson, because I agree with you. I think he does need some time to cook.
The Tennessee one is the one that I really like. I really like that one, but I also think the Seattle one makes a lot of sense too. But my favorite one is the Detroit one. I mean, that to me is the best fit. to go to that system. And even when he does take over, if they're still have the same head coach, it's going to be a system that allows you to not be a let's put it all on your shoulders guy. Go throw for 4,500 and 40 touchdowns and win us a Super Bowl all by yourself. You have a coach that believes in being balanced, running the ball, spreading it around, has some weapons. So I like that fit as well. And who knew when did you think we'd say going to the Detroit Lions and make a lot of sense and be good for your career as a quarterback? Do you think if the Titans legitimately see him as their future, do you think it would make sense? Do you think they have to trade up to get him, or do you think they're going to? Because I mean, I've seen some mocks have him go 14th, 15th. I just have a hard time in this draft. If you have three guys go in the top four, I have a hard time. Someone saying, "Hey, I need a quarterback." We're just going to wait at 14 and hope that he falls to us. I just don't see that happening.
I think the team that's going to be fascinating again, because I think this all depends on one team, Brian. I think the Houston Texans kind of unlocked to where like this quarterback hierarchy really starts in this class, man. I mean, Carolina's going to take one at 1. You think whoever ends up picking the third spot is going to pick a quarterback. Because again, I would be shocked if the Arizona Cardinals stuck at 3. Like I would just be absolutely shocked. So I think it's the Las Vegas Raiders at 7 moving up potentially. Number 8, Atlanta Falcons, I think still makes some sense, even though they're trying to convince everyone that Desmond Ridder's their guy. I just don't really 100% believe them. And then number 11, the Tennessee Titans. So I think somebody's going to move up to 3. If Houston Texans pass on someone in that spot, right, then we're talking about quarterbacks going 1, 3. Number 4, Indianapolis Colts are going to be in the quarterback conversation as well. So you're going to get 3 guys off in the top 4 regardless, even if Houston takes one. So I really think if Houston stays put, you still have to come up a couple spots. But if Houston passes on a quarterback, I think you have to be super aggressive, because I think that if they take a quarterback, you have to be super aggressive, because the next couple picks are going to be quarterback needy teams, and you just have to mortgage a little bit for your guy if there's someone that you really want on the board. I tend to think that NFL teams operate that way, so I wouldn't be surprised if they make that type of game.
From what we've seen in recent years, yes, they tend to operate that way. Ryan, there's other storylines. We could talk about quarterbacks from now until the end of the first round. I mean, that's just the intrigue there. Next, I want to talk a little bit about defensive line. There has especially the edge. There has been so much shifting in the thought process, or at least the narrative in recent weeks about the draft. I mean, 2 months ago when the college football season ended, it was, well, who's going to be the number 1 defensive lineman taken? Will Anderson and Jalen Carter, and could Jalen Carter or Will Anderson be the number 1 pick overall? Now there's a chance neither one of them are even the first defensive lineman taken in the draft. Tyree Wilson has become sort of that guy that everybody has fallen in love with. Jalen Carter's had the off the field issues, which is the reason for his drop. Yeah, I would love to have seen what this draft would have looked like if Jalen Carter didn't have some of the off the field stuff as you look at that number 2 and 3 picks and what teams would look at. But Ryan, what are your thoughts on this trio, and how you think things will shake out and how you think things should shake out? Because I have to admit, I'm a little surprised by there's 2 players in this draft, 3 that I think are being a little bit overanalyzed right now. And then one is Michael Mayer, tight end from Notre Dame. We'll talk about in a little bit. And then the other is Will Anderson from Alabama.
Yeah, it's been a really curious one. It really has. Because, I mean, I'm not shocked that everyone's propping up Tyree Wilson. I mean, we were just here last year, remember, when Trayvon Walker was picked before Aiden Hutchinson and Kayvon Thibodeau. Like, that was just last year that happened. So I'm not surprised that teams are falling in love with the size, power profile, length, like all that type of stuff, right? Because you want to talk about trends? That's a trend that the NFL either hits with or gets wrong. But regardless, they're going to go swinging the bat at the long athletic pass rushers, right? And I get it to a degree. I don't get it in some cases, obviously, and I think that this is one of them. Ultimately, Brian, hearing a little bit of conflicting reports, because I mean, if you asked me 2 days ago, I would have said, and asked me yesterday even, I think Tyree Wilson was going to be the first defensive lineman off the board. I think it's a little less uncertain today because there's a report circulating that there might. Let's say it.
A little less certain.
A little less certain now, because there is a report going around about some setbacks with his Liz Frank injury that he has in his foot. So there might be a little bit of a medical issue with a Tyree Wilson. If he was healthy, I think that the NFL would have drafted Tyree Wilson first. The Liz Frank might cause it to go back to what it should be. If it's not Tyree Wilson, though, as the first defender off the board, I think it's going to be Will Anderson. And I think it should be Will Anderson with just kind of, you have no question marks off the field, man. Like, he's a good kid, never heard anything negative about him. He's incredibly productive over the last few years. He checks all the boxes from a height, weight, size, profile perspective. Just really easy evaluation. Jalen Carter is going to be fascinating, though. It is, because, you're hearing reports now that there's several teams that are trying to trade up to get Jalen Carter. So now things have kind of reversed a little bit, and we'll know, obviously, if that's true or not. But I would keep my eyes out on the Philadelphia Eagles as a potential team that's going to trade up for Jalen Carter, because I think that they have 2 first-round picks this year, 10th overall, number 30. And they're a team that still thinks that they have that winning window, obviously making it to the Super Bowl last year. So they might be super aggressive after drafting Jordan Davis last year. They might go up to get their guy, Jalen Carter, to reunite with Jordan Davis. And it could be a last-minute piece for the.
All right. So Ryan's breaking up a little bit on us, so we'll let him get his connection reset. But it is going to be fascinating. And then the next part of it would then come to the defensive line, Ryan, is where does what's the gap between when the next defensive lineman gets taken in tonight's draft, which is going to be very interesting. I do want to ask this, Ryan, when you look at some fits, like where do you see the ideal fits for Will Anderson? Not necessarily where he will get taken or a prediction, but more of you looking at top 10, like if Will Anderson goes here, that it may not, he may lose a couple million because he's not picked as high as he should have, but boy, that's going to be a really nice fit for him. What are the ideal landing spots for Will Anderson when you look at this draft tonight?
I really like the Arizona Cardinals potential fit, because the one player that I think he compares a little bit to, not a perfect comp, but he does give me some Chandler Jones vibes, which was obviously a great player for the Arizona Cardinals for several years. And I think that they are a team that is in desperate need of pass rush. It would make a lot of sense, I think, to get that guy, especially if you're able to trade back maybe 1 or 2 spots for a quarterback needy team, and you're sitting there at 4 or 5 and you're still able to get the best defensive lineman potentially on the board. I think that he makes a lot of sense. I think the Houston Texans also is a interesting fit, just because D'Amico Ryans is their head coach now, and he's obviously a defensive guy. He wants to build on that side of the ball and build an identity pretty quickly. I think he's also a coach that has played and coached in even and odd man fronts before. And I think the great thing about Will Anderson is you can kind of mix and match him a little bit. Like, he can rush from a stand-up position. He can put his hand in the dirt. He can be really versatile. So I think the Houston Texans, Arizona Cardinals are both teams that make a lot of sense for Will Anderson potentially to start building those defensive rosters up.
Ryan, another storyline as we kind of stick to positions is one of the fascinating ones, and it's not so much about a specific position, but more of a position's view in the NFL. And there is a clear number 1 running back in this draft class. That's Bijan Robinson from Texas, who had a tremendous junior season. Very excellent, very strong all-around player. Pass blocking improved as a junior as well. Very dangerous weapon in the pass game. Dynamic runner. Does he kind of get somebody to say, forget the NFL fit, the value and all that, this is one of the best players in the draft? Or does he kind of suffer a little bit through what Kyle Hamilton suffered through last year, where he falls because of the position that he plays, even though most view him as one of the 5 best players in this NFL draft? I think he's one of the 5 best in this draft. I know you do as well. You hear that a lot. So that's going to be a very interesting storyline tonight too.
I think for me, Brian, honestly, I think that he's not going to fall a ton, and it's mostly to do with this draft class. Like, this isn't the most top-heavy draft of all time. I think I ended with 13 first round grades in this class, and I'm generally usually like 18, 19, somewhere in that ballpark, right? So like, this is a very weak class at the top, and I think that's been pretty consistent across the board. Whether people that I respect, like Dane Brugler, Jordan Reed, like guys that I really do follow their work closely and I think do a really good job. They've been on the same wavelength, and it sounds like NFL teams kind of mirror that a little bit as far as not having a ton of first-round grades this year. So I think in this class, there's a couple teams that make sense in the top 10 for Bijan Robinson. One is the Atlanta Falcons at 8. It's been a team that he's been kind of there's been a little bit of a connection to. And then another one is actually the Philadelphia Eagles. I think if the Philadelphia Eagles stand pat, they might be in the position at number 10 to take him, because he's one of only 2 top 30 visits that Bijan Robinson took this draft season. They took the Philadelphia Eagles, and then number 19 is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That was the other spot that also brought him in for a visit. So I think regardless, he's going to go in the top 20, but I think that there's 2 opportunities for going to the top 10. And in this age of running backs, if you go in the top 10, you're special, right? Like at the end of the day, you're a special football player. And I think that's what Bijan Robinson is, special.
Tight end is another very fascinating position, Ryan. Obviously, it's another one that there was a very clear number 1 tight end in this draft class for a long time. And then all of a sudden the I would say over the top nitpicking of Michael Mayer's game and the willingness to kind of overlook some things in the game of Dalton Kincaid has kind of led to now we have a situation where it's perceived that Dalton Kincaid is now I don't want to say consensus, but at least from a media standpoint, seems to be the media darling when it comes to the number 1 tight end. You even have some that have Michael Mayer all the way down 3 or 4 in this draft class, which is just probably something not to be taken seriously. So it's going to be very interesting to kind of see how is this actually what is happening? Is this how the NFL sees it? Or is this part of just the media sees one thing and the NFL team see things another? Because we see this every year, Ryan, where there's these, this is the consensus. Everybody's mock draft has this guy going here. And then next thing you know, that guy gets picked at like 25, or the other way around. Everybody thinks the guy's going to go lower and he goes higher. So talk to me about the tight end board, Ryan, and just how you think because I've seen no tight end should go in round 1. There could be 3 going in round 1. Tight end's a position that I'm very curious to see how it shakes out tonight. Order, and then just how many guys actually do get picked tonight, if any, at this point in time.
I do think that I think that the moniker of where Michael Mayer is being undervalued, I do think that is a little bit media driven. I don't think it's fully media driven, but I think it's a little bit. I think that the big thing for me is that when you look at Dalton Kincaid, I think that where we're getting kind of this back and forth for me, Brian, is that I think the NFL does really like Dalton Kincaid. I think they do. And I think they also like Michael Mayer a lot as well. And I think that media is kind of driving that narrative that it's an actual conversation, when in reality, I do think that Michael Mayer is going to be the first tight end off the board. I truly do. I think that he's going to be the first tight end. But Dalton Kincaid, I still think, is going to go clear in the first round in this draft. And again, that's a little bit due to the draft class. I also think that that's a little bit due to the simple fact that him and Mayer are very different football players. Like, they bring different skill sets to the table. So I think the NFL really does like Dalton Kincaid, but I think that Michael Mayer is just kind of the back and forth between Kincaid versus Mayer is a little bit media driven. I could be completely wrong about that, but that's just my pulse on the situation, because I have yet to talk to a scout or hear anything from anybody that is a legitimate source that Mayer isn't well liked in NFL circles. Like, I just haven't heard that actual conversation, right? Like, I haven't heard out of the first round from anyone really at this point. So I think that Mayer has a chance. Will go first. After that, I think it's Kincaid, and I'm actually more curious who the third tight end is off the board, because I think a lot of people are kind of penciling in Darnell Washington, but don't be surprised if it's Sam Laporta out of Iowa. Like, just don't be surprised, because there's just the NFL overthinks this sometimes, right? And I think that Washington is a better upside player, but I think Laporta brings a good floor to the table. And I think that people are going to overthink that a little bit. And he's from Iowa, right? So you look at what Iowa's produced recently at tight ends, they're going to look at him and be like, he's just the next Iowa guy. And without actually watching the film fully, which, is a bad practice, but it does happen, if we're being honest.
We have a little bit of breaking draft news, Ryan, that I see here that we'll talk about, and then we'll kind of get rolling with a couple other topics. But this is being reported by Adam Schefter of I think he's still at ESPN, correct? I kind of forgot where Adam Schefter was now. But Adam Schefter is reporting that, yes, he is still an ESPN insider. I apologize. This is the tweet from Adam Schefter. The Eagles and Cardinals have settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philadelphia defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon as Arizona's head coach, per sources. The terms: the Eagles have traded the number 94 pick in this draft and a 2024 fifth-round pick to the Cardinals for pick number 66 in this draft. So obviously the Eagles are going to move up, and they are going to pick number 66. And according to, I'm looking at this here from Ari Marov, the Eagles now have 4 picks in the top 70. So the defending NFC champions are going to have 4 picks in the top 70, which means, to Ryan's conversation from earlier, what this does is this just gives the Eagles a lot of ammunition. If they like their roster, they just handed out a big contract to their quarterback. This gives them an opportunity to use some of that draft capital to move around if the right player falls into the right spot for the Eagles. So that'll be fascinating. And that leads to the kind of the 5th storyline from tonight. And this is always the fun part of the draft. Movement and trades are always a huge storyline in one way or the other. One is there are going to be a lot of trades and movement and teams that you think are going to trade or not going to trade, who trades up, who trades back. There's always a lot of that movement. And then, of course, sometimes there isn't a lot of movement. And when we expect a lot of movement, and then, of course, that becomes a storyline. So, Ryan, did you catch that news that just kind of broke about the Eagles and the Cardinals and the tampering thing?
I heard you talking about there was tampering for Jonathan Gannon, right? That was
yeah.
Kind of
So basically, yeah, the Eagles. So the terms of the agreement from what happened was the Eagles traded the 94th pick and the 5th round pick, and they get the Cardinals number 66 pick, which means the Eagles now have 4 picks in the top 70. And I was talking about how that kind of fits into something you were talking about earlier, where if the Eagles see a guy up there that they think can give them a big jump, someone that they can control for 5 years in a draft that is very top heavy when it comes to the big time players, they now have a lot more ammunition to do that for a team that honestly doesn't have a ton of holes. And it'd be really nice to get an impact player under contract for 5 years when you just gave your quarterback the biggest contract in the NFL. So that the Eagles are a team to keep an eye on tonight. I think some other storylines tonight. What do the Texans do? Do the Texans stand pat, pick a quarterback? Do they stand pat and pick somebody not a quarterback? Do they trade back? Whatever the Texans do, what happens with the Cardinals? Right now, teams, it sounds like teams are kind of, let's see what the Texans do first, then we'll start calling the Cardinals. It's going to be a very busy top of the draft, we think, tonight, Ryan, with trades, or could be a very busy time tonight. And then if as quarterbacks get taken, what do some of those quarterback needy teams do? Do they just stand pat? Do they trade back? Here's something I'm very curious to see tonight, Ryan. Do teams that are quarterback needy outside the top 5 trade back to get high value picks for next year to have the capital next year to make a run at a top 2 pick when you think of the potential of Caleb Williams and Drake May being in next year's class? Certainly something to think about, especially if you're a team that doesn't think that you necessarily have a roster that's going to go out and compete next year and you don't get the quarterback that you want. So the movement, the potential trades up and down is really going to be a fun part of tonight's storyline, Ryan.
I mean, we already talked about it a little bit, but I think the Arizona Cardinals is probably I call it the pivot point of this draft. Like, I really think that the Cardinals are going to determine a lot of how hierarchy comes down, how order begins, what the runs start. Like, there's just a lot in there that I think is going to be really interesting. You mentioned it, though, Houston Texans. I mean, if you are considering your options on the board and you're talking quarterback, you're talking about defensive player, I have to think that you're also willing to trade down potentially, because that means that you're maybe not 100% sure what you want to do with that pick. And sometimes people in that situation don't want to call it panicking, because it's not necessarily panicking, but they make the decision that if there's not a clear guy that they want most of that spot, might as well just trade back, and then we'll figure it out when we come back on the clock, right? So the Houston Texans, Arizona Cardinals, I think the Seattle Seahawks are a sneaky trade back too, honestly, Brian, because they're a team that just made the playoffs last year. They had the 5th overall pick, not because they weren't good. It was because of the Russell Wilson trade, obviously, with the Denver Broncos. So they are a team that is, I know, man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to open up old wounds there, but they're a team that you look at, though, and you say, playoff team last year. I think it was a little bit of a hollow playoff run because they're not a great football team. But if you trade back, you're able to, again, get more draft capital, especially when you're a team that has a quarterback that is on, again, a team-friendly deal, I should call it. Like, that is just not a lot for what a quarterback usually goes for these days. So I think that they are a team that could potentially trade back. What do the Eagles do? I've heard the Eagles trading up in some scenarios. I've heard them trading back in other scenarios. I'm interested to see what the Eagles do with pick 10. And then to your point, I've already heard whispers, because I'm right outside of Philadelphia, of the Eagles maybe trading that 30th overall pick later in the first round out of the first round in order to try to get a future first round pick. So those things are all on the table, I think, in this draft. I think there's going to be a lot of movement. I think there's going to be a couple trades in the top 10. I think we're going to see several trades throughout the course of the first round, because this is just one of those, again, this is one of those drafts where there's not a lot of true first round picks in this one. So pick 20 and pick 35, probably not a ton of difference this year. You're getting a second round value of a football player, but I think recouping those picks is probably a way to go for some teams, just because I don't think there's like a slam dunk. That's a guy, that's a guy, that's a guy. You're gambling a little bit this year, in my opinion.
A position that I'm curious to get your thoughts on, Ryan, and I'm very curious to how this is going to play out. You and I were talking actually before the show about the lack of value for well, actually, it wasn't between. It was in the earlier Irish Breakdown show about the lack of value that teams place on cornerbacks at times, especially nickel cornerbacks. Well, there's two pretty good corners in tonight's draft, and I'm curious to kind of get your thoughts on where they might go. And do you view Devin Witherspoon, obviously from Illinois, very talented player, and then of course Christian Gonzalez from Oregon, who transferred from Colorado. So, Ryan, do you view those guys as top 10 picks? Where do you see them going tonight? Do you think they could sort of shake things up a little bit from some teams that either want to trade down, trade up, or do they just kind of slot to some cornerback needy teams in the top 10 to 15?
I think they could both go top 10, honestly. I mean, it's going to depend on, again, what the quarterback run looks like, offensive tackle runs in the top 10, even defensive end and edge runs in the top 10. I think Devin Witherspoon is, in my opinion, is a top 10 player in this class, just regardless of position. I love Witherspoon, man, and I'll be fully forthcoming on this. Devin Witherspoon is my type. He's my type of corner. I love those super physical dudes that'll come up in the run game. I think he's incredibly alignment versatile, where he could play some nickel. I think he could play outside. I think that he's the best tackling corner I probably have ever evaluated. And there's just something to him, Brian, where I look at him just like, that kid may not be as physically gifted as Christian Gonzalez, for instance, but man, he just plays with incredible tenacity, incredible football IQ. He's just always in the right spot, man. So I love Devin Witherspoon. Christian Gonzalez, for me, is a guy that I've actually been a little bit back and forth with. I really love the tools. I mean, you can't teach being 6'2", 200 pounds, running 4.38, having short area quickness, ability to change direction. He's a really good football player. I think that at the end of his season, he was playing really strong. Beginning of the year, there was a little bit of an up and down type of look, but I really think that he has all the tools to be an exceptional quarterback at the next level. But I think for me, that Devin Witherspoon is that guy that from day one, I know what I'm going to get in a guy like him.
Well, we're going to be getting started here soon. Obviously, Roger Goodell is at the mic now, and I'm so glad that I have it on mute, because I think one of the most annoying things.
It's the best part of the draft, Brian. When he gets booed, it's the best part.
It's so annoying. It's so lame. Even though I think he's an awful, it's just annoying. Yeah. And then they do it every single time he walks out. It's like, okay, come on, guys. But obviously he's getting ready he's introducing the draft. The Carolina Panthers will be on the clock here very soon. Ryan, as we kind of get into this Panthers pick, number one, your thoughts on the decision by the Panthers to trade up to number one. And obviously we have an idea of who they're going to get, but just your thoughts on this decision. And do you think it was worth it for the new regime to make this move?
I think it's something they had to do. I really do. I mean, we've seen, because I think that trends matter a lot for teams, Brian. And I mean, the Carolina Panthers, think about what they've been through the last 3 years at the quarterback position. They went from Teddy Bridgewater to Sam Darnold to Baker Mayfield. So they kept going the veteran route, and it just didn't work. It didn't work, man. And at the end of the day, I think that if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, we call that insanity, right? And it's not working. So I think that taking a chance was a good idea. And I think that especially when you're talking about the reset of a new staff coming in, Frank Reich is a really good offensive mind. He's a really good quarterback guy. He's developed some good quarterbacks in his coaching career already. So I think as long as they were certain on the player they wanted at the top of the class, the quarterback that they think is that guy, I'm 100% okay with it. Yes, you gave up a lot. You gave up a Pro Bowl wide receiver. You gave up some draft capital. It's a risk. There is a risk. But I think that this team has not been taking enough risks over the last few years. You've been settling for just average to below average starting quarterbacks in the NFL, and that hasn't pushed you over the hump, and it cost the coach a job as well, being able to keep doing that over and over again. So new regime, I think it made a lot of sense. I actually liked it for both sides. I think that the Chicago Bears got a lot back in return, which was great for them to be the team that needs to retool that roster. And I think Carolina Panthers took a little bit of a risk. And, with there's no reward without risk, right? So taking that risk, I think, could pay off, but they need to make sure they pick the right guy, obviously, tonight.
Absolutely. And it is the right time. I mean, their roster has a lot of needs. They're not a team that's go pick a guy and the win is that you're going to win now. You move up, you give up a lot to move up. But if you think you're getting a franchise quarterback, and I think the thing too is, I've said this, Ryan, my only concern about Bryce Young has always been his size. Yeah. If you can get past that, he is the epitome of a franchise quarterback. Groomed to be this kind of player, went to one of the best high schools in America, had tremendous production, went to the premier program in college football, was groomed by a legendary coach, played for a national championship, right? Didn't have that winning championship, but I also don't think he was on as good of teams. I think Bryce had to carry this Bama team a lot more, last two Bama teams, a lot more than past Bama quarterbacks have had to carry those teams, in my opinion. High character young man, comes from a family, by all accounts, phenomenal family, has helped him develop a unique combination of confidence and humility that can be very hard to find in a franchise type of quarterback. There are no red flags outside of just the size. And if you can get past that, then it makes sense for a team to say, this is the kind of guy we can build a franchise around, because there aren't some of the character red flags that maybe we've seen some past number one overall picks where you're investing a lot of stuff. You're not going to see him, get in that kind of trouble. And just to review the pick, obviously Carolina traded up from number 9 to number 1. The Bears got the number 9 pick. The Bears also got Carolina's second round pick this year. The Panthers number 1 pick next year, plus a 2025 second rounder and DJ Moore. So obviously the Bears also got a coup, and we talk a lot about the Panthers because they're on the clock, but we're going to have plenty to say when we get to the Bears about what this meant for me. And right now Carolina has a little under 9 minutes to go on this pick. Is there any constant conversation at all anymore, Ryan, about any of the other quarterbacks for Carolina, or is this pretty much just a foregone conclusion?
Yeah, there was a report earlier. I forget who it was. I feel like it was maybe Schefter or someone like that the pick was going to be Bryce Young. I honestly, I know why they do it, obviously, why they take the full 10 minutes, even when you know exactly who they're going to take. It's just a part of the timing of the media side of everything, right, and the coverage. But yeah, it's going to be Bryce Young. He's a player that I think that they honed in on very early on in this process. And despite people trying to create the narratives that it was CJ Stroud early and then late, and then there was that report yesterday that it was actually Will Levis, I think that they always knew that it was Bryce. So that's going to be the pick for the Carolina Panthers unless something catastrophic happens last minute here. But it's going to be interesting, man.
The best part, Ryan, was when people were saying that the Panthers were trading up, and when they first made the trade, there was reports, well, they're willing to trade out. It's like, come on, guys.
Draft day,
they
baby.
just gave
Draft
up.
Day.
They're gonna get, you know what I mean? Come on, man. That happens exactly. That may happen in movies, but that's not how it's gonna be. So
yeah,
obviously when you look at the Panthers kind of beyond round 1, because we're only gonna be covering round 1. What are some of the other needs that the Panthers have? And obviously they have a few less picks to now to make those, but they're still in a position, Ryan, where they've got the number 1. They still have a second round pick this year, correct? They gave up one of their 2 second rounders, so they have a second rounder, a third rounder, a couple fourths, and a fifth. So they only have 6 picks, but they do have 5 in the first 4 rounds. What are some other needs that you think that the Panthers are going to try to address? Obviously, there's the best available and all that. But as far as what their needs are, what are the things you think the Panthers are going to be looking to address this year? And why should it be offensive line and pass catchers for your franchise quarterback?
I mean, like their position right now, it's wide receivers, the biggest need on this roster outside of getting their quarterback at number 1 here. I mean, you traded away DJ Moore, who was a almost perennial 1,000-yard receiver every single year. He's been to a Pro Bowl before. He's still young. He's only 26 years old. So I think the Bears got a great value in a DJ Moore. Right now, the Carolina Panthers are going to hope that Adam Thielen can regain some of his star power, at least in his Carolina Panther tenure. They also have Terrace Marshall Jr., who I know is a talented kid, but he hasn't really broken out yet. I think he had 400 something odd yards last year. So he's a guy that has talent. but not a guy that necessarily is going to be a number one pass catcher on a football team. So I think wide receiver, I think tight end at some point in this class is going to be a good one too, because Tommy Tremble, I think, could be a good member of a tight end room, but he just hasn't developed, obviously, as a pass catcher up until this point. So tight end, right tackle, I think, is another one that could be a spot. They got Ike Mekwonu last year to play left tackle for them out of NC State. So getting a right tackle, I think, could be a possibility for them to continue to get some good protection around a guy like a Bryce Young. And then defensively, the great thing about this roster for me, Brian, is they actually have a lot of pieces on the defensive side of the football that are exciting, man. Like, not a ton of needs. So you have J.C. Horn, who is one of the best young corners in the NFL. You have Jeremy Chin, who is an impact linebacker. You still have Shaq Thompson, who's a good linebacker on this roster. You have Brian Burns, who's an absolute stud of a pass rusher on the outside. You also have Derek Brown as an interior defensive lineman that's a really good football player. So I think that it's going to be an offensive heavy draft the first couple rounds. And then probably later in the draft, maybe a secondary pass rush specialist, maybe another corner to add to that room. But defensively, they're actually set up pretty good to get this turnaround happen quickly. It's just about retooling the offense right now for the Carolina Panthers.
One thing that always fascinates me is when teams draft a quarterback number one overall and then don't properly build around him. That happened to the last time the Panthers, I think the Panthers had a franchise quarterback, and I think the Jets made a similar mistake with Sam Darnold. We could debate all night whether or not those guys should have been franchise quarterbacks, but the point is if you're going to take a quarterback in the first round, build around him. I think a perfect example is what the Cincinnati Bengals have done. Now, again, it took them a little longer to get the offensive line where you needed to go, and they had some bad luck. Jonah Williams is a high pick, but they went out and go Joe Burrow, and what do? You get Jamar Chase, right? You've already got Tyler Boyd. You go out and you get T. Higgins. You build around your franchise quarterback, and you say, we invested a number one overall pick on this guy, which means our resources are going to be invested towards making sure he has the best supporting cast possible. And I think that's the teams that consistently pick big-time quarterbacks but continue to stink are the ones who don't understand that your priority numero uno needs to be building around your franchise quarterback, and hopefully the Panthers don't make a similar mistake.
And Cincinnati Bengals are praying that Michael Mayer somehow falls to 28 too, man, to continue to build around their quarterback as well.
From what I'm told, they're going to have to probably trade up if they want to get Michael Mayer, but
I think so
that's
too.
Just kind of the reality of it. There's a little under 4 minutes left on the clock. Obviously, the Panthers know who they're doing. This is one of those ones that the NFL says, hey, we got some time we've got to kill. All right, for our next commercial break, let's go and let this one play out a little bit. So
I agree with Katie Keevers in the chat though, Brian. Some people need to go to bed, man. Like, I'm not trying to stay up that late, but
yeah, you are.
You're up until like 3 every night. So,
yeah,
you're
are
good.
You're staying, Ryan. We're gonna be in like pick 28, and Ryan's gonna be like, it's going to be an interesting night, Ryan. I think the Panthers obviously getting Bryce Young. I got to say enough. I can't say enough about Bryce Young though. Is we could pick apart parts of his game. He's got a good arm. He doesn't have like a rocket arm. There's things about him. He's very productive, obviously during his career. But this is a kind of one of those kids that you want to say this is a guy that you want to be a face of your franchise when you talk about just the kind of human being he is. And I think those are very important qualities that I especially think that a new coach needs, because you can't have a new regime takes over and you've got to deal with your quarterback who's all world, but you're having to put clauses in his contract about making sure he works hard and watches enough film, or you're worried about what his off-season activities are going to be about. This is a guy that's going to be about ball. And that's been Bryce Young's thing all along. He's about ball. And I mean that in a good way.
Could you imagine the first day you get into the office, Brian, you're walking to meet your first quarterback and he's sitting there eating a banana peel? I mean, just imagine this, man. I just can't, man. His mayo in his coffee, he's eating a banana peel. I don't know what's happening with the world right now.
I'm with you, man. I am with you. So when you look at the Carolina Panthers, Ryan, obviously they're going to have Bryce Young as their number one guy. They're getting ready to announce the pick. The pick is in. Roger Goodell is going to be walking up here soon. But do you think they're a team, Ryan, in my opinion, that I guess I would say this, how far away do you think they are? Do you think they're a ways away? Like they got to really be in this for the long haul?
I think they're actually kind of close, to be honest, because I look at that division that they're in, right, with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, obviously with Tom Brady retiring this offseason, with the New Orleans Saints that have just been very up and down since Drew Brees obviously left. Like, this is a situation where I look at it and I say they might be a couple offensive players away from being a contender.
The number one pick is in, and as we expected, Bryce Young is the number one overall pick. The quarterback from Alabama who this past season, despite being banged up a little bit, played 12 games, passed for 3,328 yards, rushed for 185 yards, threw 32 touchdowns, ran for 4 more, so 36 on the season. Only was picked off 5 times. Of course, in 2021, he was the Heisman Trophy winner, leading Alabama to an SEC championship as a redshirt freshman and the national title game. Threw for 4,872 yards that season and passed for 47 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, did not rush for a single yard, rushed for 3 touchdowns. This year you saw him running around a lot more, making a lot of plays off script, which I think helped prepare him for what's next, but I also think was a byproduct of the fact that he had to carry this team a lot more this year. Lost some very talented wide receivers off of his Bama team in 2021. No John Mechie, no Jameson Williams. Obviously had some injuries along the offensive line, plus you lose Evan Neal to the NFL. He had to carry this team a lot more, and their defense wasn't that good this season. So the production wasn't there, Ryan, but I actually think if you're talking about building for the NFL, I think this year was a great learning experience for Bryce Young because he went from being on a well-oiled machine to a team that he had to kind of deal with some stuff to an NFL team that just wasn't that good. And is going to need some work. So I actually think it's going to be something that's going to prove beneficial for Bryce, even though he didn't have the production that you would like. I think this season is good for him.
I really think that the adversity helps a lot of these young men, right? Like I really think that it does. And I mean, call it what it is, Brian. Like Bryce has always been on tremendous football teams. I mean, he came from modern day high school, right? Like he's always been playing with just a tremendous amount of talent. So being able to fail at times for some players is a good thing, in my opinion, because he was a guy that was asked to do even more than usual this year. And I think that he did a lot of great things. I mean, there were some games, man, where I'm watching him just like, my dude is balling out, extending the pocket, hitting dudes in stride. And it's just like drop here, bad protection there. And things just weren't going his way. But I think that that's going to help, especially to go to a team like the Carolina Panthers, where I think they're pretty close to turning that corner, because I think that they have some pieces that you look at and say, like, we can get there pretty quick. But naturally, with a team that's picking in a top 10, they had the 9th overall selection to begin with. There's going to be some trials, tribulations. There's going to be an adjustment period, obviously, for a guy like a Bryce Young. So I think that he has it in him to withstand that adversity and to come out on the other side, which a lot of quarterbacks, I mean, think back to why was Ryan Leaf not a great NFL quarterback? It's because he couldn't handle adversity. He couldn't handle it, right? It had nothing to do with talent. It was that he wasn't mentally tough enough to be able to get through the tough times, and he wasn't going to work hard enough at it. I have no doubts that Bryce Young could do that.
So right now, the Houston Texans are on the clock, Ryan, the number 2 pick in this NFL draft. Let's talk about where the Texans are. Obviously, they could take a quarterback. They have Davis Mills, who had a pretty good rookie year, not as good of a second year, and you've got a new regime again in Houston. So where do they go here, Ryan? Obviously, they could go quarterback, but there's also some other top picks on the draft that they could look at as well, Ryan. So talk to me about what the needs are for the Houston Texans and where you think they could go tonight. Not necessarily make a prediction, but just who do you think the players are that the Texans are going to be considering tonight?
Well, I mean, I think we eliminated one part of the conversation already. It seems like the pick is in already, right? So obviously they are in a position where they are going to make this selection. I don't think they're obviously not going to trade out.
Yeah,
so I think it's really either fast. Quarterback is going to be the conversation. If it's a quarterback, I actually think it's going to be Will Levis, which is going to make some people puke, but I think it's going to be Will Levis. If it is a defender, I think it'll be Will Anderson, just with the Liz Frank injury for Tyree Wilson. So I think it's Will Anderson, or it's quarterback Will Levis. I just don't think that team loves CJ Stroud. And I also know that CJ Stroud has the same agent as Deshaun Watson. And I know that is going to make the Texans hesitate from going down that road again. So
yes, that would, that's the business side of it, but that is not true, Ryan. They have made their selection and they are, it's going to be interesting. I just saw that it come across. I don't think it's been announced on TV yet, but, it's not who it is. It's exactly who I think they're going to go quarterback here. So it's going to be very fascinating. So I'm not sure how we should handle this, Ryan. What should we should we say?
It is? You saw it
I know who it is. Yeah, Ari's already put it out there. So I know who the number 2 pick is going to be. It's just not on TV yet. So I don't know. Should we say it? Should we talk about it or what?
Man, I don't know if these people want us to spoil it if they like to watch it at home. I don't know.
Well, y'all tell us. Y'all want us to tell you who the pick is because it hasn't been selected yet, but we know who it is.
We know who it is.
Yeah, but it's Yeah, I mean, they're going to go quarterback. So I think that's obviously the thing. And look, anytime you have a new regime, I always think trying to get a quarterback is important. It's an important piece to it, especially if you think there's a franchise guy there. And
they're all saying say it, man. They're all saying say it. Oh, someone said wait. I don't know.
Yeah. Brandon says no. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting here. But so yeah, we're gonna say it. If you don't want to know the name, mute us right now, and we'll let you know.
Yes.
The Houston Texans, according to the guy last year, Ryan, that's the guy that leaks all the picks out, right? And he always gets them like a minute before. The Houston Texans are going to select Ohio State quarterback CJ Stroud.
Wow,
with the number 2 overall pick. Yeah.
They made the right to selection. Good for them, man. I'm actually very proud of the Houston Texans because they have been on a just string of bad decisions over the years, man. Like they just have made a lot of bad ones. And wow, that's very interesting. I was not expecting that, man. I thought the Will Levis stuff was real. So good job by the Houston Texans, man, not falling into that trap.
Yep. So he's he just announced it. So it is now official. So CJ Stroud. So the Texans have gone quarterback, Ryan. Let's talk about CJ Stroud. Obviously, he's one of those guys that all of a sudden a lot of stuff starts coming out. He gets the cognitive test is low. I think CJ's always kind of come across as a little bit too open to hearing what's said about him, which is probably my biggest red flag. I don't care about the cognitive tests and all that. Didn't Dan Marino have like a super low Wonderlic score as well? He was all right. That stuff doesn't matter to me. I think the only concern I have about CJ Stroud is what I just said. He tends to be like, I don't want a quarterback that hears what people are saying about him and is as sensitive as he is. But to your point, Ryan, this is a tremendously talented quarterback that came from a system that's going to transition. I think is going to transition very well. I don't believe the whole Ohio State quarterback thing. I don't buy into that. This is a kid that's a very talented football player.
I'm actually very surprised, man. I mean, one, we talked about it already, right? CJ Stroud has the same age as Deshaun Watson. I thought there was going to be some hesitations by the Houston Texans to make the selection for partly because of that, the business side of it. But CJ Stroud is my second-ranked quarterback in this class. I think that the Houston Texans made the right selection to go with this particular quarterback if they were going to take a quarterback. They're a roster that is not ready, right? Like they're a roster that is going to need to be built. Trivia question for you, Brian. Who is the youngest quarterback in the 2023 NFL draft? It's actually CJ Stroud is the youngest quarterback.
Okay. I was either going to him or Richardson is what I was going to go with.
Him and Bryce Young are actually both younger than Anthony Richardson, believe it or not. It's only about like a month or two, but they are the youngest. So CJ Stroud is the youngest quarterback in the class. I think that as you're building this roster up now with a guy like DeMeco Ryans as the head coach, you have opportunity to really start to build something special. And I actually think that they made a great hire as their head coach after the last two. I mean, they hired David Culley 2 years ago, and you knew that they weren't going to hold on to him long. They hired Lovie Smith after a losing record at the University of Illinois over the last few years. Like, you knew that those weren't going to be long-term moves. I actually really like the DeMeco Ryans hire. I think that that's going to play dividends for their defense pretty quickly and early in his tenure. And now you have the face of the franchise moving forward. So CJ is probably the best quarterback in this class working inside of structure, man. Like 3, 5, 7-step drops, getting the ball out, accuracy to all levels of the field. Just a really in-synced and talented pocket passer. A guy that also, at times, I mean, if you flip on the Georgia game, you flip on the second half of the Notre Dame game, you've seen him make some magic happen outside of structure at times. It's just not nearly consistent enough for some people.
I'll say this, Ryan. What we saw from CJ Stroud this year was the fact that this year things did not go according to plan all the time, and he was able to step up and make those plays. He did not play well against Notre Dame. And I've said this at the time. What I love is when a quarterback can lead you to a victory over a good team when he's not on his A game. And that's what he was getting harassed a little bit more in the second half. The pressure was starting to get a little bit there. His best receiver went down early in that game. His two outside guys were returners, but they were young. They hadn't been established yet. And he put that team on his shoulders a little bit in that fourth quarter and made some throws where there wasn't a lot of room on some of those throws. And that showed me something. Obviously, the two Michigan games were not ideal. If the CJ Stroud we saw in the semifinal is the CJ Stroud that the Houston Texans get, they're getting a star. I had some issues. Sometimes it's just like, dude, I want to see you just let it loose a little bit. Like, don't be afraid to run. Play with like there's a little bit more urgency. I want to see a little bit more urgency from him. Even though Bryce is a calm kid, but when Bryce gets on the field, he plays with an urgency. The guy we saw against Georgia in the playoff game that literally put that team on his shoulders and almost led them to victory over the defending and then eventual national champions that year is a guy that guy can run my franchise. And so if he can just maybe grow a little bit thicker skin, I think CJ's got a chance to be a star. He's a very smart quarterback, very productive, threw for over 8,000 yards the last 2 years, had 85 touchdown passes the last 2 years. It's got a chance to be a star quarterback, and the Texans need that. And Davis Mills is not that, but the Texans got a quarterback. And as you said, Ryan, it was a gutsy pick. Now, the Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock, Ryan, at number 3. They can pick an offensive lineman who their quarterback wants them to get. They can pick a defensive player, or I'm pretty sure right now their phone is ringing because everybody in America knows the Colts are going to take a quarterback. So if you want Will Levis or Anthony Richardson, this is the place to go up and make that move, Ryan. So let's talk. If the Cardinals stand pat, where do you see it looks like they're going to be making a trade here, Ryan, but let's just see if we can get some news on that. Yeah, you knew that once they picked him that they were going to go up. The Cardinals are trading the number. Oh my God. The Houston Texans have traded back up to the number 3 spot. The Texans are back on the clock with the number 3. Where are they going here, Ryan?
Will Anderson
Texans have traded back up.
Will Anderson, maybe. I think it's one of the edge. I think it's one of the edges. I think it's going to be Will Anderson or it's going to be Tyree Wilson. And Tyree Wilson might be the fan favorite because he is a Texas guy out of Texas Tech University. I think that they just came up and they just said, hey, man, we have our quarterback and let's go get who we perceive to be the best player in this draft. I think that's kind of what we're looking at right here. So defensive lineman, Will Anderson would be my selection here if this was where I would do. But don't discount Tyree Wilson because, again, the NFL loves Tyree Wilson. They're very high on him. And the Texan-Texas combination might be something that they would really want here. That's an interesting move, man. So they went from 12 to 3.
12
That's
to 3.
going to be a pretty penny, man. That's going to be
that means there's no first rounder for the Texans next year is what that means, basically. So, I'll tell you what, Ryan, I want to see who they pick first, but I like teams in the NFL that are bold. And that this is a bold move. You could have also, here's the thing though, this is smart. You had to take CJ Stroud first. Because if you don't take CJ Stroud first, then you're not moving up to 3. You know what I mean? Like I don't think you can. So they trade up to number 3. Gonna be very fascinating. Let me see if the new pick is in here, if the new update is in. But give up 12. I'm very curious to see what else they are giving up, Ryan, to make this move. But this is a bold move by the Texans. Very bold move to trade up to number 3 and get this pick.
D'Amico Ryans is happy, man, because he just probably got his defensive player that he wants to build that around as a defensive coach. He looks excited there in their war room. So we'll see who it is, man. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be very fascinating. And they say the pick is in. So are you guys just resting tonight? Just want us to give the picks and we know who they are? Is that what we're basically going to do?
Mute yourself if you don't want to hear it. Mute yourself.
Mute yourself if you don't want to hear it. But the pick is in, and I'm typing it in right now, Ryan. And with the number 3 overall pick, the Houston Texans are going to draft Will Anderson from the University of Alabama, who you said, Ryan, some people believe is the best player in this draft, regardless of position or positional value.
I mean, and he has a resume, obviously, to back that up, man. I mean, you talk what he's done the last 3 years, 34 sacks in 3 years. He had the 2021 season where he was over 30 tackles for loss, 17 sacks on that season. I mean, he's a tremendous football player, man. He really is. And he plays a position that matters extensively at the NFL. And I mean, wow, the Houston Texans just went all in, but they got their quarterback. And I think they picked the right one in the slot they were in. And they may have just gotten a player that maybe they would perceive to be the best player in the draft. So that could very well be. So it was a bold move, man, but they just got 2 foundational football players, in my opinion.
Ryan, nobody is faulting, in my opinion, nobody should be faulting the Texans if they would have taken a Will Anderson at number 2 and just said, hey, it's the best player in the draft. You know, maybe Davis Mills is that guy, maybe not. We'll find out. But yet they said, no, we're going to take our franchise quarterback. Here he is, CJ Stroud, California guy, right? And then we're going to go out and go up and get this deal done. So really, really, I don't say ballsy, but I mean, there's bold, very bold pick. Here's what they're saying that they did. The Texans sent the number 12, number 12 pick in this year's draft, first rounder, the number 33 pick, which is the second pick of the second round, a 2024 first rounder, and a 2024 third rounder to Arizona for number 3. And then Houston also gets Arizona's number 105, which I believe is round 4, right? Yes. So they got the number 3 pick and a fourth rounder, and then they gave up the 12 pick, the number 33 pick, next year's number 1, and next year's number 3 for the chance to go up and get Will Anderson. Like you said though, Ryan, you got a chance to get a franchise player on both sides of the ball. There's only 2 ways to do that, Ryan, in one draft. Is number 1, you already made a deal, or number 2, you give up some stuff, or you hope that you can get that kind of guy next year. And I don't know that there's a Will Anderson in next year's draft. I believe you could make the case that there's going to be a quarterback in next year's class, and you hope you can get up to number 1 or 2. I don't know that there's a Will Anderson in next year's draft class, Ryan. There may be one emerges, but that pick even more so is one where if you want to get this guy, you gotta go make a pick. You got to do it.
I don't disagree, man. I really don't. Yeah. I think that it's risk, but when you were talking about the reward potentially of having a 21-year-old pass rusher that is this dominant and has been this dominant, I think it could be worth it long-term, and especially because we talk about 2 of the most important positions in football, quarterback and pass rusher, edge player. You just got it right there with your 2 back-to-back picks. The Houston Texans selecting 2nd and 3rd overall in this draft was not on my bingo card tonight, man. Brian, I give this draft some credit so far, man. I think so far these teams haven't made bad decisions in the first 3 picks. Like, they made the pick that they should have made. They drafted a quarterback.
I have a feeling that's about to change.
Well, can I break
it
down?
No, I agree, Ryan. Look, the Panthers did what they needed to do, right? It was a quarterback top-heavy draft with Stroud and Bryce Young, which I think you and I agree were heads and shoulders above all the other quarterbacks. And for me, I don't think there was a wrong choice for the Panthers if they take one of those 2 guys. I think it was a win-win for them, depending on who they took. They took Bryce Young. Makes sense. Franchise guy, character guy, all the things that you want. Would have been okay taking CJ Stroud as well. You know how I feel about CJ Stroud. But then the Texans shake things up and go up to number 3. To get Will Anderson, Ryan. So I think the 3 best players in the draft, in my opinion, were the first 3 picks, in my view. You could make a case, Bijan in there. There's a couple guys you could argue are in the top 3, but I think these are 3 of the 4 or 5 best players in this draft class that you took. So there's no big reach so far. I have a feeling, however, that that's about to change. So let's talk about the Indianapolis Colts, Ryan. The Indianapolis Colts are now on the clock. Everyone and their mother for this entire draft process, they're taking a quarterback, they're taking a quarterback, they're taking a quarterback. So, Ryan, do the Colts take a quarterback? And if so, who do you think they're going to go with? Actually, we now know who they're going to go with, Ryan. So the pick is in. Uh-oh. And if you're a Colts fan and you don't want to know who the pick is, plug your ears. But the Colts are going with a quarterback. And the quarterback they're going with, I'm actually going to say this right now, Ryan. They're making the right move. They're going with Anthony Richardson, quarterback from Florida. If you're going to take a risk at this pick, Ryan, this is the risk to take, in my opinion. This is the risk you take over Will Levis, 100%. 100%. So the Indianapolis Colts have selected Anthony Richardson from the University of Florida.
I actually really like it. I really like it for the Colts for a couple different reasons, right, Brian? One, his upside is tremendous. We've talked about this. I mean, the kid is 6'4", 240-plus pounds, 4'3" at the combine, 40-inch vert, strong arm, and he showed a lot of signs down the stretch of the season, man. He started the season off really good against Utah, and then he hit a stretch where he was just playing bad football for like 4 or 5 weeks. But during the course of the down stretch of the season, I thought he really showed a lot of potential. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement and a lot of growth that he can have. And he's still a very young kid, only 21 years old right now. And I think 10 or 12 career starts. So he hasn't played a ton of football either. So he's a kid that just needs live bullets. I think that he can potentially get there. And I'll say this too, Brian. The Indianapolis Colts head coach now is Shane Steichen, who was the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles with Jalen Hurts recently, right? And thought Coach Steichen got a lot out of Jalen Hurts, obviously, and kind of utilized him in the quarterback run game and utilized his legs a lot in the offense last year. So he gets a similar mold. I mean, a bigger version of what Jalen Hurts potentially could be, at least as from the running perspective. And I imagine that the Colts offense is going to be very diverse and very creative next year, because you're going to see Anthony Richardson and his legs utilized a lot, I think, in that second offense.
Well, here's kind of my thoughts on this too, Ryan. Is we saw this season with him, you saw exactly why he's not ready, but also why teams are in love with him. And depending on which game you watched, if you watched the Tennessee game, you saw in that game a kid who's not ready, but also a kid that has phenomenal skill. The Florida State game, his numbers against Florida State were awful. He went 9 of 27 for 193 yards and 3 touchdowns, but he made some plays in that game where you're just like, man, this kid has got some talent. And so if you're able to, and I believe the Colts signed Gardner Minshew this offseason, correct? And they have Sam Ehlinger on that team as well. My hope is that the Colts are willing to say, hey, listen, we're not going to throw this kid into the fire right now. We're not. And give him some time to develop. But there's no question. They got the most physically talented quarterback in this draft. The Colts did. Yeah. In my opinion. It's just, are you willing to give him some time to develop, and how quickly can he develop? So, and I think your point about who the head coach is important too, Ryan, because, you know, Jalen Hurts had a lot more experience than Anthony Richardson, but again, a guy also that was kind of going from a college run throw quarterback to then being groomed into being a drop back quarterback who also can run. And I think that's the transition we saw from Jalen Hurts, was a run throw guy, rushed for over 1,000 yards at Oklahoma, was not asked to carry the team in Alabama. And this past season, they didn't take his legs away. They just said, use your legs as a weapon to aid your ability to throw the football. And if he can do something similar with Anthony Richardson, you're talking about a kid that has some of the best physical tools you're going to see in a very long time. And, you know, will he put in the work? That's always a question with kids as they transition to college, but the tools are there. And you talk about a guy that had to put a team on his shoulders, Ryan. That's exactly what Anthony Richardson had to do with Florida this past season.
Yeah, man, that was not a great offensive football team this year. There was a little dilute in talent. I would say this too, Brian. I think you hit a key point. Gardner Minshew being on this football team, I think, is important, not only from the simple fact that you might be able to take Anthony Richardson along slowly. He was also been on the Philadelphia Eagles the last 2 years with Coach Steichen. So he knows the system, which I think is big time for Anthony Richardson as well. Being able to have that veteran in the room that can help him with the nuances of learning that offense and getting comfortable in the system. I think that's very important, not only from the fact that you don't have to rush him along if he's not ready, but you also have a veteran in the room that has been in the NFL now for a few years and has been with Coach Steichen, and a guy that knows what the expectations are in that quarterback room for him.
And a guy that at that spot, let's be honest, Gardner Minshew knows he's not going to the Indianapolis Colts to be their franchise quarterback for the next 10 years. He understands you are the guy that's going to be responsible for grooming, and that's going to be one of your responsibilities. So Anthony Richardson goes to the Indianapolis Colts. I like this pick. Look, your franchise, you have issues. You've got a chance to get a franchise quarterback. He's not the ready-to-play guy. I mean, CJ Stroud, you're putting in the starting lineup right now. Bryce Young, you're putting in the starting lineup right now. You don't mess around with it, okay? I mean, that's the reality of it. This is a little bit of a different deal. And if they're willing to be comfortable and willing to wait, I saw people comparing him to Donovan McNabb. I do not see that at all.
At all.
I think if you want to compare him to a quarterback, the comparison to me for Anthony Richardson is Josh Allen. That's the comparison to me. Raw, not a guy that needs a lot of technical work, but a monster arm, massive frame, and the ability to be dynamic with his legs. So I think that Josh Allen is a guy that to me has to still learn ball placement a little bit. One thing I'll say about Anthony Richardson, he showed me a little bit better touch than I saw from Josh Allen for a lot of his Wyoming career coming out. Yeah. His accuracy needs to improve, but he's a kid that can drop a corner route over top. You saw on some of the highlights. He can throw with touch when he needs to. He just is still learning, all the times when. But I don't love the Donovan McNabb comparison at all. I think Josh Allen is a much better comparison for Anthony Richardson than Donovan. Donovan McNabb was a very experienced, polished passer coming out of college at Syracuse.
Yeah, Syracuse. Yeah.
He didn't play necessarily in a pro-style system, but I don't think that – I mean, I don't see a lot in common between those two guys. I think Josh Allen is a much, much better comp of just that big, raw arm guy that doesn't have a ton of production, right? Josh Allen never had that monster season at Wyoming. No. He was a guy that you were betting on the tools, and for the Bills it worked. And this is one of those kids that I'm not betting on the tools of Will Levis, man. You know this. I'm willing to bet on the tools of Anthony Richardson, in my opinion. So
I now have some serious question of where Will Levis goes in this draft, Brian.
Yes.
I mean, Las Vegas Raiders at 7. Do the Tennessee Titans make a move to kid up, or can they wait there at 11 and take him?
That would be the most Raiders
it's gonna be
thing
interesting.
ever. It would be the most Raiders thing ever to take Will Levis at number 5.
Oh, man, that's a Josh McDaniels type of guy, man. It looks like he eats nails for breakfast.
Yes, give me a break. It looks like he drinks mayo in his coffee. Let's go to the number 5 pick, Ryan. I think two things are at play here. There are some teams that apparently love Will Levis. So are the Seattle Seahawks a team right now that are fielding calls for Will Levis at 5, or do they stand pat and go with a pick of their own? So what do you think the Seahawks should do here? We don't know what they're going to do, but what do you think they should do? And if they stay put, Ryan, where do they go?
See, with all but one quarterback still on the board, I don't think there's going to be as heavy of a demand for this pick because I just don't know. I just don't know if there's going to be a team that wants to mortgage that much for Will Levis at this point. Like, I'm just not sure about that, right? I mean, it's always possible, but I mean,
for the sake of the NFL and the sanity that I'm going to have the rest of the night, I hope that you are correct.
I've been impressed so far, man. These teams are not overthinking it too much. Like, they are picking the players that I think that they should pick. I mean, I feel like I could have put out this mock draft and it would have made a lot of sense, right? And people would have been like, "Oh, that's too realistic. It's too realistic."
Is Anthony Richardson the fourth best player in this draft right now? No. But in 7 years, he could be the best player out of this draft if it pops. Right. And so, yes, I'm cool taking that kind of upside at that position. Because like you said, Ryan, sometimes you got to be bold, right? We said that about the Texans. For the Colts, man, we got a chance to have a dynamic quarterback if we're willing to be patient, put the right pieces around him. And there are some decent pieces there at some spots. I mean, you've got one of the best offensive linemen in the game. You've got Michael Pittman as an up-and-coming wide receiver. There are some pieces there, at least for him. But there's also a lot of holes that Chris Ballard needs to fill. And the Colts didn't have to trade up to get one of those guys, which there was some talk about possibly, them being a team that would panic about someone taking their guy and they would trade up to 2 or 3 and they didn't. They stood pat and then they got their guy. They got a guy. I don't know if he was their guy, but they got a guy that I think has a lot of talent, a lot of tools at number 4. So Seattle Seahawks, Ryan. So if they stand pat, where do the Seahawks look here? You had mentioned earlier, I think Jalen Carter is a possible option.
I think that they should stay for 1, and I think they will stay. And I would take Jalen Carter as long as you're comfortable with him. If you're comfortable with him as the 5th overall spot with a player that you could argue is the best player in this draft, I think it's a slam dunk pick as long as you're content with what you have heard from him as a person. If you're comfortable with the person, I think it's a slam dunk. So I'm going to say Jalen Carter is the pick here for the Seattle Seahawks.
So let's say that Seattle's not comfortable investing a number 5 overall pick in Jalen Carter, just for argument's sake. Then where do they go? What are the needs and what is available there? Is it just best available after that? Are there specific needs? We talked about corner. There's offensive line. Where do they go, Ryan, if they decide they're not comfortable with Jalen Carter?
I think they could always go offensive lineman. So I think that offensive tackle would be something that would be on the table. You think of Peter Skoronski if you're comfortable with him as an offensive tackle. You think about Paris Johnson. But honestly, for me, I know Seattle got a tremendous value at their one starting corner last year with Tyree Wilson, out of UTSA, University of Texas San Antonio in the 5th round. I think getting a guy on the other side of him would be a really nice option potentially. Getting a guy like a Devin Witherspoon to be the pairing to a Tyree Wilson, I think that would be a really interesting conversation. So if it's not Jalen Carter, I think cornerback would be a spot that I would be interested in.
All right, Ryan, so the pick is in. If you don't want to know the pick, plug your ears or mute us right now, but this pick is in, and with the number 5 overall pick, the Seattle Seahawks go with Devin Witherspoon, cornerback out of Illinois, who Ryan has said is a guy he loves. And it would seem in this instance, Ryan, that they weren't comfortable taking that number 5 overall pick, and they went right where you said go to. Best cornerback in the draft. Here's the other thing, too. Pete Carroll loves physical corners. And you mentioned during the earlier breakdown that this is one of the best. I think you said the best tackling corner you've ever evaluated. That's a guy that's going to be right up Pete Carroll's alley, Ryan.
He's a different body type than what Pete has liked in the past, too. Like, you're used to the Richard Sherman, who's 6'3", 195 pounds, to the Brandon Browner that's 6'4", 220, to the Byron Maxwell that's 6'1", 205. This kid is sub 6 foot, 5'11" and 5'8", 185 pounds, but he plays like he's one of those big limbed corners that Seattle has loved over the years, man. He is, I mean, if you guys haven't seen the highlights, you just need to go take a look, man. He not only great against the run, he's also maybe the best corner I've ever seen of dissecting and blowing up screen passes. Like, he is that type of dude. When he triggers downhill, he is incredibly explosive, physical. And I mean, don't get it twisted though. My guy is very sticky in coverage as well. He can play man, he can play zone, has great instincts. I love the player. So I'm totally fine with this selection. I think that you can't go wrong. And if you aren't comfortable again with Jalen Carter's off the field stuff, you got an excellent football player, in my opinion, in Devin Witherspoon.
So Ryan, you obviously like the scheme fit. You talked about this. I'll ask you this too. I know you love Devin Witherspoon. Is he good enough that if Jalen Carter is as good as everybody thinks he is, stays clean, does all those kind of things, is this a guy that has the tools to be good enough to say, hey, yeah, Jalen ended up being a dude, but this kid's going to be that guy as well? Is he that kind of player?
I think he can be. I mean, I think he can be where it doesn't drive you crazy that you pass on Jalen Carter, right? It's like, yeah, that's still a really good football player you got. I think in a vacuum, I mean, if you ask me that question, Brian, if Jalen Carter is squeaky clean off the field and they both hit their upsides, Jalen Carter is the much more impactful player, in my opinion.
Of course,
but I think that Devin Witherspoon is a guy that he is going to be more than good enough where you're like, I don't regret that, because he's a really good player.
Yeah, not that really OG Carter's better, but more of a, you know what, that's cool. We made the pick we made for good reasons, and this kid's everything we'd hoped he would be, and you're comfortable with it. So, and look, the reality is every time you have a successful program, successful franchise program, whatever, that has the same leadership in place, you're always trying to kind of recreate that magic that led you there. And, you know, for all the talent that they had, one of the things that was really the driving aspects of that Legion of Boom was they had excellent corners.
Yes.
And especially Richard Sherman. And so you have a chance to kind of at least get on the perimeter and in a division where you're playing against the Rams and they're high up, or a high octane offense in some years. You're playing against Kyler Murray, right? You're playing against the 49ers. You got to have some dudes that can cover, right? And now you just got the best cornerback in the draft. So I like this. And I mean, a lot of people I know that know football that watch this kid a lot more than I have. I've yet to hear anyone say anything bad about this kid at all as a player. All right. Yeah. And so that's obviously a big pickup. So Ryan, let's go to number 6 now. The Detroit Lions are on the clock. And of course, there's a name that's going to be mentioned every single time that a pick is a team is on the clock until it goes. Well, there's really 2, and that's obviously Will Levis and Jalen Carter. The Lions could say, hey, look, we got a chance to get our franchise quarterback as well. They could go Jalen Carter best available, or they could go another direction, Ryan. So let's talk about what the needs are for the Detroit Lions now that they are on the clock.
Yeah, I think the biggest one for me is they are a team that needs cornerback help. They actually just traded Jeffrey Okudah, who was obviously a former top 10 overall, actually top 5 overall selection out of Ohio State. They have Emmanuel Moseley that came in on a 1-year deal at corner, who's a good, solid football player, a guy that I think, will be good on that 1-year deal, but he's coming off an injury, so he's a little bit of a question mark. So cornerback's a big deal, but to be honest, their defense is just it was the 31st ranked defense in the NFL last year, Brian. So defensive line help, cornerback help. I think that this pick comes down for me, as long as they stay put, Jalen Carter, defensive tackle out of Georgia, to be the impact player up front for them. Or I think that they go Christian Gonzalez in a back-to-back cornerback pick here, because I think that when you look at this team, they need cornerback help desperately, but then also they need impact players up front. They got some good edge rushers now in Aiden Hutchinson and James Houston, who was a rookie last year that actually was second on the team in sacks with 8.5, and Aiden Hutchinson at 9.5. But now you're looking at him and saying, where's the interior pressure come from? And it could be Jalen Carter.
They're not taking Jalen Carter here. There is a trade. The Cardinals are moving back up to number 6. The Arizona Cardinals have moved up. They had the number 12 pick, which they got obviously with the Houston Texans. They are using some of that draft capital. They just got Ryan. The Arizona Cardinals are trading back up to number 6. Who are the Cardinals looking for here, Ryan?
It's got to be Jalen Carter. It's got to be. I think. I mean, I feel like
we know it's not going to be. It's not going to be Will Levis. What are their needs, right? I mean, obviously edge rusher. You talked about edge rusher, Jalen Carter. Do they have any other needs that you say that are worth, or is it just, hey, we got to move up to get the best player, arguably the best player in the draft?
It's a bad roster, man. I mean, they have a lot of needs. Cornerback is technically a need. Maybe if they like Christian Gonzalez, maybe that's a move they're taking, but they need impact up front. They lost Zach Allen this offseason as well, who was kind of their interior rusher type, right? Who's a good football player. I think that you lose
Where's
him.
He going, Ryan?
Denver Broncos.
That's right.
Yeah. Good football player, man. I really like Zach a lot. But you need interior pressure, obviously. Jalen Carter would instantly impact that. I think on the offensive side of the football, they're also talking about trading DeAndre Hopkins sometime soon is kind of a talking point. So you might need a wide receiver. I think this is a little bit early for Jaxon Smith-Njigba. So I'm going to say it's going to be Jalen Carter or it's going to be a cornerback. I think it's Jalen though, man. I just think that you traded up for a reason. You saw the best player in the draft potentially there at pick 6 and you decided to take the plunge, but your emotion seems to say
that is
wrong.
Not who they're taking. The pick is in. If you don't want to know the pick, folks, mute us. Or actually, you're gonna have to plug your ears now because we're gonna put it at the bottom. But number 6 is in. They're giving their quarterback what he asked for. With the number 6 pick, Arizona is going to take Paris Johnson Jr., offensive tackle for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
I actually don't hate that pick. I don't hate that pick at all. I think that makes a lot of sense for the simple fact of you have DJ Humphries, who's a solid starting offensive tackle, but I mean, it's a revolving door at the other offensive line positions. Paris Johnson's a player that's played right guard for Ohio State. He started a full year there. He started a full year at left tackle at Ohio State. He's 6'6 plus, 313 pounds, has over 36-inch arms, one of only 5 players in combine history to show up with 36-plus inch arms. He is incredibly talented, man. This is the easiest projection to a left tackle to the NFL, in my opinion, in this draft. And I think that, he brings a lot to the table.
Can I ask you a question about that, Ryan? Do they do this in the NFL? Is there any thought? Because DJ Humphrey plays where right now? Where does DJ Humphrey play right now? Where does DJ Humphrey play right now? He plays left tackle, right?
Yes.
Is there any thought since Paris is a little bit inexperienced as a pure tackle for multiple years, is there any thought to maybe doing what Notre Dame used to do at offensive tackle, maybe start him off at the right side, let him get some experience, and then eventually move him to the left? Or do you think they move DJ? I mean, either way, what did we say earlier, Ryan? If you have a franchise quarterback, build around him. And with Kyler Murray, the best thing you can do is make sure he's protected, especially come off the ACL. So, but my only question would be, and I don't think there's a wrong answer, my only question would be, do you think they may give some thought to putting him at right for now and then grooming him to where he eventually takes over?
I think it's possible because I also think that DJ Humphries might be close to the end of his contract as well. So this might be a situation where you're pairing the tackles together, and then when that transition happens, maybe you don't bring back DJ and then he transitions over to the left tackle. I'm also interested in seeing, because I can't remember, because DJ Humphries obviously played at Florida.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I'm trying to remember, Ryan. I'm going to look and see what DJ's contract situation is right now for the Cardinals too, and that should help us a little bit. So DJ Humphrey's contract on over the cap looks like he is signed through 2025.
So but
but the interesting thing is his cap number jumps up in 2024. But he has no guaranteed money in those 2 years. So he is currently signed through 2025. He's already aged. He'll be 30 this season. So, way to look at it is, look, we got him signed. 22.9 million in 24 and 25 is not going to be stupid for a right tackle, especially when your left tackle is on a rookie contract. So, I mean, it could make, and now you're getting him where he's 31, 32, loses a step, put him at right tackle. I mean, so I think you could see that thing where, hey, look, let's get ourselves some bookends for the next 2-3 years and go from there. So that'll be an interesting look at kind of what they decide to do.
And I was curious about, because I know obviously DJ Humphries played at the University of Florida. I couldn't remember if he had some experience at some point at right tackle or not. So, because obviously Paris has never played right tackle. He's played right guard. So he's been in a right-handed stance, but obviously it's a little bit of a different animal, right guard between right tackle. But regardless, man, we know that the offensive tackle positions are so important. By the way, the Arizona Cardinals' new head coach, Jonathan Gannon, is an absolute goober. I can't stand that guy, but that's another conversation for another day. But
Exactly.
You got your bookend tackles, man. You got your bookend tackles for your starting quarterback now.
Patrick Fitzgerald did have a super chat. He says, appreciate you guys doing this. It's made the draft more entertaining. Ryan is more accurate than the ESPN and NFL Network guys. Yes, he is.
Thank you so much.
Crushing it right now. So, Ryan, so far, I this is about as deep as I've been into a draft where I'm just not like, what were they thinking? I think the only thing you'd say is, the Lions trading back, but I don't even hate that. I need to see what the Lions are going to get. Obviously, we need to see what they're going to get. But I don't hate trading down in this draft. If there's not a guy there, thank you. If there's not a guy there that you believe is this is just the right fit, the right pick, and the need. And the Lions are not a finished product yet where the number 6 pick is sending them the Super Bowl. You pick up some more draft capital to maybe move around for something else or to just get more players. So I don't hate this. I really don't hate this for the Lions. I mean, we'll have to see who they get, right? Go ahead, Ryan.
Brian, how about this? Think about this, though. We now have 2 trades in the top 10, neither for quarterbacks. Which is
isn't that
rare.
wild?
I can't remember the last time I saw that, man. One for an edge rusher and Will Anderson, and the other for an offensive tackle and Paris Johnson. That is a very rare thing, man.
Yeah. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing from these teams. Now it's where it gets interesting because you got some interesting teams coming up, but also you get into that point where at what point does Jalen Carter become too valuable to pass on? And for Bears fans in this chat, they're like, just two more, please.
Yeah, that's it.
Just 2 more pass on him. Number 7, the Las Vegas Raiders. It still sounds weird to say, but let's talk about the Raiders, Ryan. What are their needs and what are the directions they could go with this pick?
I mean, right now their starting quarterback is Jimmy Garoppolo. So, I mean, I could argue that they need a young quarterback for one. That's a spot that I think could be in the cards.
So, no Will Levis, right? Since you said young quarterback.
Just ask me for team needs, man. You're not asking me for offensive line.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Offensive line is another spot. They have their left tackle in Colton Miller, who's a really good player, but they could upgrade right tackle. They could upgrade pretty much anywhere on the offensive line outside of left tackle.
So you're kind of thinking like a Peter Skoronski, a Broderick Jones potentially there if that's the need. Corner, is corner a need for them as well? Could they maybe in line for Christian Gonzalez at this point?
It's possible because they could use a starting corner. They could use a defensive lineman. Again, like this could be a Jalen Carter spot. This could be a Jalen Carter spot. This could be a Peter Skoronski spot. This could be a Will Levis spot. This could be a Christian Gonzalez spot. I mean, honestly, the Raiders have a roster where you look at it and say they could go a bunch of different directions here, man. Like, I honestly have no idea where they're going to go with this spot. This is one of those, like, I thought they might be in the conversation to trade for a quarterback. So if they draft Will Levis here, I won't be shocked. I really won't. If they trade out, I wouldn't be shocked.
Any thought at all to Bijan? I know that there's been some contract stuff with like Josh Jacobs and different things like that. Is this a spot where maybe Bijan becomes a landing spot and Josh Jacobs a guy they trade out, or do you think this is not the ideal fit? The need is not necessarily there for the Raiders.
I don't think the need's there because, one, they still do have Josh Jacobs under contract, right? And then the other side of it is that the Raiders just don't have a good enough roster where I think that you can really – I don't think that you could fundamentally explain – taking a running back in the top 10 when this roster is where it is right now. Like the Atlanta Falcons, I think you can make that conversation. The Philadelphia Eagles, you could absolutely make that conversation at 10 because they have a luxury pick a little bit to take a guy like a Bijan Robinson. But I just think that roster is a mess right now, and I just don't think they can afford to take a running back that early.
So the pick is in. We don't know who that pick is yet, so we'll have that in soon. So it sounds like the Raiders have made their decision. They're not going to trade out of this pick. But they're at that point, like you said, though, Ryan, they're at that point where they could go a lot of different directions. I am very curious to see if they do kind of take the quarterback here. I'm, and if they don't, what happened? I mean, Will Levis is in that part now where if they don't, he doesn't get picked here.
Tennessee
you
Titans,
look at the next few 6. I mean, I don't see the Falcons. I mean, why would you pass on him, take him and pass, give up on Desmond Ridder already? The Bears aren't taking a quarterback. The Eagles aren't taking one at 10. So it starts getting very interesting here, Ryan. Very interesting to see.
Tennessee at 11 is the other big quarterback conversation for me.
Yeah. So, here we're going, Ryan. The pick is in. I'm going to have that here. So again, if you don't want to know, plug it up. But here's where the Raiders are going. They are going with defensive help. They're getting a defensive player. I want to make sure I get the name right, spell it correctly. And that is the Las Vegas Raiders are going with Tyree Wilson, the edge from Texas Tech. First pick that you have an issue with, Ryan. I saw the head roll. I saw the eye roll.
He's just a player that I've wanted to love a lot more than what I have on film, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of good things about his game. I mean, you talk about the 6'5.5", 270 plus pounds. He's got 35.5-inch arms. And he had a really nice season on film this year for Texas Tech, man. He's a kid that can play 5. He can play 4 right. He can even reduce down to a 3-tech at times to take advantage of his length and explosiveness. I just am missing the impact as a pass rusher consistently. Like, I think he's going to be a little bit deficient as a pass rusher, especially early on, because I just don't think he's the most flexible outside rusher of all time. I think he's going to be a pure speed to power guy. He has a really high floor, in my opinion, because I think he's going to be a kick butt run defender. I think that that's an easy one, but I just miss top 10 upside as a pass rusher, which is just why I've hesitated on him a little bit. But he's a good player, man. I just don't know if he's the all-around player worthy enough to go in the top 10 or number 7 overall for me. I think it's just a little high for him.
I will say that is, I have not quite understood a lot of the love for Tyree Wilson, but the one thing I'll say is he is a really good run defender. You're talking about a guy that doubled up his sack numbers and tackles for loss. He was at 7.5 sacks each of the last 2 years. He was over 14 at or above 14 tackles for loss the last 2 years. The one thing I'll say that makes a little bit of sense is you do have a pretty good edge rusher on the other side in Max Cosby. So they say, look, we got a pass rusher there. We don't necessarily need another pass rusher. I do think that, they have a guy inside. They signed Jerry Tillery. Maybe they think he could give them a little bit of pass rushing help up the middle. Perhaps. I'm not quite sure on that one. But they may say, hey, look, we've got an edge rusher that can get after the quarterback on this other side. We're going to go get a guy that will help us just shut down the run. Now, how much sense that makes in the AFC West is a different conversation. When you look at obviously the team to beat in the West is the Chiefs, and they're a team that throws the football. But the Chargers do like to be balanced, and the Broncos are going to like to be balanced. So there are going to be some teams that are going to try to strive for balance, and maybe they think this helps them. But he's a toolsy kid, Ryan. But
very toolsy.
I just never understood the whole taking him over Will Anderson thing. It didn't quite hit. I can live with this pick, Ryan, honestly, because I think, like you said, there is some upside there, and there is a chance where if he doesn't develop as a pass rusher, he can at least be a pretty good run defender. But if you're going to be there, if you're a top 10 pick, though, I get your point. If you're a top 10 pick as an edge guy, you want a guy that can get after the quarterback, I think, as an edge. Interior guy, different animal. But, you need a guy that can be disruptive. But
the one possibility I do love potentially is on obvious pass rushing situations, you reduce him down to an inside technique and play him on the same side as Max Crosby. Like, that's interesting to me. I can get there with that type of alignment. Yeah. Well, do you see this get up he's got on, man? Do you see this? Do you see this suit? Yes. Wow.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Very interesting is a good word.
So, yeah. You do you, buddy. Let's talk about what the Lions got. Okay. I'm trying to find what the Lions got in this trade. So the Lions right now, Ryan, have 5 picks between now or between 12 and 55. So they have a lot coming up here. So they're going to have 12 and 18 in this draft as well. So I am trying to find, I have not seen it yet, what they got at this point in time. I'm trying to find. So let's see, draft, trade, day trade, tacker, trade. Oh my goodness. Trade tracker has not been updated yet. So I don't know exactly what they got. I am trying to find out what they got. So let's go right now, Ryan, number 8. Yep. The Atlanta Falcons are on the board. Where do the Falcons go, Ryan? The pick is going to be in here soon, so we're going to know. But where do you think the Falcons need to look for here?
I think that they are a team that could, again, they could use Jalen Carter to play next to Grady Jarrett. I think I'm going to be a broken record every pick at this point until he's selected. Obviously, he's a Georgia kid, right? Played his ball at the University of Georgia. Atlanta Falcons are on the board. I think that one can make sense. I also love I do love the option, though, of getting Christian Gonzalez to go on the other side of A.J. Terrell. Imagine corners of A.J. Terrell and Christian Gonzalez. That's a lot of length, a lot of athleticism. So Jalen Carter or Christian Gonzalez would probably be where I would go. I really do like the option of trying to get a guy like a Christian Gonzalez on the other side of A.J. Terrell. I think that is some lockdown corners to get excited about.
Let me ask you this question, Ryan. What would you think of them going with a running back here?
It's been a talking point a lot. People have brought this one up because, of course, with Arthur Smith's offense, he was the former offensive coordinator of the Tennessee Titans with Derrick Henry, obviously. And he got a lot last year out of Tyler Algier, the rookie running back out of BYU. So I hesitate on it for a second because I do think that they can get enough out of other not quite as good backs. Like I think that their offense is suited to get good production regardless of how good a running back is. But they did value a guy like a Derrick Henry tremendously under Arthur Smith, obviously at Tennessee. So I don't think it's outlandish, but I'm not sure if it would be where I would go personally.
Real quick, the trade details for the Cardinals and Lions. So the Lions got number 12 overall, number 34 overall. So it's the third pick of the second round. And then they got the 168th overall. They're giving up number 6 and then 81. So they gave up number 6 and a third, and they got back number 12 plus number 34 and then number 168, which I believe is like around 5 or 6. So that is the trade. The pick for the Atlanta Falcons is in, Ryan. And if you don't want to hear it, plug your ears and close your eyes. The Falcons have taken running back Bijan Robinson from the University of Texas. So you talked about it, Ryan. Like it's not necessarily where you would go, but you could understand why they would make that move because, and I'll say this too, what you're doing is, what do we talk about? You think you have a kid at quarterback that you think has a chance to be a good player for you, but he's not a guy, in my opinion, that's a franchise quarterback. So you know what you do? Go get a franchise running back. That's the spin that I would give on this one. And as you mentioned before, Ryan, you said this is one of the 5 best players in the draft. You got one of the 5 best football players in the draft at number 8. You could say there's some needs other places, and I think that you're correct. But whenever you take the best player available that doesn't have the baggage with the other potential best player available, you may say, hey, there might have been better needs, but you got a darn good football player. And with the lack of a franchise quarterback, you decided to take a franchise running back.
I mean, Brian, I've been fully transparent with this. I think there's 3 blue chip players in this class. One was Will Anderson, who went 3rd overall, obviously in the trade up. Number 2, I think, is Jalen Carter that we've been talking about heavily so far. And then 3 is Bijan Robinson. I think Bijan's a special running back. I think he's the best running back to come out since at least Saquon, maybe since Todd Gurley. Like he might be a better prospect than Saquon. I think it's very possible. He brings a
potentially more durable, I believe.
Yes, much more durable, better inside runner than what Saquon was at Penn State. He still has that ability as a jump cut guy, can also create some explosive plays. There's just not a lot there's nothing really to dislike about a guy like Bijan's caliber. He's a really, really good running back coming out of college. So I like it for the simple fact the Tennessee, the Arthur Smith, what Arthur Smith wants to do offensively, which we saw at the Tennessee Titans and what he's done with the Atlanta Falcons over the last 2 years. He wants to run the football extensively. Bijan Robinson is going to run the ball a ton for the Atlanta Falcons, and I'm sure he's going to be very productive doing it.
And it helps Desmond Ridder because you're not going to have to put this team on your shoulders. To your point, Ryan, and great for a Gino Guidugli pupil, right? Desmond Ridder. So I think you've got a guy that some people had said, like I think it's nuts that they said it, that potential number 1 overall pick at quarterback, right? Will Levis still on the board. If you don't have some level of faith in Desmond Ridder, that's a direction you could have gone. I'm glad they didn't. And you got a guy that, to your point, Ryan, if we had the technology to do the cool stuff that ESPN does, he would have been number 1 or 2 on your best available list as you're going through this pick. As you said, he's one of the 3 blue chip guys in this draft, and you got him at number 8. So I like it. And you've got a somewhat mobile quarterback as well that can do some damage as well there. And having a running back that can catch the football is I also think is something that's very important for a young quarterback. So it's not just the run game, but to be able to go and make an impact there as well. So Ryan, the draft is rolling along. Not a pick so far that we hate. Probably a couple that you say you might have gone a different direction, but so far some picks that you see and you like here. So now we're getting up to number 9, Ryan, and we are in the territory where you start seeing some interesting things. It sounds like the Chicago Bears have made a trade, I believe. Wow. Is this accurate? The Philadelphia Eagles, I believe, have traded up to number 9 with the Chicago Bears, and with the pick is in, Ryan. So let me go ahead and get this up.
They're going to take Jalen Carter, aren't they? They're going to take
Yes,
Jalen Carter, aren't they?
Yes, they are. With the number 9 overall pick, the Philadelphia Eagles have traded up with the Chicago Bears to take Jalen Carter, which is absolutely crushing Bears fans right now who think that the Bears should have gotten Jalen Carter. But the Eagles have now traded up to number 9, and the Eagles are taking Jalen Carter, and the Bears trade down to number 10. So what are your thoughts, Ryan?
It's good because I'm going to be able to predict the next pick for the Bears very easy at number 10. It's very easy now, but man, I think it's a great move by the Eagles. I don't think that they gave up a ton probably to move up one spot, and they made sure that nobody jumped them to get Jalen Carter in case he did fall to number 10. And I think that for me, Brian, this is a great move by Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles because there is a need on that interior defensive line at 3 technique. You brought Fletcher Cox back for one more year, but he's a guy that has been on the decline, and he's a guy that's going to be out of there. They also lost Javon Hargrave this offseason. So you reunite Jalen Carter inside with Jordan Davis. And I think the big thing, is that you have someone to mentor this young man for a year, right? You have Fletcher Cox, you have Brandon Graham. They'll be able to have the good foundation around a guy like a Jalen Carter in case there is any uneasiness to him as from an off the field perspective. So I think it's a home run pick by the Eagles. And that pains me to say, because for people that don't know, I live right outside of Philadelphia and I'm a born Eagles hater, but great pick by the Philadelphia Eagles. It's incredible. Really good job.
I mean, you talked about it, Ryan. You're the defending NFC champions, and you've picked up draft capital, right, throughout this process, and you just moved up to get one of the best players in the draft. You take all the other stuff aside, you got one of the best players in the draft, and a guy that's going to be motivated, in my opinion, to prove some people wrong. You hope, at least you hope anyway, to prove some people wrong. So, very talented player. Jalen Carter's where did you have him on your board overall, Ryan? If we're just forget need, where was he on your board?
Just in a vacuum, he was the number 1 player on my board overall in this class. I think he's
taking
the best player
all the other stuff out of the equation. Yes. You're talking about a guy that some people thought could be the number 1 pick a couple months ago. At the very least, the first non-quarterback drafted, and the Eagles were able to trade up one spot. So they're going to give up something, but they're not giving up they're not giving up the franchise to move up one spot to get that pick, right? And so it's a very interesting move here by the Eagles to trade up and for the Bears to trade down. That's the other part. What are your thoughts on this, Ryan? I mean, the Bears, obviously, you talked about it before the show, right? The Bears had 20 sacks last year as a team, and you just passed on arguably the best defensive lineman in the draft to trade down. Let me hear it, Ryan. I mean,
offensive line is a big need for them. I just don't think unless they're going to go a Lucas Van Ness here, which I just don't think is going to happen. I think that the Chicago Bears are going to take Peter Skoronski, the offensive tackle out of Northwestern. He's a Chicago kid. He's an Illinois kid, bred. He's played his football in the city of Chicago, obviously at Northwestern. He meets a need. They need offensive tackles. They need offensive guards. They need everything on that offensive line. And he's been a fan favorite of the Bears so far through this process. So I think they're going to stick with the Chicago kid, man. I think it's going to be Peter Skoronski when it's all said and done here.
And they picked up so you're talking about a guy, Ryan, that you think the Bears value, right? Yes. At a position of need that supports your franchise quarterback. It's risky because you pass up a great player at another position of need. But anytime a team is attempting to build around their franchise quarterback, because the Bears have now made 2 trades this offseason that have said, Justin Fields is our guy, right? They traded down number 1 from number 1 instead of trading Justin Fields and taking a quarterback. And now they've passed on a defensive lineman to trade down a spot to build up their offensive line with the intention of protecting the quarterback. Do you see him as right or left is he going to stay at left for the Bears? Probably, Ryan.
I actually think he might start his career at right tackle if he is the selection to the Bears, because they actually drafted Braxton Jones in the 6th round last year. Was rookie out of Southern Utah, and he actually played pretty decent ball for them last year. So I think they might keep him at left tackle, see if he keeps developing. And then I think that Skoronski might potentially be the right tackle to start. And if he fails at right tackle, he's going to be a really good guard on the next level, right? So I think that he's a player that you can potentially upgrade multiple spots. And he's one of those guys that I think the moniker actually fits of he can really get your 5 best offensive linemen on the field. Skoronski can fit into a lot of different areas, in my opinion.
So the draft, what they did for the trade information is in, Ryan, and according to Ari Mirov, the Bears got a 4th round pick in the 2024 draft. So they traded down 1 spot and picked up a 4th next year, and are obviously passed on Jalen Carter. So again, if you're seeing a team that says we had to get an offensive lineman, he's a Chicago kid, as you mentioned. Yep. He played high school and college football in the Chicago area, and we've got to protect our franchise quarterback. And then you picked up a 4th round pick next year to do it. I'm a little surprised they only got a 4th, I guess, for next year. But I mean, look, getting anything and you're still going to get your guy, because otherwise, what they probably would have done, right, just stay there at 9 and taken.
They probably would have taken Skoronski there, yeah.
Peter Skoronski, right? So you're picking up a 4th, and you're getting an offensive line to protect your quarterback. So I mean, agree or disagree with the move, we're explaining to you why this move is being made, and so we'll see. The Bears are interesting. There's no doubt, man. The Bears keep you. The Bears keep you on your toes, Ryan. But love. I do love that pick for the Eagles, though, Ryan. I'm with you on that, because he's reunited with Jordan Davis. You've got another guy that can take reps on the inside, as you mentioned. You've got the heir apparent to Fletcher Cox, and a kid that you hope is going to be motivated, right? And look, there's obviously some issues for Jalen Carter here, but we're not talking about a guy that, as far as I know, has a history of any sort of abuse towards women, no substance abuse issues. It's a guy that is very immature and made a very costly mistake being just stupid, driving too fast in his car. It's a horrible thing. A young man and a young woman lost their lives. That's tragic. But at the end of the day, you've got to say, like, I don't even know how to say this without it coming across cold and callous, Ryan. But look, there's character issues that just should plummet a guy. And then there's character issues where, like, this is something we can work on. This is something that we can help him get through. It's not a substance addiction. It's not a guy that abuses women or those type of things. This is something you can work with. And hopefully this is a young man who's had enough humiliation because of all this and lost a friend. That's the biggest thing about it, is he lost a friend.
Yep.
There's nothing you can say about him when it comes to the NFL that's going to be worse than him losing a friend. I hope that this is something that helps Jalen get his life together, because, as you mentioned, Ryan, he has got a chance to have a very special NFL career. There's no doubt about it.
Brian, the name I wrote down as a comp, and again, like, I'm hesitant on giving guys comps sometimes, because I think that there's some people, I try to do style comps, right? What a player reminds me of, not necessarily a predictor of success. And people have a hard time disassociating that, right? That I'm not saying that this guy is going to be that guy, but there's a lot of Warren Sapp in his game. There is, man. I think that he could be that type of dude where, yes, he can anchor against double teams. He can do stuff at the point of attack, but this kid could be a legitimate pass rusher and penetration style player that can be special. Like,
whoa.
Oh, no.
Whoa.
Are Bear
the
fans
Bears have made the number 10 pick, Ryan.
Are Bear fans about to lose their mind? Oh, no.
I don't know. The Bears did not take Peter Skoronski. Right
really?
Position, wrong guy. The Chicago Bears, with the number 10 overall pick, are going to take Darnell Wright, offensive tackle from Tennessee. So, Ryan Roberts, man, let's get your instant reaction to this pick for the Chicago Bears, taking Darnell Wright over in like local boy. Darnell Wright. I will say this to your point earlier. You were talking about how the kid they drafted last year is a left tackle. This is a natural right tackle.
Yes.
So scheme fit. I mean, like, being fair, scheme fit. This makes a lot of sense. I just don't know if I love that at number 10. That's just my only deal.
He had a really nice 2022 season. Really much better than 2021. I didn't love the 2020 film at all. I thought 2022 was much improved. He's a huge player, over 6'5", 330 plus pounds, also has 34 plus inch arms. So he hits all the size measurables you want at the offensive tackle position. He's incredibly powerful, but he's got pretty nuanced hands. I do have some reservations about his ability to play against outside track rushers consistently. Speed, I think, is going to give him some issue at times. And he drops his head on contact a lot, which I think is going to cause him issues at the next level. But he's certainly a very strong, powerful right tackle who could also play guard and be a really good guard, I think, potentially, if that's a trajectory he has. So would not have been my pick. I think he's a good football player. I think he'll be a good offensive lineman at the next level. But I think 10 is just a little high for me in this class.
Well, let me ask you, Ryan, just for how high, how much high, like where would the spot where if he fell into for an offensive tackle needy team, what you'd have felt like, hey, you know what, this is the range. Is it 15? Is it 20? Where would that range be for you?
I would have started thinking about Darnell in this draft somewhere in the 20 to 32 range, somewhere in this. So I'm talking back half of the the first round, excuse me. I just think that there's a little bit of specificity to a player like a Darnell Wright. I think that he, for certain systems, could be a really good right tackle at the next level. For a team that is a Tennessee Titans style, a Baltimore Ravens style, a team that really does like bigger offensive tackles that are going to run a lot of RPO, that are going to run the ball heavily, that are really going to ask the short set a lot in pass protection, that's your guy, in my opinion. I just have some reservations about him as a true 45 and vertical setter and as a pass protector. But obviously the one good thing is that the Chicago Bears are going to run the ball a lot. They have a mobile quarterback. They have a good running back. Even without David Montgomery on the roster anymore, they still have Khalil Herbert, who I'm a big fan of at running back. I think they're going to run the ball tremendously well. So I think that in that instance, Darnell Wright fits stylistically what they want to do as an offense. Again, it's just 20 to 32 would have been where I would have been more happy with taking a guy like a Darnell Wright.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, so take the value position, the range away. You don't hate this pick without any context. Take all the context of who was available, because there's two ways to look at a pick, Ryan. One is you could have had here, this was available. The other is just take all that out of the equation. Did the Bears make themselves a better football team by taking Darnell?
In a vacuum.
Take all the right. That's the thing is, and that's important. Now it's not negating the fact that yes, but you're gonna have to pay this guy like the number 10 overall pick when he's more the number 25 overall pick. I get all that, but I kind of like looking at it different ways, right? Like yes, you could have had this guy, but if you take it out, does this kid have the chance to make the Bears a better football team? And
he definitely makes the Bears
exactly. I agree. Yeah. I agree. I mean,
because the Bears' offensive line is an issue right now. It's not very good, right? So any offensive lineman, I think, could make any good offensive lineman could make this team a better team, just in theory, right? And just in a vacuum. So it definitely makes them a better team. I just think that Skoronski is just a better football player, in my opinion. Like that's just kind of where I come down to. But in a vacuum, for sure. They're a better football team with Darnell Wright than without Darnell Wright. No doubt.
I think there's two tackles right now on the board that I think are better than Darnell Wright. For me, I also think Roger Jones is a better offensive tackle than Darnell Wright.
Agree.
So I'm with you on that. I'm simply trying to say, does this? I mean, because like there's hey, I would have gone here, and then there's doing what the Texans did a couple years ago and taking Titus Howard. They're just like, no. Like this,
hey man, that's Alabama speak. Great.
This isn't that, is what you're saying though. This isn't that.
Oh no, it's not that.
You still got a guy that would have been a first round pick somewhere, just not necessarily where you should have been. Do you think there might have been? I mean, I wonder if there was some more options there, some trade options there, if there were teams maybe willing to move down again more for the Bears. But yeah, this is a very interesting pick, Ryan. Very interesting pick for them. Yeah, but as you said, big kid, physical. Can so I'll tell you this, the thing I saw from film, Run, he's a little tight in the hips,
yes,
right, and I think that could hurt him a little bit, but if he can get past that, he's a guy that brings some value in the run game as well. He's a strong kid, and the Tennessee didn't necessarily run a power running system, but I think he could fit into one where he's going to be a part of a good run blocking offensive line. But yeah, I'm with you. I think there were better players left. There were two offensive tackles for me that I would have taken over him, and as we mentioned. But the Bears did make themselves a better football team, and they got a 4th round pick next year. I mean, so whatever, they got a little bit something out of it. But I'm going to be very curious to see where they go. And look, I mean, as we kind of get ready for the next pick, obviously the number 11 pick is the is going to be the Tennessee Titans, right? Their pick is in now too, Ryan, and it's now that we talk about it. So I'm not going to ask you to talk about it, and then knowing when I know the pick. So we're just going to go ahead and get the pick in. But the Tennessee Titans, with the number 11 overall pick in the first NFL draft, go offensive line. They take Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle from Northwestern. Let's talk about it, Ryan.
I love the pick, man, because I look at Tennessee. They just released Taylor Lewan, who's their long-time left tackle. They also have a need at right tackle. They don't have right now they're trying to figure out if that's still in Radens, if that's going to be somebody else. They're not really sure. So they have needs at both tackle spots. And they also have, they could upgrade a guard spot as well inside.
Which he could also be. My stance. I love Peter Skoronski as a guard. I do. At the next level. Because my only question on him, Ryan, I love the technique, the toughness, he's a quality athlete. I just question the tackle body at the next level with the length. That's my only issue. Tackle game, but does he have a tackle? And in the NFL, Ryan, that matters a lot more than it does in college football. Right?
It does.
That's why we saw Zach Martin move inside. But that's kind of the comp for me. I don't know if he's as, maybe powerful in the run game, but I could see something like that too, where this guy steps in at guard and he's a all-pro guard for the next 10 years. Yeah. And so that versatility is important too, right? Because let's say they draft him and they decide they're going to play him at left tackle and be the replacement for Taylor Watt, and he doesn't stick. Okay. Move him somewhere else. He can play other places, right? And I think that's important.
He might just be one of those players too that's extremely rare that I think that he could be a good player at maybe 5 different positions. Like I think it's possible, right? Like could there be a higher upside inside? It's very possible. And I think there's a reality. The one good thing I was happy to see with his combine measurement though, Brian, was that he had short arms, only 32 and an eighth, I think, which is very short for an offensive tackle. But he actually had right around an 80-inch wingspan, just slightly under. So his wingspan was actually good for his arm length, which was nice to see.
Which means he's got really broad shoulders is what that basically means. Right.
Which helps.
And so now here's the thing is like which of those two, if you're Ryan, you're my director of scouting, right? Yep. What do you value more? Right? This is what we're looking at, Ryan. Does the wingspan matter more to you or does the arm length matter more to you? And I would say it depends. Are we talking pass pro or run game? In run game, it's the arm length. In pass pro, it's the wingspan to me. Because oftentimes it's trying to get out to that.
It's trying to play outside of your frame. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So that'll be the interesting pick for me. So Peter Skoronski.
I think it also matters what rusher you're playing as a pass protector as well, too, right? If I'm playing a power-based rusher who likes to get inside of my chest, that's where the arm length could hurt myself a little bit because I just don't have that.
So he's going against an Isaiah Foskey type of guy, a Tyree Wilson type of guy. Those guys.
But if I'm facing a Harold Landry type that's a pure outside track kid, like I want that wingspan because I could just wash him out around the track with a good wingspan. So it really does matter.
Speaking of that, Ryan, let's look at the conference fit. When you look at the teams in the conference, obviously you have like the Indianapolis Colts and the different teams in that division. How does that fit against what he's going to be going against in this particular instance? What kind of edge rushers is he going to have to fit against?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go against Will Anderson, obviously. So Will Anderson has 34-inch arms or 33 and 7/8, I think it was, somewhere in that ballpark, right? So he's going to be able to outreach him a little bit at times, dependent. But outside of that, I mean, the Tennessee Titans when they're going against the Indianapolis Colts don't have true outside track guys. They have DeForest Buckner inside, but they're not going to be playing against tackles a ton if that's where he ultimately does play. The Houston Texans will have Will Anderson, which will be obviously a tough matchup. The Jaguars will have Trayvon Walker, and they'll have Josh Allen, who are both long guys, right? Like Allen's more of a speed guy than what Walker is. Walker's a pure power guy. So I think the Jaguars might be able to give him some problems with a little bit of length they have. But other than that, I think he will do solid in that division because I don't think there's a bunch of great power rushers in that division right now. Other than, I wouldn't even call Trayvon Walker a great power rusher. I would just call him powerful. So, and
you're still a run team. I mean, the Titans are still a team that's going to run the footballs until they get rid of Derrick Henry. They're a team that's going to run the football, and I think that he brings some value in that regard. And yeah, so I like this pick. I like this pick for the Titans. And also, I'm glad that they didn't take a quarterback. I mean, I think this could have been that one where they could have said, "Hey, Will Levis at number 11, right? That's people think we need a quarterback." I think you had mentioned potentially as Will Levis or Tennessee being a team that if Anthony Richardson fell there, would have looked at Anthony Richardson. So
I have no idea where Will Levis is going to go, by the way. I'm looking at this board right now. I have no idea where Will Levis is going to go, Brian. We might be looking at a Brady Quinn-esque, Johnny Manziel-esque type of fall here, man. Like I don't know.
Because I'm looking at it. I mean, you don't see a lot of teams coming up that have quarterback needs, right? I mean, unless Washington at number 16 decides Sam Howell's not their guy, or some team trades up. But the Tennessee Titans or the Detroit Lions are on the clock, Ryan, and their pick is in. And obviously, just real quick, obviously the Detroit Lions are traded down to get this pick correct. This was originally their number 6 spot, right?
Correct.
And they're going to go in an interesting direction, Ryan. The Detroit Lions are taking me a minute to type this all in, folks. So the Detroit Lions are going with Alabama running back Jahmyr Gibbs at the number 12 pick.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
First stunner, I think first true stunner of the night, Ryan, is taking the second running back in the draft at number 12. So yeah, let's talk about it.
So I knew Jahmyr Gibbs was going to go high. There has been reports recently that he was going to go in the top 20. So it's not a shock that gets drafted high because he has a lot of dynamic ability. I think that he does fit the NFL offense and stylistically what the league wants to be really well. My hesitation here mostly, Brian, is that the Detroit Lions right now have David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift under contract at running back. Why is the need there for this pick?
Right.
I don't understand.
Unless you're talking about it as the pass game fit. I mean, that would be the thought is Jahmyr Gibbs is a very dynamic weapon in the pass game. Perhaps that is. You asked the question. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of potential answers there. I've never felt Jahmyr Gibbs was an every down running back. And so for a coach that likes to use the tight ends and want to run the football, you've now got a running back that brings some value. Maybe they want to do some 2-back looks. They have a guy that's now a really legitimate third down weapon in the pass game. Those would be the things that I would say I look at, Ryan, and justify. Like, well, let's talk about, I mean, where do you think the Lions should have looked here at this number 12 spot? Like, what guys on the board? What were the needs? You had mentioned earlier when the Lions were on the board with the number 6 spot. We had talked about the possibility that they could look at corner there. Yep. Obviously, Devin Witherspoon went a spot early. A lot of people projected Devin Witherspoon there. You have Christian Gonzalez on the board at there. What are some other positions that you would have liked to see the Lions look at? There's some offensive linemen on the board. Where would you have liked to see the Lions go here, Ryan?
I think Christian Gonzalez would have been the number 1 pick for me as far as a player that I think would have fit a big need that they have on the roster, cornerback. I also think continuing to add interior defensive line would have been interesting. So maybe a Bryan Bresee, if you're very okay with the durability stuff that he's had in the past, that could have been another conversation piece. I'm also curious here, Brian, now with Jahmyr Gibbs fits with the Detroit Lions. I'm curious if that is because they signed David Montgomery this offseason. I'm curious if this means that DeAndre Swift might be on the move some point here because then I could be like, okay, David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs as a tandem, it's pretty good. I kind of like that tandem, right?
And you still have Jamar Jefferson for depth,
fit into there?
Right.
What's that?
I mean, that's the thing. For like depth as a lead back, you still have Jamar Jefferson there, right, from Oregon State, who could be a guy that provides depth behind those top 2 guys. So, look, this is the most versatile running back in the draft, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, he is. 12 is interesting, and that's a bit of a storyline too, Ryan, is we keep hearing how the running back position is just not valued the way that it used to be. You have two running backs going in the top 12 of this year's NFL draft. That's a major storyline that I did not have on. You talked earlier about your bingo card, right? I did not have that on my bingo card. 2 running backs going in the top 12. I thought there could be 2 in the first round, like as you mentioned. I think somebody's going to take Jahmyr in the first round, but 2 in the top 12. Very interesting development here, Ryan. Very interesting development.
It's very wild, man. It's very wild. And again, I mean, we're talking about a team too that Dan Campbell's a pretty old-fashioned coach, man. He brings kind of that tough guy persona to the table. I would have thought that he would be more of a guy that wants to build from the inside out a little bit more, but they're excited in that war room, man. Look at that. I would not get near Dan Campbell right now. That guy might punch me in the face if he's too excited.
Yeah. So, Ryan, let's go. The number 13 pick is now on the board. The Green Bay Packers are on the board. Green Bay acquired this pick, what was it, yesterday, 2 days ago, when the Aaron Rodgers trade was made. Part of the trade that they made with the New York Jets was they swapped first-round picks. Green Bay went from 15 to 13. this is one of those picks that you start saying this is a team that's kind of in that tight end range here. Some other interesting players on the board right now, Ryan. Before the Packers selection is made, what are some of the needs and what are some of the directions that you think the Packers could go here with this number 13 spot?
I really think that you need to get Jordan Love a pass catcher in this spot. I really do. I think that they are a team that is desperately in need. You got Christian Watson in last year's draft, who's a nice deep threat, right? You got Romeo Doubs, who's another guy out of Nevada last year that can push the defense vertically. But I think that you really need to get some short to intermediate separators as pass options in the passing game right now. So tight end, Michael Mayer, I think, is a talking point for me. It's a conversation. I also think Jaxon Smith-Njigba out of Ohio State is another conversation point because him in the slot to go along with those speedy outside receivers that the Green Bay Packers have. I really think, though, regardless, you need to get a middle of the field target for a guy like a Jordan Love early on in his career. You need to get either that's a tight end of Michael Mayer's caliber or that's a dynamic slot receiver in Jaxon Smith-Njigba. Get him a player that can really work the middle of the field and present an easy targets. I think that's what I'm really looking at.
Okay, I just got a text from Vince, Ryan, and he goes, I hope that they take a receiver now with the first round pick now that Rodgers is gone. That would be such a jerk move.
I know, we were begging for years, man. They never did it. Yeah.
Let me ask you this question, Ryan. Is it a no-brainer that Jaxon Smith-Njigba goes here if he doesn't get hurt last year? I mean, do you feel like it's a no-brainer that this is here, that he's the first receiver? I shouldn't say here because the Packers don't do this. But do you think it's a no-brainer that he's the number one receiver off the board if he doesn't get hurt last year?
Yes. Yeah, most likely. I mean, because I think he's kind of a no-brainer this year to be the first receiver off the board regardless, even with the injury, right? Like I think he's just the cleanest wide receiver in this class for me, Brian. Like you can talk yourself into Quentin Johnston from TCU to a degree, right? Like you can talk yourself into him with the size, athleticism combination he has. You can talk yourself into Zay Flowers. You can talk yourself into Joshua Downs. I mean, I'm a big Joshua Downs fan, but I just think that Jaxon Smith-Njigba is the high floor receiver in a class that has some ceilings, but doesn't have a lot of floor in this class. So I struggle with this wide receiver class a little bit. I'm not the biggest fan of the world, but I think Jaxon Smith-Njigba is just the easiest projection of these wide receivers this year, in my opinion.
Let's talk about the tight end being an option here, Ryan. Actually, I'm going to see here if it's been updated to find out if the pick has been made, and it has, and the pick has been made. So they are not going offense here for their young quarterback. So let's go with the Green Bay Packers and get the proper spelling of this name.
Oh, I think I know who it is. I think I know who it is.
Yep. So who do you think it is, Ryan? You sure you want to say that out loud before?
I think it might be Lucas Van Ness. I might be wrong.
The Green Bay Packers have selected Lucas Van Ness of the defensive end for the Iowa Hawkeyes. You and I were talking about him on a show recently, Ryan, at Irish Breakdown about what they're doing at Iowa. So let's talk about the fit here. I feel like this is a team that's been drafting a lot of edge rushers lately. Obviously, Rashawn Gary lately. Let's talk about the need and the fit here, Ryan, with Lucas Van Ness. Obviously, an outstanding, productive football player at the University of Iowa.
Well, he's their type. Typically, right? Like you mentioned Rashawn Gary, who's kind of that speed to power converter. They've had Preston Smith. They've had Zadarius Smith at a point in his career as well. They like this type of edge rusher. Funny enough, Brian, the person that I compared Lucas Van Ness to was former Green Bay Packer Aaron Campman. So I think that there's some parallels to their games, and I think that this is what the Packers usually kind of fall for as an edge rusher. So I like Lucas, man. I think that he is a incredibly toolsy pass rusher, a guy that speed to power, has played up and down the Iowa offensive line, really impressive athlete for the position, still raw from an edge rusher perspective because he's just used in so many different areas for the Iowa Hawkeyes. But another guy that was under-recruited, a three-star player that had to develop into his frame during his career at Iowa. And we were just talking about the show earlier on Irish Breakdown about how Iowa has just consistently, historically, produced defensive players and gotten the most out of the talent. And I think that Lucas Van Ness is a guy that year 2, year 3 is going to be a whole lot better than year 1. But I think stylistically, he's the type of pass rusher that Green Bay has had a lot of success with historically.
So Ryan, you like this pick? How would you like? You think
like
does this make sense for you? Okay.
Yeah, I think I like it. Like again, I would have gone with a pass catcher. But I think that Lucas Van Ness at pick 13 is a good range for him because he's not a finished product. If he was a finished product or close to a finished product, he would be a top 10 no-brain pick because he is a freak of nature from an athleticism perspective. There's still some development needs to happen, but if you told me in 3 to 4 years that this is the second best edge rusher in this class, I would believe you very much. And he gave Paris Johnson a lot of fits in the Ohio State game this year. He also gave Peter Skoronski a whole lot of fits in the Northwestern game. So I like him, man. I think he's a really good football player.
So now the Packers have obviously made their pick at number 13, and now the New England Patriots are on the board at number 14, Ryan. What are some directions that the Patriots should go here at number 14?
I'm going to echo a lot of the same things I just said with the Green Bay Packers, but I think pass catcher is another spot that makes a lot of sense. I mean, right now their leading receiver returning, I think, is Kendrick Bourne. They've done the Melson Aguilar thing over the last couple of years. They traded for Devontae Parker this offseason. Like, they just don't have a proven number one receiver in the current states of this team. So I look at the New England Patriots and I say, Jaxon Smith-Njigba makes a lot of sense. A wide receiver in general makes a lot of sense. So for New England, Brian, like I really, again, I think that even though it looks like New England may have just traded the pick, so that doesn't quite matter anymore.
So New England has traded the number 14 overall pick. This is with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Katie, your team is on the clock. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, Ryan. So let's talk about it. The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded up. The Steelers originally had, what was their original pick, Ryan? Actually,
they were 17, I think.
17? Well, right now, ESPN is still showing that they have the number 17 pick. So I'm very curious to see kind of what the Steelers are giving up here. But they traded back. They got number 17 and a fourth rounder. So the Steelers gave up a fourth round pick to move up to number 14. So what are the Steelers looking for here, Ryan?
Again, pass catcher, I think is a spot. I mean, we're starting to get in that pass catcher area of this draft. Wide receiver, they have Deonte Johnson, who's a solid football player. They traded Chase Claypool this offseason. They're 2 years removed from Juju Smith-Schuster. Could be a wide receiver. Wouldn't say tight end is a crazy spot either, Brian. Like, this is another one of those teams where Michael Mayer, I think, is in play. So pass catcher, man, for 3 straight picks here, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a pass catcher.
Do you feel like we're kind of in that range for a guy like Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid? I mean, because again, we're trying to not necessarily be just a Notre Dame only show right now. Do you think that what do you think right now is more important for the Steelers? Do you think tight end or receiver?
I think wide receivers,
the players involved just need.
Yeah. I think wide receiver is a little bit more important for the Pittsburgh Steelers because, again, I think that they have a clearer need there, especially without Claypool, without Juju Smith-Schuster in that spot, right? So Jaxon Smith-Njigba, I think, makes sense. I think another pick before it's kind of put out there, I think, is Christian Gonzalez might be another spot for them because they're a team that desperately does need cornerback help as well. So Christian Gonzalez or Jaxon Smith-Njigba would probably be my bet, but I wouldn't discount just a pass catcher in general.
Well, I have not seen the pick just yet, so we're trying to find out here. I'm trying to check with my sources here. I joke about the sources. It's the guys that leak the picks early on Twitter is where we're getting a lot of this stuff. So far, Ryan, the pick has not been posted, so I'm very curious to see. Oh, here we go. The Pittsburgh Steelers are making their their 14 overall pick. They're not going with a pass catcher. They are going on offense, however. They are going to take Georgia offensive tackle Broderick Jones to give a little protection for old Kenny Pickett. So let's talk about it, Ryan. What do you think? What does this add to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Honestly, it took me off guard a little bit because I have a really close friend who is a Steelers beat writer, and he said that they thought that they were actually going to ignore offensive line in the first round, even though they should, because they have right now their starting offensive tackles are Dan Moore Jr. at left tackle and Chuck Okorafor at right tackle. So they could use an upgrade there, to say the least. Yeah. And I think Broderick Jones, whether he's at left tackle or at right tackle, it makes a lot of sense, man. A little bit of a pre-draft smoke screen, or do you think that maybe some guys fell that they didn't think would fall at this point? I think it might be a combination of both, to be honest. I mean, I think that there was a situation where they thought, because they made the trade up from 17 to 14. I thought maybe you could stay pat too as well, and maybe a Darnell Wright falls into your lap at 17. But when that happens, I think that they say, we need to make sure we get our guy in Broderick Jones, or else we're in a little bit of a tough situation moving forward as far as who's going to be left on the board at offensive line. So they get a guy like Broderick, Brian, and like honestly, outside of probably Paris Johnson, might have the highest upside of any offensive tackle in this class. I mean, like he
was my number 2 offensive tackle simply because I'm not certain. Peter Skoronski is a better football player. But for me, Ryan, I'm just not sold that Peter Skoronski is a tackle at the next level. I'll say this. He was my number 3 offensive lineman. He was my number 2 tackle in this draft. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair.
It's a good pick. And look,
I think it's also very smart.
Go. Yeah. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it's very smart too, because they jumped in front of the New York Jets, and the New York Jets have a clear needed offensive tackle. So they may have also been a little panicked that maybe the Jets would have drafted Broderick Jones at 15.
Look, here's the deal, Ryan. Whatever you think of Kenny Pickett being the pick on the first round last year, they took a quarterback in the first round. So you have 2 options. Number 1, we screwed up. This ain't the guy. Find another quarterback. You trade up, take Will Levis. Okay. Or, hey, look, we think Kenny Pickett's got some ability. He didn't have a very good offensive line. The receiver situation was a hot mess with some attitudes. We had to trade a guy out. There's some young talent there with George Pickens and some different things. So we're gonna kind of turn into this skid, so to speak, or we're gonna say we're gonna build around this kid. We're gonna make sure that if Kenny Pickett doesn't make it, it's not because we didn't get him the tools to be successful. And so in that regard, I can't argue with it too much. He was my second tackle on the board. They had a need there, and they have a franchise quarterback. Well, right now, the franchise quarterback's a young kid that needs the support. So you take an offensive tackle or do you take a receiver? For me, give me the offensive tackle now, and I go find me a receiver in the second or third round. Same with tight end. That's the way I look at it. Especially when it's a guy like if Darnell Wright was here, I'd say take the receiver. But with Broderick Jones being my number 2 tackle, I'm actually comfortable with this pick here, Ryan, for me.
Yeah, no, I get that. I think for me as well, the Pittsburgh Steelers traditionally, Brian, they were always a team that built through the offensive line out. I mean, they always had excellent offensive lines. Over the last couple of years, it has not been the same. I mean, the David DeCastro years are long gone at this point. The Marquise Pouncey years are long gone. They need to continue to build the offensive line up, and I feel like they've kind of ignored that over the last couple of years. So I'm there for it, man. I think that regardless of if it is Kenny Pickett long-term or it ends up not being Kenny Pickett long-term, whoever the quarterback is going to have a really nice offensive tackle now in Broderick Jones to build around.
So let's look at pick number 15, Ryan. We talked earlier about the trade that was made between the Jets and the Packers. Now the New York Jets are in the 15th spot as part of that trade. They've got their franchise quarterback for a couple of years, obviously, in Aaron Rodgers. So where do they go? Do the Jets kind of throw him a bone and say, hey, man, they never did this for you. We're going to go get you a receiver? Or do you think with the guys they have there that they're comfortable with the pass catchers and they go somewhere else? So what are the options? What are the directions that the Jets could go here, Ryan, with this number 15 overall pick?
I think 2 options right off the top of my head is one, again, I feel like we've said his name a bunch already. Christian Gonzalez, I think, is on the table because you pair him with Sauce Gardner on the other side of him. I think that is a tremendous cornerback pairing, 1-2. But honestly, and Brian, I believe this wholeheartedly. I don't know if you agree with this. The reason that there was a big rift between the Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers the last few years is that Aaron Rodgers felt like he needed more help. He wanted them to get him more help. And what did they do? They continue to ignore it. No, we don't need to get you a pass catcher. We don't need to get you a pass catcher. With this trade, I have to think that Aaron Rodgers has a little bit of inputs into this decision now. So I'm going to say it's going to be a wide receiver. I know I back to the well, right? Back to the well here, but I think it's going to be a wide receiver. If it is a wide receiver, it will be Jaxon Smith-Njigba for me. But I think that that's the spot right now because Broderick Jones is off the board. If Broderick Jones was still there, I would probably pound the table for him because they have some offensive tackle question marks. Mekhi Becton has been banged up the last 2 years, hasn't been fully healthy.
Nor do I think he ever will be. Honestly,
he might never be.
I mean, that was always my concern with him coming out, right? You had an interesting one. You talked about Christian Gonzalez, man. You talk about getting Christian Gonzalez and Sauce Gardner in back-to-back draft classes. Like, good luck NFC East trying to throw the ball, or AFC East trying to throw the ball on this squad. That would be quite the move. But I mean, okay, it's your pick, Ryan. Where do you go right now? I mean, you got Garrett Wilson last year. You brought in Alan Lazard. Do you go tight end here? You know, do you go Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid, or do you say, hey, we got Tyler Conklin? I mean, I feel like a receiver with with Garrett Wilson last year, they got Corey Davis. You've got Alan Lazard, who obviously is a guy that Aaron Rodgers loves. You've got a good running back as long as he's healthy. Do you go offensive line? Do you go tight end? Or I mean, are they going to just say, hey, sorry, Aaron, we're going defense? I just feel like that's just not the way you want that relationship to start off, Ryan. And nor do I think they necessarily have as big of needs on defense as they do on offense right now. That's just my
They don't. The defense is going in the right direction. I just don't know if there's an offensive lineman for me personally that I would be comfortable with here. I mean, the next guy's probably Anton Harrison out of Oklahoma. Like, he's a good player, but I just don't know if the 16th overall selection is the spot, or the 15th overall selection is the spot that I would personally like in Anton Harrison. Mm-hmm. I think for me, Brian, you look at this offense, they have a bunch of outside receivers on this team now. Garrett Wilson can kind of do a little bit of everything. He can move inside and out. But you have Alan Lazard, who's kind of that big body pass catcher, 6'5", former Iowa State Cyclone. Jaxon Smith-Njigba reunites with Garrett Wilson. Sounds like an interesting conversation for me, an interesting proposal. Mm-hmm. So that would probably be my spot, man. Like, again, I think that if Aaron Rodgers was comfortable coming to the New York Jets, I think there was a fundamental understanding that he wants more input in what the roster is going to look like, because he didn't have any basically with the Green Bay Packers. He was very frustrated about that. So,
and that doesn't have to mean draft, right? To your point, that could mean there's a guy that they're going to make a trade for or sign as a free agent or something like that. Right. But I mean, to your point, this could be a slot. There's a couple good pass catchers on the board right now, in my opinion, that you could look at right here.
Yep.
At wide receiver or tight end. You could have Jaxon Smith-Njigba and Garrett Wilson reunited, to your point. Garrett Wilson was still an outside guy for the Jets last year, right? Was he primarily an outside
played
guy?
A lot outside.
Alan Lazard obviously is a bigger outside guy. Jaxon Smith-Njigba would bring you something different to that lineup, that's for sure. And so and then here's the other thing, Ryan. Do you trade down? Do you trade down, collect some more draft capital, and get into a spot where you're a little bit more comfortable with some of those other positions? That's another interesting aspect of this. Is that now it looks like the Jets are shaking hands and giving each other love. Like, they're dapping each other up. So let's see if they have made their pick yet here. I still don't see it updated yet, but the Jets are celebrating as if they got a pick, Ryan. So if you had to, what would your gut tell you that you think they're going to go with here? It sounds like you're saying you think they're going pass catcher here in some regards.
I think it makes sense. Jaxon Smith-Njigba reuniting with Garrett Wilson. That would be my guess in this spot.
Yeah. So we'll see. It's still has not been announced yet on Twitter, and so I'm wondering if this is going to be one of those ones where the TV actually beats them. I don't know what's going on with my guy, man. What's the deal? He's not getting the pick into me here. So the Jets have made the pick.
Come on, Ari.
Yeah, exactly, man. Come on, dude. I'm trying to get this thing in here, man. So yeah, Jaxon Smith-Njigba, Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid. You're kind of feeling that direction. Wow. And none of that.
Zay Flowers.
None of that. Nope.
No.
Nope. This is I feel like Aaron Rodgers is going to feel like he's cursed at this point in time, Ryan.
Oh no.
They are going with defensive end from Iowa State University, Will McDonald, with the number 15 overall pick. What say you, Mr. Roberts?
I don't love that pick, because I think that there were better players on the board, but I really do like Will McDonald a lot. I really do. I think that he is the best speed rusher in this class. I think he has the best bend. I really do like Will McDonald a lot, but I don't love that particular spot. Like, I think 15 is just a little bit high for him. Well, he's more a 20 to 32 guy for me, but I really do like Will.
Are you already giving up on Jermaine Johnson? Is that what we're seeing here? You already got Carl Lawson. I mean, not that he's any great shakes. You've got Jermaine Johnson. Are you already kind of writing him off? And or just taking another pass rusher? That's an interesting one. Love the player, right? I mean, that's what you're saying, and I agree with you. Love the player and Will McDonald, but boy, that's an interesting one. With you had your pick of the number one running back or receiver in this draft class, and you took a defensive end. Aaron Rodgers going like, you got to be freaking kidding me! Like, we're doing this again. We're going down this path again.
Funny enough, Brian, I think in one of Mel Kiper's last mock drafts, he actually had Will McDonald going number 8 overall in that one to the Atlanta Falcons. So NFL's high on him, man.
Yeah, again, love the player, Ryan. Totally fine with the player. It's just Yeah, and this is perhaps this is just one of those ones, Ryan, where they're saying like, look, we have a need at receiver, tight end, but this is just the best player in the draft. This is a top 10 caliber guy. Let's just say hypothetically that you have a chance to get a number 15. So let's talk about the specific fit into the Jets defense and how Will McDonald fits. So the pick is made. What does he add to the Jet defense, Ryan?
Robert Saleh obviously comes from the San Francisco 49ers tree right out there. So they run a lot of hybrid fronts, a lot of 3-man fronts, a lot of 4-man fronts. And in their 3-man front especially, they do run a base 3-4. So they're going to have a outside rushers, stand-up rushers to be that 3-4 outside linebacker. And that's what Will McDonald is to me. He is a lightly built 6'3" and 6'8", so 6'4", 241-pound defensive end, but he's a freak of nature from a flexibility perspective. He can run outside track, and I think that's what you're getting with this kid. He's your true 3-4 stand-up outside rusher, a guy that can really get to the quarterback, flexibility for days. Fun little fact on him, Brian. He was an under-recruited kid, obviously, who went to Iowa State. He is also a 6'10" high jumper coming out of high school, so a really talented kid. And I really think that this is a very intriguing fit to pair with Jermaine Johnson, because Jermaine Johnson is a very different football player than what Will McDonald is. So I think you get them on the opposite side of one another, and hopefully you have your bookend pass rushers for the foreseeable future.
So the Jets go defensive end here with the number 15 pick, a pick that they got by trading down 2 spots and getting Aaron Rodgers. Obviously a big move. You have a competent quarterback now, which is certainly a plus for them. Let's go. We're now in a team that's going through a bit of flux as an organization. You have the Washington Commanders. I have a hard time saying that. They're the Redskins to me, but they're the Washington Commanders. Daniel Snyder, the bane of Washington football fans' existence for a long time, is selling the team, right? So you're going to have a different look there. What are the needs for the Washington? I almost said it. What's the need for the Washington Commanders here, Ryan? What are some of the? I mean, I know they have a lot. What are some directions they could go? I mean, is this a team that says, "Boy, Will Levis"? Do you really believe in Sam Howell? Do you take Will Levis now? I wouldn't. I'm just saying. Yes. But what are some of the other areas? Could that be a direction? What are some of the other directions that you see the Washington potentially going here?
Yeah, I think that I actually do think there's a little bit of belief in Sam Howell. So I actually don't think that they'll be in the quarterback conversation here.
Good.
For me, Washington, a couple spots that I think they have massive needs at, or offensive tackle is one. Could they be in a conversation for an Anton Harrison? Is this a little bit too high for him? I think that that's, a talking point that we'll be able to get through. Cornerback is another spot that I think is a need. You still have Christian Gonzalez on the board. You still have Joey Porter Jr. There's still some good cornerbacks on the board. Obviously, Deonte Banks out of Maryland, who's a local kid to them, obviously, near the District of Columbia there. So I think that cornerback is certainly in the conversation. Offensive tackle is in conversation. And tight end is in the conversation. I do think that's a secondary option for them. So I would predict offensive tackle or a cornerback as the spot for the Washington Commanders. I think those 2 spots make the most sense.
I'm going to speak on something you just talked about, Ryan, because here's one thing that I not disputing anything you said. My only thing with a guy like Sam Howell, who's a smaller quarterback, and he has a lot of smaller receivers, is getting him a bigger target. But the pick is actually in, Ryan, and you got the position right. Washington is going with a cornerback, but they're just not going with any of the cornerbacks that you discussed, Mr. Roberts. They're going with, getting it typed in, Mississippi State cornerback Emmanuel Forbes. So a big shocker. The Washington makes a pick that's going to make some people question their who's actually doing this and why are they a part of an NFL football franchise.
Brian, I have some mixed feelings about this because for a few different reasons, a few different vantage points here. One, I really like the player as a coverage versatile player on the back end. He can play zone. He can play man. He's incredibly twitchy. He can turn and run. He ran 4.35 at the combine, changes direction incredibly well. And he's 6'1", has pretty good length, over 32-inch arms. There's a whole lot to like about Emmanuel Forbes. The reason that I hesitate, though, on this early, I would have taken him in the first round, but at pick 16, The reason I hesitate is for one big reason. We talk about outliers a lot, right? My guy is 166 pounds, which if you look at mock draftable and you go to historically corners at 166 pounds, not a great track record of that size profile playing on the outside in the NFL. So
especially at 6'1", Ryan. It's not like he's like 5'8", and 166 is going to pack a little bit more punch at 5'8". You know, like Darren Williams wasn't huge weight-wise, but that's because he was 5'8", the late Darren Williams. But yeah, 166 pounds at a 6'1" cornerback in the National Football League is not big.
Yeah, man.
It's
he's an incredibly talented coverage player, man. I really he reminds me a lot of Darius Slay when he came out of Mississippi State. Like, I think there's a lot of parallels to their game. Incredible instincts, great eyes, can play man, can play zone, good ball skills. I mean, that kid had like 11 interceptions, I think, in the last 2 years from Mississippi State. So he gets his hands on a lot of football. I think he's a really impressive football player. But my question is he has to gain at least 15 pounds to last on the outside. But he has to play in the 180s.
That's the question. I mean, he's been in college for 3-4 years now, right? And he hasn't been able to put on the weight.
Exactly.
That's going to be an interesting aspect there, Ryan. So very, very intriguing pick. Where would you said the range should have been for him as a?
He was I think when we did my final rankings, I think he was my cornerback 5 in this class. Okay. And I said that I would take him somewhere like 25 to 35, somewhere in that ballpark. Okay. So I would have been okay with him in the late first rounds. You have to understand, regardless, that you're betting on a bit of an outlier there because of the size. Like you are betting on a guy that historically it says the data that the deck is stacked against him per se. Right. But I think the film's really good. It's a really good film. It's like when we talk about some players going from high school to college, right, Brian? Like let's say Emil Wagner for the people that are Notre Dame fans here for a second. You love Emil Wagner's film. You think he's incredibly talented. Can he hold the weights properly enough to last on the next level and to be a legitimate producer? That's the question with Emmanuel Forbes. I really like the football player, but can his body develop appropriately enough to be that guy? That's the question mark you have.
Yeah, it's and you're banking on it at 16, Ryan, with your corner, your CB2, CB3, and CB4 still on the board. I mean, that's the other part of this is it's not like, hey, you needed a corner and there was a run on the top corners. I mean, you had every corner other than Devin Witherspoon on the board, and this is the guy you went with. So it's interesting. It's a typical Washington move.
What's going on with Christian Gonzalez a little bit of a slide for him. Yeah. I thought he was a potential top 10 to 12 pick, and he's fallen a little bit, which is interesting.
I saw a lot of mock drafts having him go as high as like 7, Ryan, in this draft. So yeah, he's definitely fallen. There's no doubt. You wonder if is it need, is it fit? Like what would be the reason to potentially doing this? You always wonder, like, when
maybe an injury, like there's always stuff like that.
Yeah. And there's always those, or it could just be, I mean, sometimes there isn't an issue. Sometimes it's just this team, for whatever reason, likes this guy better. Right. And maybe some guys fell to you at 12 or 13 that you didn't expect to be on the board. And so you go a different direction. And so, and the other thing too, Ryan, is you told me, that you had him as cornerback 5, but you still had him as a first-round caliber player, even at 166. So like you said, clearly there's some talent here.
100%.
There's clearly talent here. It's just you're taking a gamble. And I just feel like
if he was mid-80s, if he was mid-180s, Brian, I think that he would have been in the cornerback 1 conversation with Devin Witherspoon. Like, I think his film's that good, man. It's just, again, you got to project what's the next step as well, right? 166 pounds as an outside corner on the next level, it's not going to cut it all the time. Like, you're not going to be able to hold up at that weight, in my opinion. Yeah. Can he gain 15 pounds, at least 10 pounds? Can he be high 170s if he's not 180? Like, there's just a lot of question marks with the development upside of a guy like Emmanuel Forbes. But again, very talented player.
Yeah. So the Patriots on the clock at number 17, Ryan. The pick is in for the New England Patriots, and the slide is over. The New England Patriots are going with cornerback Christian Gonzalez from the University of Oregon. So talk to me, Mr. Roberts. Let's talk about Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots. You like it? Was it a need? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I like it, and it was a need because when you talk about when the Patriots have been at their best, because they have been great over the last couple of years, But when they've been at their best, they've had a really stingy defense more often than not. You think about when the dynasty began, in the early 2000s, they had guys like Ty Law playing cornerback, who was a difference maker, was a guy that really set the tone. More recently, in some of their late success with Tom Brady, they had Stephon Gilmore, who was their number one corner and was a fantastic football player. They've lost over the last few years Stephon Gilmore. J.C. Jackson was another guy that was really good for them that is now on the Los Angeles Chargers. They definitely have a need at cornerback, and I think at pick 17, Christian Gonzalez is a great value because I could argue, and I probably would argue, that Christian Gonzalez has the best tools of any cornerback in this class. When you talk about the height, weight, speed, flexibility, change direction, he's got everything to be a starting corner in the NFL and a very high caliber one. And like I said before, his film beginning of the season to the end of the season, I thought was a completely different player. The first part of the season, I thought he struggled a little bit, was a guy that was still finding his way at Oregon. But then the later stages of the season, I thought that he was really, really good and really impactful for the Oregon Ducks. It was a former Colorado football player as well before he transferred over to Oregon. So I think
Notre Dame recruited for a little bit coming out of high school as well, Ryan.
Yeah. And so I think that he is about as gifted a corner as you're going to find in this class. And at pick 17, cornerback 3 off the board, New England Patriots, fine. Hopefully their next shutdown number 1 corner.
As you mentioned, a guy that some people viewed as a potential top 10 pick goes to number 17. And the Patriots traded down 3 spots and got a guy they could have got at 14 and picked up some extra draft capital. Let's move over to the Lions, Ryan. The Detroit Lions are back on the clock. So pick number 2, and with the first pick, the Lions traded down from 6 to 12.
Yes.
And picked up some draft capital. Their first pick at number 12, they picked Jahmyr Gibbs, running back out of Alabama. We talked a lot about that. You had a very versatile take all the context away. You added a very versatile offensive weapon to your roster. We'll see kind of if this means some other moves. Now you're sitting at 18, Ryan. What are some needs that the Detroit Lions have, and what are some directions that you think they should go or could go here with the number 18 pick?
I would love to just mock them, Michael Mayer here, Brian, but I just with how bad that defense was, I just don't think that you can go back-to-back offensive picks in the first round here. Like, I just think that their defense was ranked 31st in the NFL last year. It was bad, man. Like, it was a really bad defensive unit.
So they have some injuries, perhaps, that, Romeo Okwara, I think, comes back right off injury. He was injured last year, but yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it's just it's one of those units, man, where I just think they need an injection of talent offensively. So defensively, excuse me. Yeah. I think for me, they got some talented pass rushers on the outside. Bryan Bresee from Clemson, I think, is an interesting player inside to potentially bolster that interior rush. I think secondary-wise, like Brian Branch from Alabama's a guy that I haven't mentioned yet, a safety that I think is a really good player, could play in the nickel, could play it deep. I think that he could be a potential player for them because they don't have a ton of great safeties on the Lions right now. Regardless, though, I think they need to go defense with this pick. I don't think you can justify going back-to-back offensive picks when you had a top 5 offense last year and you had the 31st ranked defense in the NFL. Like, I just don't think you can justify that.
When you look at this, Ryan, how, in your opinion, some of the guys that you mentioned, are we talking about guys that are not reaches? Are we talking about guys that are reaches? Or are these guys that you view as being on the defensive side of the ball? Because that's the rub, right? Like, and that's the challenge you get here when you get to these positions is, yes, they have a need at such and such position, but doing those players grade good enough to be picks be picks there. And like, you look at the Detroit Lions, they're a 4-3 team. So I don't know if a guy like Nolan Smith would make a lot of sense here, right?
Yeah.
Because the scheme fit, that's what you got to ask yourself. You drafted Aiden Hutchinson last year. Do you look for a guy that could maybe be the bookend here and potentially a Myles Murphy, who's a top 10 guy that people thought could be there, right, on an edge? You mentioned Bryan Bresee as an interior guy. I know a lot of people like the kid from the Cancey kid from Pitt. I know you have some major reservations about that from a length standpoint, which are very valid and justified. It's just one of those things where, do any of these defensive players on the board, is this the proper range for them? Or, do the Lions consider moving down for teams? Or here's the thing, Ryan.
Yep.
Do they believe this is a place where you draft Will Levis, who continues to slide here at number 18 for a franchise quarterback?
I'm actually pretty shocked.
I'm trying to be fair, man. I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to be fair. Yeah.
Everything I was hearing was that the NFL was really high on Will Levis, really high. I mean, obviously not quite as high as I anticipated here, right? I mean, the fact that he's potentially going to slide out of the top 20. Again, I just think that the Lions are in a decent spot offensively. So I just go back there. And I mean, to your point, to your question, Brian, directly, Bryan Bresee in a vacuum is a top 10 talent in this class. That kid has some insane tools. Never developed into the player that we thought he would at Clemson, but it wasn't all his fault, right? Like he had the injury in 2021, and then obviously 2022, he's dealing with the death of his little sister and like that unfortunate circumstance. So like I can't blame him for missing that time and missing that time of development. It was obviously a tragic situation, but he still, for whatever reason that we want to coin it, he still has never developed into the guy that we thought he could potentially be coming out of high school. But talent-wise, he's one of the more talented players in this class. And I think personally, this might be a hot take for some people, I think Brian Branch is a top 15 player in this class in a vacuum. Like I really love him as a safety on the back end and ability to play nickel. So I think either one of those players would be home run picks. Myles Murphy would be super interesting to me as well. You know, I'm high on Myles Murphy, but
the pick is in, Ryan. The pick is in, and I think I can't wait to see your reaction to it. You are correct. They're going defense. They are going defense. Yes. They're going to take one of your favorite players in the draft, not a guy you mentioned, linebacker Jack Campbell from the University of Iowa.
Whoa. I was off guard on that one. Wow.
Yeah. Now, I know you love him as a player, right? Let's talk about the fit and the range. Let's hear about it, right?
I had a second round grade on Jack Campbell, but I really do like him. I think that the thing that makes him so interesting is he's a 6'4 plus, nearly 6'5", 248-pound linebacker who tested incredibly well at the combine. I mean, ran 4.65, had like a 38 or 39-inch vertical. He's a good range for a guy that's a bigger linebacker. I do question though the modern fits into the NFL now, because he's not a guy that is going to impact the pass a ton. Like he's okay closing passing windows, but he's not a guy that is ever going to play man-to-man in any sense against tight ends. He's not a guy that is ever going to be a plus player in the passing game. So it's a little rich for me. I would have much rather late first, early second round Jack Campbell conversation, because I do like the football player. It's just with his style, like he's a throwback linebacker, Brian. Like this is your traditional Mike linebacker in the early 2000s type, not so much 2023 version of what you want as a middle linebacker. But I really do like the player. It's a little early for me just because I don't know if we should value this player quite this high from a style perspective, if that makes sense.
It does. I mean, so when you look at the Detroit Lions and you look at some of the picks they have coming up, right? They have the number 34 pick coming up soon. Like that would have been more the range for the Detroit Lions to maybe look at a guy like this is kind of what you're saying. 18 is just a little bit too high. To me, it seems like they're kind of drafting for need a little bit more than necessarily drafting.
Man, I don't know exactly what they're doing, man. Because they took a running back, and that wasn't a need, though. That was weird. This is a weird draft for the Lions, man. It's really weird.
Yeah, that's why I keep seeing on Twitter, like, interesting. They're having an interesting night, you know?
So they went with a diminutive running back, who I like, with the 12th overall pick, and then they draft the hulking middle linebacker with their second pick. Very, very interesting strategy.
Yeah, it is.
I think someone needs to tell Dan Campbell. I think Dan Campbell wanted him just because of his last name. I think that's the starting point.
Sure.
And number two, I think he needs to tell him that this isn't the 90s anymore, valuing a running back and linebacker this high. But
Well, Ryan, let's talk about the number 19 pick. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have about 5.5 minutes on the clock right now, Ryan. What are the needs for the Buccaneers? What are some of the directions they need to look here with this number 19 overall pick?
Running back was a big need for them. They were very interested in Bijan, but both Bijan and Jahmyr are off the board, so that's not going to be in the conversation at this point unless there is a just major push to take a running back that should not be in this range.
You're talking Zach Charbonnet, you're talking Kendry Miller, you're talking Devin Arcane. I mean, there's not a running back that
there's not a guy
in the conversation right now. There just is.
I think that this could be Will Levis range right here, Brian, because they're in a situation where right now their starting quarterback is Kyle Trask, and Who knows what that'll end up being. But I think Will Levis is definitely a talent upgrade over Kyle.
I've heard they like Kyle Trask, but you're talking about two polar opposites of players. One guy is going to be successful because he's smart, he can read defense, he can do all those things, and the other guy is just none of that, but toolsy, very toolsy. Yep. So that's a very interesting dichotomy. So obviously Will Levis is one. What are some? I mean, there's a lot of needs for the Buccaneers, Ryan. Is there pass catcher, secondary? I mean, there's a lot of intriguing players on the board right now. Obviously, Will Levis being one, but you have all the tight ends, Jaxon Smith-Njigba.
There's tackles, an interesting one as well.
Yep. There's some, but who, like you said earlier, who would that guy be?
Probably Anton Harrison at this point. Probably be Anton Harrison. Yeah.
Now they're a team. Now here's an interesting one for me, Ryan. They're a team also that you could see they're a 3-4 team, right? You could maybe is this the range? I know they drafted the kid from Washington a couple years ago. He hasn't been super productive so far. Shaquille Barrett's not. He's 30 now. Could this be a spot where you see maybe a team look at a Nolan Smith from Georgia, because who just, again, tested absolutely off the charts this year with at the combine?
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible that they are big on the relative athletic score stuff on the defensive side of the football too. If you look at their defensive players, like they are all very high testers as athletes. I mean, you talk about, I don't like that face. I don't like that face that you just made.
Yeah, it's in. It's the pick is in. I just got to get this name spelled correctly.
Oh man, it looks like a doozy by that face. I don't know.
Yeah. I think I know how you're going to react to this, Ryan. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to kind of put it up and then just let it absorb, and then I'm going to say it. So with the number 19 overall pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers draft Calijah Kancey, defensive tackle from Pittsburgh. Talk to me, Mr. Roberts.
Man, Calijah Kancey is a really productive football player, and he's a great athlete on the interior of a defense. He's sub 6'1", 281 pounds. I don't like him at the point of attack. I think he gets moved very easily. Can't anchor against double teams, so he's a 3-tech only, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. The problem here, Brian, is that I talked about an outlier with Emmanuel Forbes earlier. Calijah Kancey is the ultimate outlier. He is an ultimate outlier, because forget about the height and the weight that I just said. That's outlier enough. He has sub 31-inch arms. And when you look up the players historically that have sub 31-inch arms,
not good.
It's not. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, I saw the tweet you had, Ryan. It's like Carlo Kemp.
Yes.
Right, like guys like that. Yeah, and you're talking about You're talking about a 6'1", 281-pound interior player with 30 and 5/8 inch arms. Like I know. Of course,
they're comparing to Aaron Donald. Who would have thought?
Right,
they would
which is just
Aaron Donald.
It's just lazy, right? I mean, it's like comparing Anthony Richardson to Donovan McNabb. Like, I don't see that. Aaron Donald had over 32.5-inch arms.
Yes.
like that was a different cat. So yeah, that's it's an interesting pick. And here's the other thing too. Aaron Donald at Pitt had ridiculous like you said, Calijah Kancey, his production has been good. He's had 27 tackles for loss the last 2 seasons, 34 over the last 3 years. That's very good. He's had 14 sacks over the last 2 years, which again, interior defensive line production is I mean, that's very good interior defensive line production, Ryan, correct? I mean, that's the kind of numbers we dreamed we'd get from Jason Adamiola. But Aaron Donald had 28.5 tackles for loss and 11 sacks in his last season alone. Aaron Donald in his 3 seasons in the rotation at Pittsburgh had 27.5 tackles for loss. And he had 27.5 sacks. He had 63 tackles for loss in 3 seasons. So don't talk to me about Aaron Donald, because Aaron Donald did not have the measurables. 6'1", 285, 32.5 plus inch arms is pretty good, but not like, oh my gosh, 34-inch arms. Yeah. But he was a freak that is an anomaly that you can't compare other people to. And his production was insane. So you could look at that and say, hey, I'm betting on that production and the film. And it's going to overcome some of the fact that he is a 285-pound interior guy, which you just don't see very often. So that's why that fit doesn't, I mean, that comparison to me doesn't make as much sense. I get why, undersized guy from Pitt, totally fair. But Aaron Donald had nutty production in his college career, right?
He was a different cat, man. Aaron was a different cat. I don't mind Cancey for a specific role. I'm missing it with him a little bit, man, because I don't think he's ever going to be a plus player against the run, Brian. Like, that's just kind of where I am with it, man.
Sure.
And it's just a defensive tackle needs to have a baseline as a run defender. Like, you need to have a baseline, and then if you can give production as a pass rusher as well, that's what turns the good players into great players and the great players into elite players. Like, that's a separating factor on the interior. But there is a baseline. It's like the quarterback conversation of in structure versus out of structure. Out of structure is great, but if you can't play in structure, then out of structure doesn't matter anymore, because there is a baseline of you need to be good in this structure. And I just don't think Cancey does the in structure of playing defensive tackle well enough to make me overlook the fact that he is a good one gap penetrator, a really good one gap penetrator. Mm-hmm. I just top 20 pick, just not for me. Just not for me. I think that's just a little too rich for a one-dimensional football player that I just don't think is ever going to be plus against the run.
So with the number 20 pick, the Seattle Seahawks are on the board, Ryan. So obviously they've already picked once today. They picked with the number 5 pick. They picked Devin Witherspoon, who was your number 1 cornerback in the class. We liked that pick, right? We both agreed that made a lot of sense. Where do the Seahawks go now at number 20, Ryan? What with what's left on the board and what their needs are? What are some directions that you could see the Seahawks going here with this number 20 overall pick?
I think defensive end could be on the table. A guy that I think is their type is Myles Murphy. I think that he would make an interesting fit for them. I also think pass catcher at wide receiver, I think, would be also good, because Tyler Lockett's getting old in the tooth, Brian. He's getting very old in the tooth. And getting a guy that could potentially replace him as a guy that could play a little bit outside, but also in the slot at times, like a Tyler Lockett. Think Jaxon Smith-Njigba. You think about Zay Flowers as maybe even a potential guy that could make some cohesive sense to this conversation. I think that those two guys could make some interesting fits for the Seattle Seahawks, but I really think Myles Murphy fits defensively what they typically like. What Pete Carroll likes at a defensive end, I feel like that's Myles Murphy. So it could be Myles Murphy along with a wide receiver.
Look, my knock on Myles Murphy coming into this draft, Ryan, was he just doesn't produce like you expect a top 10 draft pick to produce. The tools are impressive. I mean, he's big, he's athletic for his size. I mean, all the traits are there, to your point, Ryan, for Myles Murphy to be a top 10 pick. Now you're talking about a guy that's sliding down now where you could potentially get some really good value, especially if he goes to a franchise that has a history of being able to kind of take guys like this and get the most out of them. I think that's a very interesting option right there, Ryan, for the Seahawks, Myles Murphy. Because now you're talking about you get 2 top 10 talents in the first round, even though one guy doesn't necessarily have top 10 production. I would not have taken Myles Murphy in the top 10, but I would not have crushed a team either, because I'm like, you're betting on the tools, right? Kind of like with Trayvon Walker last year. Yep. You're betting on the tools. Now, I wouldn't have taken him number 1. But if a team would have taken him 8, 9, 10, I wouldn't have killed him for it. I'd have been like, hey, you know what?
Or
like,
pick 20 to the Seattle Seahawks, right?
Right. So. But now you're getting in a range where you're getting value on top of getting him, should you go that direction. So I think that's a very intriguing option right now, Ryan, for the Seahawks. Now, I don't know if that's where they're going to go. The pick is not in yet. But
Brian, you know the worst thing about drafts, though? The worst thing about drafts is they torment these guys that are left in the green room, and I hate that so much. Like, they just flash it to Will Levis. I would never go. Yeah, let the kid. Like, he's having a bad moment, man. Can we not do that to the kid? They just flashed he had a 1.1% chance of being available at the 20 overall pick. Why is that what we're flashing on the screen right now? Right. Why are we tormenting this kid like this?
I'm sorry. You guys should have been smarter and not projected him as high. That's the problem. It's not a Will Levis problem. It's a you problem. Look, I'm not trying to bang on the kid. I don't have anything personally against Will Levis. I don't. My issue is more of the hype around Will Levis was more of my issue. The people trying to sell me on this as a potential number 1 overall pick or a top 5 pick. That there was nothing on film that showed that. You know, it's now he's not as bad as Kyle Bullard was, right? He's not. He's a much better quarterback than Kyle Bullard was, right? But it reminded me of that where, okay, he can get on his knees and throw it 70 yards. I don't care, because if he tries to throw it from his knee on 70 yards, he's going to be called this thing called down, right? Like plays dead, So I've never understood that. But to your point, now it's like now it's like, okay, now you're just making this kid's worst night in a long time even worse. And there's just no need for that. But the pick is in. We don't know who the pick is yet at this point in time, Ryan. But the Seahawks have made their selection. I'm hitting refresh faster than you could imagine, waiting on this pick to update. So we will see who that's going to be here coming up really fast. But so if it was you, Ryan, if you're the guy making this pick, is Murphy the guy? Is that the direction you would go right now?
Maybe Murphy or Jaxon Smith-Njigba or Murphy would probably be the spots I would go. Yeah, I would be comfortable with a wide receiver just because they don't have a true wide receiver 3. And like I said, Tyler Lockett's getting really old in the tooth, and I think he's kind of on his last legs in Seattle over the next year or so. So he could be an easy substitute for him whenever he leaves to still have a nice pairing with DK.
The pick is in, Ryan, and with the 20th overall pick, I'm gonna get it up here real fast. They've gone offense here, Ryan, and they've gone with Jaxon Smith-Njigba with the number 20 overall pick. Yeah,
it's a really good pick, man.
So let's talk about it, Ryan.
I think the immediate fit is this, right? The immediate fit is that you have DK Metcalf as your boundary receiver to play outside the numbers. You have Tyler Lockett as your Z receiver that can move around a little bit. And you have Jaxon Smith-Njigba as your slot receiver. Like that, I think that
was the first thing you said, Ryan. It was the first thing you said when I asked you who they should go with here. The first thing you said was Tyler Lockett's getting a little old in the tooth.
Yes.
And you just went and drafted the best receiver in this draft. Who I think I that's why I asked you earlier. I think it's a no-brainer. If he's not injured this year, it's a no-brainer who the best receiver in this draft class is, in my opinion. And you just got him at 20.
Yes.
Right? I mean, it's still a perimeter league in a lot of ways, Ryan. And you just got the best cornerback and the best receiver in the draft here with the Seahawks.
That's
I mean, I have a hard time hating on that one, right?
No, I think it's a really good pick, especially with where you are offensively, not only from being able to play those receivers together, but again, once Tyler's gone, then maybe you could transition Jaxon Smith-Njigba to a little bit of a different role as well, right? So now maybe you're working him a little bit more outside than when you were early on in his career. I just think it makes a lot of sense. And now that you have the guy that's a true inside option as far as where he's going to make his biggest impact on the field, because you have DK who's going to stretch the field vertically. Tyler Lockett can also do a lot of that stuff, stretching it vertically. Now you have your short to intermediate separator and a guy like Jaxon Smith-Njigba. That offense is going to be cooking from a passing perspective, man. They're going to
look, Ryan, this is still an NFL. This is still a quarterback-driven league. You just bet on Geno Smith that he's your guy, right? Yep. You've got to know he's not a guy that's going to put a team on their shoulders and lead them to a championship. So if you want to win a championship with Geno Smith, then you have to continue building around him. And this is a pick that does that, in my opinion. I mean, you got a great route runner, a guy that's a slot but can play outside as well in certain situations, in my opinion, and a guy that's got phenomenal hands and comes from a system where, look, you just saw the two best rookie receivers in the NFL last year were what? It was the two Ohio State kids. It wasn't even close. Was there anyone else even in the conversation, really, besides them?
No, they were the two best last year.
And he caught more balls than both of them the year that they played together at Ohio State. Now, part of that was because teams were focused on trying to stop Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave, right? But the fact is this kid produced it at an elite level. Even before the Rose Bowl against Utah, this kid produced it at an elite level.
So, he had like 1,300 yards coming into that game. So
correct. The 300 got him to 1,600, but he was still their leading receiver at the end of the regular season. Yeah. I got to tell you, Ryan, I there's no way a healthy Jaxon Smith-Njigba falls to 20, in my opinion. None.
Yeah.
None. I just don't see it. I don't see it. In this league, I don't see it. So I'm loving what the Seahawks, and I hate to say it because I'm a Broncos fan. I grew up hating the Seahawks. They're not in the same division anymore, but I still don't like the Seahawks.
Oh, were they in the same division at one point? They were in the same division,
time.
Really?
Yeah, AFC really? West. Yeah, long time. Because remember, it used to be East, Central, West. Gotcha. And they were an AFC team. So it was the Raiders, the Chiefs, the Broncos, the Chargers, and the Seahawks were the five in the West. Because remember, it was 5, 5, and 5, and then 5, 5, and 5. Yeah. And the East, Central, and West. And the Seahawks were in the AFC West back then. So, I mean, your Seahawks are having a great night, in my opinion, so far. So. They really are. They're having a great night. So we both like this pick, Ryan. Number 21 is on board now. Speaking of the Chargers, the Los Angeles Chargers, still don't like saying that, are on the clock, Ryan. Yes. What are some directions that you think the Chargers could or should go here with the number 21 overall pick?
think this is Michael Mayer territory again. I think tight end is in play for sure. I think tight end is a conversation to have. Offensive line-wise, I think that they can always upgrade there. I mean, they have Rashawn Slater coming back from injury, but there's still some holes in that offensive line. But I think tight end is the biggest one that I look at and say that one would make a ton of sense. Linebacker-wise, Brian, they just lost Drew Tranquill this offseason as well. So is there a Trenton Simpson in their future from Clemson, for instance? Is that a guy that they might value this high potentially? But I really, man, like this is the Michael Mayer range, I think, man. Like, we've talked about it for a little bit. Like, I think that it would make a lot of sense, especially we're talking about replacing production in different ways. Keenan Allen is another guy that is getting old in the tooth, a slot receiver. He makes his money in the middle of the field. You're
making me feel old right now, Ryan.
Why?
I still remember Keenan Allen as a recruit. And now you're talking about him getting old in the tooth in the national. And he is. I mean, you're right. I mean, but it just made me feel old for a second there. Sorry. I just was feeling my age for a second.
Man. It's okay. Remember when he played at Cal and they had his his what was it, his brother at quarterback, or it was like his stepbrother? I forget what it was.
It was something like that. Yeah, it was not good.
It wasn't good at all. It wasn't
not good. It wasn't good at all. So let's keep going. Chargers. I mean, because obviously the Chargers are like, they're a team that's close, right? I mean, they've been playoff team, borderline playoff team. You've got a franchise quarterback that's grown and looking like a franchise quarterback. You know, what's the guy on the board? You talked about Mayer or Dalton Kincaid. I mean, if it's tight end here, that's a possible option too. Is that they could value Dalton Kincaid over him.
I can see Zay Flowers as the heir apparent to Keenan Allen as well. If we're just going wide receiver for wide receiver, I think that's a possibility as well.
What are some? You said linebacker, Ryan. Trenton Simpson. Is there any other linebackers that you could see as being a value at the number 21 spot on the board right now?
Not as much. I think that Trenton Simpson's the toolsy kid out of Clemson, right? So that I think he has some merits to being in this range, but the 2022 film was not quite as impactful as 2021. So I think that some teams might be a little bit hesitant on Trenton Simpson. I mean, for me, I think that if this isn't a tight end or slot receiver conversation, I think that this might be a linebacker or even an interior defensive lineman. Like if this is a Bryan Bresee, I think it would make some sense. If it was a Keanu Benton out of Wisconsin, even, I think that would have some merit to it as well. I think that there's a couple different ways the Chargers could go here.
Okay. And the Chargers they're going to go in a direction, Ryan, that you think that they should go position wise. And the pick is they're going wide receiver. They're going with Quentin Johnston from TCU with this pick. It's interesting. Position fit though, that you said this is positionally, this is one of the two that you thought that they should go right now.
Yeah.
Talk to me about Quentin Johnston.
I felt that they were more in the slot receiver conversation, but Quentin Johnston, obviously, look, here's the starting point for Quentin Johnston. The kid is 6'3", 200 plus pounds, 4.53, I think is what he ran at the 40 at the. Which is
a little surprising. There was a lot of thought that he would be a mid to low 4.4 guy potentially.
Especially because when he was at the combine, Brian, he verticaled 40 inches. He had an 11-foot broad. Usually those things translate to being a fast 40 guy, but he wasn't the fastest 40 guy. He was more of a, I guess, explosive short area type of athlete. At least that's how we tested. I really like a lot of what I see from a Quentin Johnston in the sense that there are tools that you get super excited about, right? I just have some hesitation with him because I don't think he plays up to his size a ton. I think he does the little receiver stuff really well, but the big receiver stuff, I think he struggles with a little bit. And honestly, the one reason that this fit is a little bit clunky to me is that where is he going to play from a positional perspective at wide receiver? Because they have Mike Williams, who's that vertically oriented boundary receiver as well already, although a different type than Quentin Johnston. As Quentin Johnston is going to play more that Z role in this offense. Like I'm just curious on how they intend to utilize him, I guess is my biggest thing. But he's certainly a talented player. In a vacuum, the 21 overall pick, he's more than talented enough to be that selection. I'm just more curious on how the Los Angeles Chargers intend to use a guy like a Quentin Johnston.
I'm going to be honest with you, Ryan. I'm not as high on Quentin Johnston as a lot of people are. Yep. And I'll tell you why. Let me correct his name here real quick because I did not spell his name correctly, and I apologize for that. It's Quentin Johnston. I see a guy that's got tools, big kid, long. He may not test well, but his playing speed is pretty good, right? And so that part of it's good. I just don't see a great actual receiver. I don't see a guy that's a really good route runner. I don't see a guy that necessarily has consistent hands, right? Like great consistent hands. I see a lot of tools, but I think your point is right. Is like, but you've got Mike Williams for that position. I think he put up good numbers in a bad defensive league. I mean, look, I know that there's been a couple teams that have come along defensively in recent seasons, but the Big 12 by and large is still not a very good defensive league. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still not a very good league. I see a guy that right now is more about projection. And when there's just some other receivers on the board for me that I look at and say, boy, I'm a little surprised you didn't go that direction. And I know this is a kid you love. You were start talking about this kid, Ryan, early in the season, like as when we were talking about TCU, and I like the weapon as well. I just don't see a guy that's super polished and a guy that comes in right now as a rookie and helps you. I think he's a guy that's going to need a little bit of time. And if you're the Chargers, you've got a window right now where I'm looking to bring in some. I mean, maybe you don't feel comfortable taking a Jordan Addison or somebody like that who might be a little bit more polished. I'm comfortable with that, but that's where like you said, I think where tight end would have made a lot of sense. I don't love this pick. The player's good. He's more of a second round guy. Like if Michael Pittman's not a first round pick, then I don't know how this kid's a first round pick.
I had a late second round grade. Second round grade on Quentin Johnston. So I think
you and I are on the same page then. Yeah. Talk to me about why you had him as his late second round pick. Because I don't disagree with you. That's what I'm saying. Like if T. Higgins is a second round pick, if Michael Pittman's a second round pick, I don't see how this kid's the number 21 overall pick.
It's because I think that he does the little receiver stuff pretty well, right? Like he's a good yak guy. I think that he is a pretty nimble guy, kind of changing direction. I don't think he does the big receiver stuff very well, man. Like I think that he doesn't attack the football in the air very well. He doesn't extend consistently. He's not a great contested catch guy. And for a guy that's 6'3",
exactly,
and with a 40-inch vert, I would expect that guy to be a master at winning at the catch point. And I just don't think that that's something that he does very well. So it's a weird profile.
His effort's a little bit inconsistent for me too, Ryan. When you break down like the all 22 and you don't just look at the highlights and stuff, he'll have some plays where he just takes plays off, man. And I don't love that for a receiver. I really don't love that for a receiver. I don't love the consistency
either. I love the consistency on game-to-game basis. Like there's one game he'll have 200-something yards, and the next game he'll have 3 catches for 20. And I'm just like, I understand you don't play with the greatest quarterback of all time, right? Like Max Duggan was a good college football player, but he's not a great quarterback. But still, when you have those types of tools, you should be a lot more consistent, in my opinion.
Well, and then in the biggest game of the year, Ryan, look, he played great against Michigan. Well, I think one of his catches, he was like wide open.
Yes.
I should say he produced really well against Michigan. Played pretty well in the championship game against Kansas State, but then against Georgia, when you're playing against NFL caliber guys now, he goes 1 catch for 3 yards. Now he had another catch he should have had for a big play. If there was the one interception that Max Duggan threw, where Quentin Johnston was actually coming across on that backside seam, and if he throws that ball out over top of that near hash, remember that play? Then Quentin Johnston might have a big play in that game. That was more of a blown coverage by Georgia than anything else. But he just, like you said, he didn't step up in that money moment for the Chargers. So I don't love this pick, Ryan. I really don't love this pick.
Me neither.
So
especially because it's a clash of roles as well, like we mentioned, right? It's like you already have Mike Williams to do that role.
Right.
We have
Mike Williams over here. You got Keenan Allen over here. This could have been a great Zay Flowers, Josh Downs type of spot. I'm with you. Or a tight end type of somebody that can work the middle of the field a little bit.
I'm not even a big Jordan Addison guy, but like Jordan Addison would have made a lot more sense for me from a style perspective, even. Like I just don't love the fits, I think, with Mike Williams. Like I just don't think it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So let's go next, Ryan. Obviously, the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock with the number 22 overall pick. They have had a big day. They just signed Lamar Jackson to an extension, which you and I talked a little bit about. We didn't talk about that, but we talked about what's going to happen to Lamar Jackson, right, on the show earlier. So you've got your quarterback is now happy, it seems. He got his money. He's going to stay. You signed Odell Beckham. Where do the Baltimore Ravens look at here tonight in this number 22 overall pick?
I wouldn't mind them looking at another wide receiver, but there's a lot of rumors about their interest in DeAndre Hopkins. So that could be something to kind of keep an eye on, right? For me, I mean, The Baltimore Ravens historically have really valued the tight end position. Now they have Mark Andrews, so I don't think they're going to spend a first-round pick on a guy to pair with him. I ultimately think that the Ravens are probably going to go something on the defensive side of the football here. Cornerback is still a position that is still on the board. They have Marcus Peters, who's kind of a little bit on the downtrot. Marlon Humphrey is also a player that's very good, but he gets injured a little bit, so you might need to replenish the cornerback with a little bit of health and a little bit of youth, which I think would make a lot of sense. So a guy, again, like Joey Porter Jr., for instance, would be a guy that I think they would have some interest in. And I think pass rusher is another one that is always there. Myles Murphy is another guy that fits what the Ravens like as a pass rusher. So I think something on the defensive side of the ball for the Ravens would make some sense.
It would make a lot of sense. I'm just going to say this, though. Odell Beckham Jr. right now at 30 is not the Odell Beckham from the past. That's true. If the Ravens want to appease their franchise quarterback, they need to go wide receiver here and get him a guy that can run. The pick is in. Uh-oh. Okay, Ryan, here we go. Let's get it. Number 22, the Baltimore Ravens have selected from Boston College wide receiver Zay Flowers. I love this pick for the Ravens, Ryan. Love this pick for the Ravens. Again, not just a player, but what is the statement you are making to your franchise quarterback? Hey, man, this is why you don't have your mother do your negotiations. Not because you didn't get a great deal, but because this is how negotiations go. We're going to say things about you. This is part of the business, right? But obviously we love you. We fired the OC basically for you. We went out and got Odell for you. We're going to deal with that headache because we knew it would make you happy. And we're going to go out and get you Zay Flowers because you are our guy. That's what this pick to me says to Lamar. Lamar, let's put that mess behind us. You're our guy. We're going to get you a dude. Because Zay Flowers, to me, is a dude, Ryan. I love this pick for Baltimore. Absolutely love this pick for Baltimore.
And especially if the DeAndre Hopkins rumors are true that they're trying to make that work. Because if you get DeAndre Hopkins and Odell Beckham now as your outside receivers, and then you could let Zay kind of work inside and out a little bit and be that dynamic space player, I really like it as well. I mean, this is mostly because I think that Zay can play both inside and out.
Yes.
But I think for Lamar, I think that him playing inside would be incredibly beneficial because Lamar is a much better passer to the middle of the field than he is on the outside route. So you have guys now of a DeAndre Hopkins where if you put the ball up in him, if you're able to make that move happen, you can win on the outside consistently. But more often than not, you're going to have Zay Flowers and a guy and Mark Andrews work in the middle of the field and being that type. And he presents a completely different animal after the catch than what they've had. Like they tried it with Hollywood Brown. Hollywood had some production, but was never that guy. I think that Zay Flowers can give them a lot what they tried to get with a Hollywood Brown, but just in a more consistent package.
They have added, and I'm a guy that if Rashad Bateman can stay healthy, helps as well. I like Rashad Bateman. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy. Played 12 games as rookie, played 7 last year. They did also sign Nelson Aguilar this offseason. So they're trying to get him some weapons. But here's the thing I love about Zay Flowers, and I think you nailed it. He may be built like what people think a slot is, but he has an outside game. And him and Phil Jurkovec used to hook up for bombs all the time, right? Lamar, I think, I thought Lamar was a phenomenal deep ball thrower at Louisville. Phenomenal. And you mentioned the couple years he had Hollywood Brown, they hooked up on some bombs, and I don't think Hollywood Brown's that good of a receiver. I think he's a great athlete. I don't think he's a great wide receiver. Zay Flowers is a great wide receiver. He's not just an athletic guy. He knows how to run routes. And we talked in the Notre Dame show earlier, Ryan. We're talking about Notre Dame's 2024 receiver class and how you've got this little guy and Jason Robinson Jr. that does not play like a little guy. That might actually be the best comp for Jason Robinson now that I'm thinking about it. Even better than Jahan Dotson is Zay Flowers because, as you mentioned, can play the slot, tremendous route runner, explosive speed, tracks the deep ball exceptionally well. I absolutely love this pick for Baltimore. Absolutely love this pick.
Oh, they compared him to Tyreek Hill. I don't love that comparison, but
no, that's not his game. No, ESPN stinks at making comps. They really do.
They do.
I really love this pick, man, Ryan. I mean, this one gets me fired up. Like when I see this pick, like I haven't had this kind of fired up reaction a whole lot tonight. Because, again, it's not just about the player. You are sending a message to your entire fan base and franchise, Lamar's our dude, and we're going to show it to you. I think this is such a savvy move by Baltimore's leadership. Now, and let's not pretend it's not a need either, Ryan. I mean, you talked about it. I agreed with you. They needed a receiver. I think receiver was a place they could go. You've got the big guy, Mark Andrews. I also think a pick like this might help Mark Andrews a little bit too, because now you can use him more as that middle of field guy at times, where you almost kind of had to use Mark Andrews as a deep ball guy because you didn't have anybody else who could get the ball down the field, use the size. So I think this could help him too. I love this pick. And I'll tell you right now, if they can keep Rashad Bateman healthy and keep Odell mentally checked in, all of a sudden this Baltimore Ravens offense could potentially start looking a little bit scary this year now that Lamar's back on board. Thoughts on that, Ryan?
I will say this, Brian. I'm still upset with the director of player personnel at Boston College. I remember 3 years ago, man, I asked him, tell me some future guys you have. And we talked about wide receiver. He told me about like a fifth-year senior they had at that point. And he's like, yeah, we just don't really get talented receivers in here. Like, we just don't get the great athletes. And that year, a young Zay Flowers broke out as a sophomore. And I'm like, what do you mean you didn't have any athletes? What are you talking to me about right now, man?
Yeah.
Literally,
He's
this
like,
guy was in your cupboard. Come on, brother.
I didn't want to tell you.
I think that he stylistically can fit really well. I think he brings a dynamic that the Baltimore Ravens definitely didn't have last season. I mean, their only guy that could win after the catch at all was Rashad Bateman when he was playing. And that's not even really Rashad's game. Like, Rashad's good after the catch receiver, but he's not a great after the catch receiver.
Right.
Zay Flowers is a great after the catch receiver. Like, get him the ball in space, let him use his field vision, let him work and create explosive plays. That's what Zay brings to the game. I've been a fan of Zay for several years, man. And that suit that he was rocking tonight was fantastic as well.
All leather black suit. Yeah, Zay is looking sharp tonight.
Hot,
he's looking sharp tonight. There's no doubt. One of my favorite players in the draft, Ryan, as you mentioned, not a kid that was a high recruit, big time recruit. Not the ideal size, but I remember watching him, and I think it was Phil Jurkovic's first game against Duke in 2020, or was it Duke? Yeah, I think it was a Duke game, and I'm watching. Who the heck is this kid that is just getting 10 yards behind the defense, and Phil Jurkovic's throwing bombs to? Right? And here's the thing that excites you if you're a Notre Dame fan. Cam Hart and Benjamin Morrison flat shut him down. They tried to get him the ball. They tried to throw him a deep ball, and Benjamin Morrison picked it off. They tried to throw him a screen game, and Cam Hartman took him down. But that didn't happen often, Ryan. That didn't happen very often. Here's the other thing, too. They actually had a good receiving core in 20 and 21, at least especially in 20. So they didn't have a whole lot around him this year either to take some of that pressure off, and it didn't matter. He still was able to go out and make plays. So this is one of my favorite offensive players in the draft, Ryan. I think you can tell I'm a little fired up about this pick, right? So
just a little bit.
To the point, 78 catches for 1,077 yards and 12 touchdowns this year with a mess of quarterback, a terrible offensive line, and your next highest catches for a player on your team is freaking Patrick Garwo at 29 catches, and the next most amount of yards is 388 by Jalen Gill. So he didn't have a whole lot of help this year. Number 23 pick, Ryan. Let's move on. I love that pick by the Ravens. One of my favorite of the night. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. They have a couple minutes left. Vikings, let's talk about them. I've heard some people talk about the Vikings maybe being a team that were interested in trading up to get a quarterback as Kirk Cousins gets a little bit older. Is this where the Will Levis slide happens, or are the Vikings still in saying, hey, we are still in contention. Let's go get us a player that can help us this year? And where do they go?
I think you have a conversation about Will Levis, because I think that there has to be some hesitation in that room about what Kirk Cousins' trajectory is at this point. There has to be, right? Because you've had that song and dance several times at this point, right? That he's a good regular season quarterback, but he's just going to fall short in the biggest moments. So I think that conversation is going to happen. I think corner is another big need for this team. They just cut Cameron Dantzler, who wasn't very good for them this past year. They have Andrew Booth that they took in the second round last year at Clemson, who I think has a lot of talent, but he obviously needs to take a big sophomore jump this year in his second year. But I think corner is a spot. I think quarterback is a spot. I think that those two are the ones that are popping out to me most for me, Brian, is that those are the positions where I think there's the biggest hole. Well, there's the biggest hole at corner. There's not technically a hole at quarterback, but do you start the conversation of Will Levis is the heir apparent. Will Levis is the guy that's going to take you into the foreseeable future after Kirk Cousins. I think it's a talking point at least. Wide receiver wise, do you also want to get another wide receiver to pair with a Justin Jefferson? Because right now your second receiver on this team was Adam Thielen, who was traded obviously to the Carolina Panthers this offseason, released, and is now with the Carolina Panthers. So you have a hole at your number 2 receiver unless the Minnesota Vikings are content with KJ Osborne being their second receiver. I'm not sure if that's their vantage point. So wide receiver, I think, could also be on the board potentially if they wanted to make that pick. But I think cornerback is a real need. So Deonte Banks, Joey Porter Jr., we still have a couple pretty talented corners on the board.
So one of the sites that I'm following right now has the Vikings pick in, but the other two have not confirmed it. And that's kind of what I'm doing tonight, is trying to get confirmation from some of the other picks. But it's an interest, but that guy I think was incorrect. So they're going to go offense. Ryan is where the Vikings are going to go. You had said that wide receiver was a direction that they needed to go, correct? And they're going wide receiver. They are going to draft Jordan Addison, wide receiver from USC. I'm good with this here at 23, Ryan. I can live with this. I can live with this pick, right?
I think fundamentally, Jordan Addison's a player that also could play a little bit inside, a little bit outside. I think he's a traditional Z receiver that, short motion, get him some inside releases, let him work outside. Like, he can do a little bit of everything, right? I think there's a pretty high floor for what Jordan Addison is. He is a pretty pristine route runner. He understands how to attack leverage effectively. He understands how to hit soft spots and zones. I think his hands are a little bit inconsistent, but it was better this year than what it had been at Pittsburgh. His drop rate was down this year, which was a good thing to see. I think for me, I can live with this pick at number 23 because you already have your number 1 receiver, right? You know who that is. It's Justin Jefferson. Yeah. That's your guy. You're drafting Jordan Addison to take some of the attention away from a guy like a Justin Jefferson. So you're let Jordan Addison be that secondary pass catcher to give Justin Jefferson some help, so he's not the guy that everybody's looking at constantly.
Looking at, and not just that they have Justin Jefferson, but they also have a pretty good pass catching tight end as well, and TJ Hawkinson, who had a really nice year for Minnesota this year. Caught 86 passes for 914 yards, and KJ Osborne had a nice solid year as like a kind of a number 3 options for them. And I think Jordan Addison is a guy that could certainly fill that role. Because to your point, they don't need him to be a number 1, and technically they don't necessarily need him to be a number 2 option because you have Hawkinson. I can live with this. I mean, we could argue, maybe there were. I like the position. I think corner and receiver, I'm with you, were the options there. I think there's some other receivers on the board that I might have liked a little bit better, if I'm being honest here, Ryan, as far as some guys that maybe you could have gone with. I know that obviously Josh Downs is a guy that you and I like. I know some people aren't as high on him. You could have maybe taken a flyer on a Jalen Hyatt speed or something like that, although I wouldn't necessarily go there. I can live with this pick. I think this is solid. This is a kid. I'll say this. I think if Jordan Addison can be more consistent catching the football, he fits the NFL game very well. Route runner type, precision, that kind of stuff. I think he's going to fit the NFL game very well. And I'm curious how he handles this season, because obviously things didn't go his way. Not a great downfield guy in the NFL, but can get downfield if you need him to. I like Jordan Addison. I thought he was a little overrated as the top receiver on the draft. I think this is more of a 23 to 35 is where I'd have been comfortable with people taking Jordan Addison, in my opinion. Maybe a skosh too high. Yeah, but this is a good pick. This is a good pick for the Vikings, in my opinion. And it was a position that you had mentioned was a position that you felt they needed to go look at.
Interesting development, Brian. The New York Giants have just traded up to the 24th overall pick. Flipped picks here.
I have a feeling I will not be surprised if the Giants take Mayer here. I got a call today from someone I know who said that the Giants love Michael Mayer.
Because you have to look at these 3 picks in a row that we just had, that we have coming up here, right? It was the Jaguars, it was the Giants, and then it was the Cowboys. All 3 of those teams need tight ends. I think that here, for me, the Giants were probably afraid that Dallas, a division rival, was going to jump in front of them to take their tight end and Michael Mayer. So I would actually not. I'm on the same wavelength with you. I think that this is Michael Mayer.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, this would be the spot. This is the range where we don't see him getting past this, right? Past this spot, Ryan. So I think this would absolutely make a lot of sense. I'm updating these things here really quick because I think the Giants are going to move pretty quickly. You don't trade up and not know who you're going to get, right? I mean, that's obvious. But talk to me, Ryan, about it. Let's just say, okay, tight end. Let's just we think they're going tight end here, right? But until the pick is in, talk to me a little bit about kind of what else you see from here.
Yeah, I think that tight end is a massive pick. Yeah, well, I think tight end is a massive pick just to start the conversation because I know they just traded for Darren Waller, but if you've watched Darren Waller is not an actual tight end. He's a slot receiver, a big receiver, for being honest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I think that pick would make sense. They're a team for me, Brian, that like offensive line is also always going to need to be a little bit of an upgrade for them. They have Andrew Thomas, who's one of the best left tackles in the NFL already, but they have a kind of a revolving. They had Evan Neal starting at right tackle, which is a really foundational pick for them. But they've had a revolving door inside, like at center, at guards. I think that they need to figure out the interior of that offensive line moving forward here. But I think tight end wise, I think they could still use a guy. Oh, that didn't look good.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
The Giants are taking a position. They're going defense, Ryan.
Okay.
And I'm really floored by this. They are taking Deonte Banks, cornerback from Maryland, with the number 24 overall pick.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm a little surprised by that based on a call that I got today. But yeah, that's an interesting one. I was told basically today if Michael Mayer falls to them that they're going to take Michael Mayer is what I was told today. But
interesting.
Obviously, he didn't technically fall to him. They jumped up to get somebody else. So, yeah, it's an interesting one.
I wonder why the Giants felt like they needed to move up one spot for Deonte Banks.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. So talk to us about the player, Ryan. Let's talk about the player.
Deonte Banks is one of the big risers in this draft from a just draft process perspective. Not many people were talking about him at all this time, like when we were talking about earlier in January. But he's a corner that, honestly, Jacorian Bennett was actually more the talked about cornerback for Maryland to begin the year. Kind of a really fast, little speedy guy. But they look at when you look at what Banks brings to the table, he is what an outside corner looks like at the next level. 6 foot, 190 plus pounds, athletic, ran 4.36 at the combine, explosive football player. He's still a little bit raw in the technical perspective, but man, the tools are fantastic. And he really took his step up in 2022, and he had some really good film for the Terps this year. So I like the player. I think this is a good range for him. I think that he's a late first-round caliber talent at the position, and I think that he has massive upside at corner. It's just about getting in a good room with a good developer of talent defensively, because if you get him with a good developer, I think he can be a really good player on the next level.
I will say I'm just what I was told today. I'm a little surprised that this is the direction that they went with this pick. That's my only thing. I'm surprised by it. So, but they, like you said, they've upgraded their secondary in a league that has some pretty good quarterbacks, not great quarterbacks, but good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But yeah. So overall, Ryan, take the other needs out. You like this pick, and this is a good a range you're comfortable with Deonte Banks going in right now.
Yeah, if I was going to take a corner at this point with who's left on the board, I prefer him over Joey Porter Jr. I think that he has all the makings, and I really do think that he has the fundamental foundation to be a very good number one corner on the next level. Again, it's just about maturation. He's still a guy that's a little bit raw, but if he's developed properly, I think the New York Giants have the potential cornerback one moving forward.
So Jacksonville, the Giants gave up pick 160 and pick 240 to move up here in this one, by the way.
Spot.
Yeah. So let's see here. That would be what, is that round 5? Yeah. So that's round 5. So they got the number 160 in the 5th round, and then pick 240 is in the middle of round 7. So that's what the Jaguars picked up by moving up, by dropping down a spot and allowing the Giants to come up and take Deonte Banks. So they got a 5th and a 7th to drop down a spot. It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's not at all.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, who was it? Traded from like 9 to 10 and got just a 4th rounder. So now you got a 5 and a 7. So and you're much lower. So Deonte Banks is the pick, Ryan. Let's go on to, obviously that pick is in. Jacksonville moves down a spot. Yep. Let's talk about what the Jaguars have need here, Ryan. Where do the Jaguars need to go with this pick here, the 25th overall pick? What are their needs?
One player that I know that Jacksonville fans have been talking about a lot is Brian Branch, the safety out of Alabama.
Yep. Timeout. They're off the clock.
Traded
the
it.
Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills have traded up to number 25. So Jacksonville's dropped down 2 spots. The Bills are on the board, Ryan. Where do the Buffalo Bills look? What are the areas that they need to look at here with this number 25 overall pick?
It's a curious one. One is offensive tackle. I know Spencer Brown, their starting right tackle, had a struggle this past year. It was just not a good year. I know that they have been thinking about potentially upgrading the right tackle spot. Wide receiver, secondary pass catcher. They wanted Gabriel Davis to take a big step to kind of take some pressure off of Stephon Diggs, and Gabriel Davis was just kind of a stinker this past year. So I think wide receiver is on the table. That is like really the main 2 for me. And then the other one, Brian, is for the Buffalo Bills. I mean, they would have loved the running back to be on the board, but it just isn't that running back at that spot, right? But
not here.
I think secondary pass catcher and I think right tackle is probably the spots that I'd look at.
And you think that now you're in a little bit more comfortable position to take that that deal. And just real quick, so the Jaguars pick up the number 130 overall pick, Ryan, which is at the end of round 4. So they picked up a 4th, a 5th, and a 7th. Jacksonville did, to go from 24 to 27, or excuse me, to go from 24 to 27, right? Okay. So that's I mean, you're moving down. Clearly, there were not guys on the board that you liked, and you picked up 3 later draft picks for depth for a team that, I mean, look, it's a great job making the playoffs this year, but there's still a lot of needs for the Jaguars this year, Ryan.
There is.
Right? I mean,
the one great thing is that they have a really good young quarterback on a rookie contract, which will always help.
Right.
Though. Always help.
Right. I mean, let's be real about the Jaguars. They made the playoff because their division is awful. Right. That's why they made it. They made the playoffs at 9-8. There's still needs on that roster for the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, and obviously they have Evan Ingram at tight end, who had over 70 catches for 700 yards last year. So not sure that this is the tight end range unless they just say, hey, this guy's too good for Jacksonville at 27, but we're still obviously talking about Buffalo right here. Yeah. Any other surprises? Like, what could be a potential surprise for you that you could see Buffalo maybe surprising some people? Obviously, tight end's not one. They have Dawson Knox. What's maybe a couple other spots that you could see them maybe looking?
Interior offensive line could be another one. Maybe this is an Osiris Torrance pick to play offensive guard. I know that their offensive line is.
Where's he from? Is that the Kentucky kid?
No, it's from Florida. Florida. Yeah,
that's right.
He played at University of Louisiana Lafayette, and then he went over when the Louisiana coach went to Florida, Billy Napier.
Wow. Okay. The Buffalo Bills traded up for a tight end, Ryan, and they're taking Dalton Kincaid, tight end from Utah, with the number 25 overall pick. That's an interesting one, Ryan. So Dalton Kincaid is the first tight end off the board, and he goes to the Buffalo Bills at number 25. It's disappointing on so many different levels. But if you're a Cowboys fan and you think that Michael Mayer was the guy you needed to get there at number 26, you're jumping for joy right now. So, yeah.
Oh, man, I don't even know what to say with that one. That one's
Don't you kind of think Dalton Kincaid is a very similar type of player to Dawson Knox and style of play?
Yes.
I mean, wouldn't Michael Mayer have been more of a compliment to what they're kind of looking for there? In my opinion, a guy that's a little bit better with the contested catches. That's a confusing one.
I really can't think that I can't believe that the NFL overthought this one this much. I really can't believe it.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. So let's talk about this, Ryan. So let's dive into it. Let's talk about the pick. Buffalo drafts Dalton Kincaid. You're getting another weapon for your franchise quarterback.
Yep.
Passing on some other positions, offensive line, you mentioned, interior defensive line, a couple others. So let's talk about the fit of Dalton Kincaid into the Buffalo offense and what you think of this pick. Context aside of Michael Mayer and all that, just let's talk about the pick.
Well, this is another one where the one big loss that Buffalo has had over the last couple of years was that the regression and then loss of Cole Beasley. So much so that Cole Beasley was brought back this season, even though he's not in his prime anymore. He's that slot receiver, the guy that can really work the middle of the field, short area separator. They don't really have that type. I mean, you look at it, Stephon Diggs is one of the best receivers in the NFL, but he's an outside the numbers kid, right? Great route runner. He's that type of dude. Dawson Knox is also a deep seam runner, right? Like he's that guy that's an explosive athlete, former Ole Miss, obviously Rebel. I think what Dalton Kincaid can bring to the table is that Dalton Kincaid, I think, can be kind of that short intermediate separator, the guy that can get clean in and out of breaks, a guy that whether you put a linebacker on him, whether you put a safety on him, he'll have a little bit of an advantage to create some plays and to create some instant separation. So that is where I look at and say that's where his dynamic could fit into a Buffalo offense immediately.
Yeah. So let's go with, obviously we talked about that. The number 26 pick, Ryan, now belongs to the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously tight end has been a position that they've been linked to a lot. Obviously, yep. Michael Mayer's on the board. Let's just kind of take that one aside. And what are some other potential needs that the Cowboys have here and some options that they could look for here with the number 26 overall pick?
I think they're another team that could use a cornerback opposite Trayvon Diggs. I think Trayvon Diggs is a little bit of an overrated player just in general, but I think that getting a player maybe that's a little bit more of a traditional lockdown. Lockdown's a little bit of an overused term, but a guy that's more of a negator of the pass
number one
instead
corner.
of a guy that's a gambler. Yeah. I think that he's a position that could make some sense opposite him. They haven't really had a great corner on the other side since Byron Jones was there a couple years ago. That is now obviously, I think, retiring is
he retired this offseason. Yeah, he was the one that was talking about the injuries he had, telling people don't take painkillers and all that kind of stuff, which, kind of on board with that. But yes, so he's no longer there.
Yep. So he is. I think that would be a position that would make a little bit of sense for Dallas cornerback potentially. I think pass rusher to continue to bolster the defense because DeMarcus Lawrence is getting a little bit older as well. A little bit of a guy that I think is kind of reaching a little bit of a regression there. They have Micah Parsons that obviously they put as they put him as an edge rusher a ton, but I think having him as kind of a movable chess piece with a guy that maybe can rush the passer a little bit. Could this be a Myles Murphy type of selection? I wouldn't be shocked if we were looking at it in that spot. But I also think the tight end would be a one that would make a lot of sense for Dallas Cowboys at pick 26, because I think that they lost, obviously, Dalton Schultz this offseason, who was a good tight end for them that had been injured, obviously, over the last couple of years, and they don't really have a guy. Their number one tight end right now is Jake Ferguson, who's a good secondary option as a tight end, but I don't know if he's a number one tight end at the NFL level.
And they've had some success with Notre Dame guys, obviously, recently. Jalen Smith had some good years for them, and obviously Zach Martin's been a Hall of Famer so far for the Cowboys. Ryan, when you look at it right now, it's kind of a decent time as we're waiting on Dallas's pick to get in. There's still over 4 minutes left. Who are some of the kind of the best available guys right now on the board for you that you see just the best value right now? Obviously, Michael Mayer, I would imagine, would be one on the board. But who are some other the kind of the best available guys right now, regardless of the need or the fits or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, Myles Murphy's a big one. He's a guy that I value tremendously from a talent perspective. I think that he's on the board, obviously, and he's a guy that's really talented. Nolan Smith is a guy that I expected actually to be drafted at this point. I'm not as high as some people on Nolan, but he's a really gifted athlete who I thought that the NFL would go a little bit gaga over, to be honest with you.
Especially with that combine, Ryan. That's a great point. Yes. Like he's the prototypical, played for the defending two-time national champs, SEC, combine freak. I'm with you. I thought he would be a guy that somebody would overreach for big time because of that. Great point on that one.
Brian Branch, safety from Alabama, is a guy that I'm really high on. I think that he's would be a tremendous value at this point in the draft. The last offensive lineman that some project as a first rounder is Anton Harrison out of Oklahoma. Again, I'm more in the second round conversation with a guy like an Anton Harrison, but I do expect him to be in play here down the stretch. And I think best wide receiver for me on the board is Joshua Downs out of North Carolina. I'm a big fan of Joshua Downs. I could see him being drafted somewhere in the next 5 to 6 picks. I think that he's a really dynamic wide receiver, could play a little bit inside, a little bit outside. He has kind of that style to him. So Downs, I think that Brian Branch, Michael Mayer, Anton Harrison, Myles Murphy, a lot of talent still on the board. There is a lot of talent still there.
They're showing the Dallas war room. Dallas has not made a pick. You got Mike McCarthy just talking and everyone else listening to Mike McCarthy talking. So I don't have a clue what Mike McCarthy's talking about. But that's probably not a war. I said earlier, one of my things I'd love to do is be in a war room. That's not one I'd want to hang out in. I'm sorry.
Jerry seems like a nice guy.
Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy talking football the entire time. I'm good. I'll head down to Houston and hang out with the Texans.
Oh, come on, man!
They're doing some wheeling and dealing, man. It's a new era in Houston right now, buddy.
Apparently is, man. Apparently is.
This would be one of those great times where I wish we had commercial breaks to go to right now because they're just keep showing Michael's face, and I feel so bad for him.
They stole my comp though, Brian. They're just doing a comp right now to Jason Witten.
You've been saying that for a while. Yeah, a while. There's no doubt,
comp, man. There's no doubt.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where he goes. Because, if he doesn't go here, I mean, the ones that make the most sense for Michael Mayer, you obviously Cincinnati at 28. I've seen the Saints at 29. If he doesn't get picked by the Saints at 29, I don't see him getting picked in the first round unless somebody trades up to get him. Because the Eagles,
I really find hard to believe that Cincinnati would pass on him at 28, but we shall see if that comes to happen.
And it comes to a point in time like how many offensive pass game weapons can we possibly take and afford to have? You know what I mean? So it'll be interesting. But yeah, I mean, I don't see the Eagles don't see like a team that have a need for a tight end, and obviously the Chiefs don't with Travis Kelce. So unless someone trades up, I mean, you're getting into this zone now, Ryan, at 26, 27, 28, where if he doesn't go now, you wonder, does he fall out of round one? That's going to be the interesting piece to this. I mean, he's just sitting there kind of staring at the TV. I don't see his phone ringing. Hopefully they've already made, they're still talking.
They're still talking. They're still arguing, Mike, so they haven't made it.
No, they're still freaking talking. Like, what is there to talk about, guys? Yeah, right. Cowboys. That is not a happy looking room, right?
It is not, man.
A lot of false enthusiasm going on right there, man. Like a lot of false enthusiasm going on in that room. You know what I mean? Like a lot of fake cheers. Yeah, whatever.
That's so funny.
Yay, we're happy. We got our pick. Yay. Let's go shake the hand of the boss so I don't get fired here.
I'll say this, man. I'll say this. Jerry Jones looks like he could be the next Darth Sidious in a Star Wars remake.
Yeah. That's a weird one. That's a very weird one. I'm hitting refresh like crazy, everybody, to see who the pick is going to be. And neither of the guys that I'm following. The one guy that he was wrong twice, so I'm not following that guy anymore.
Oh, he was wrong twice?
There was a guy that he was the one was the Jordan Addison pick. The guy had said that they were going to decided to draft Joey Porter. And that's why I was like, I'm waiting to see what the other two say, because he ended up being wrong. They took Jordan Addison. So yeah, that'll be an interesting one. And I'm also curious to see, like, if they go Mayer here, it's going to make Sean Stiers obviously very happy, because
is he Cowboys
he's
fan?
a Cowboys fan. Yeah, he's a Cowboys fan. And they always talk about, people always complain about it. They always complain about how he's always talking about the Cowboys on his show. I'm like, well, he's a Cowboys fan. Like, what do you want to talk about? Your favorite team, funny. So he's going to talk about his team. So yeah, Sean's going to be, he's probably like sitting at home rocking a bunch of Cowboys gear.
my wife would not be a fan.
Wow. Ryan.
Uh-oh.
Nope. They're not going Michael Mayer here. Defensive tackle.
Oh.
The Dallas Cowboys select
Mazi Smith.
Oh, defensive tackle from Michigan. Yeah. So let's talk about it, Ryan. Let's talk about the fit. Let's talk about what Dallas is getting here.
Dallas is getting a true one-tech nose, a guy that is incredibly strong, pretty explosive in short areas. Not much pass rush profile with a guy like Mazi Smith, but he is a true 2-down run stopper, a guy that doesn't get moved off the spot very well, and he will provide a lot of interior oomph, I guess, is for lack of a better word. He's a guy that can hold the point of attack well in the run game. I think he has the potential to be a plus run defender. I just question if he's ever going to be much of a pass rusher as far as upside.
Where do you see him? Where did you see him range wise, Ryan, coming into this draft?
I wouldn't have taken him until late second, early third rounds. Like that's kind of the player I see personally. I think he's slightly overrated. Because I just think he's a little limited. I think he's a little limited. I think he's a good role player, but I think that I can find a 2-down run stopper in the third rounds in this type of draft. Like I don't think I need to draft him at pick 26, in my opinion.
Yeah. This is a very curious one. I've never been as high on Mazi Smith as some other people are. I'm with you on that. Really good college football player, but I've never seen that one. I think he's what we normally see from Michigan linemen. They've had a lot of defensive linemen drafted in recent years, and most of them don't pan out. There's been some, the guy for the Chiefs, right? What's his name? Frank Clark. Mike Dana actually was surprisingly okay. Productive guy. He didn't do anything at Michigan, but I see kind of more of Rashawn Gary's had some moments, right? But I see more Taco Charlton here as far as the NFL production than some of the other guys. But it's going to be fascinating, Ryan. I really feel like these next 2 picks are going to have to be Mayer or he's going to fall unless somebody trades up to get him. It's a real that was Ryan. I have never seen a war room like that. I've been watching the NFL draft for 30 years. Well, just know it was you could clearly like the head coach is trying to talk people into whatever he thought they should be doing. That's what it looked like to me. And then when we watched him make the pick and we're like, that doesn't look like a room that's super fired up about. We're watching Dan Campbell like headbutt people basically in the room, and they're just like, whatever, this is bull crap, and they're shaking hands. You know what I mean? Like that was not. And then you had that one old dude who's like, that dude was fake. That was false enthusiasm. Like, guys, the camera's on us. Act excited. You know what I mean? Like, there is no draft process that I'm more looking forward to hearing the intel on what went down than what we just saw in Dallas. Not even about the pick, but just watching, like, read body language, Ryan. Like, that's something that I've had to learn to do over the years with the jobs that I've done as a coach and recruiter and stuff. That was not a room of people that were on the same page with what's happening. Like, not even close to being on the same page right there. That was a fascinating. And because I'm not hearing anything, so I'm not corrupted by what they're saying. I'm watching them. I'm like, that's some bad body language in that room. Did you see it?
That happened. It was a couple years ago with the Philadelphia Eagles. There was like this big back and forth because the coaches were clearly not happy, but the general manager was like fist pumping, like, yeah. And then the one coach was like just staring him down, was like, it's not the right pick type of thing.
Do you remember who the pick was?
Who's that?
Do you remember who they ended up picking?
I don't remember. No, I can look back and try to figure it out. But I just remember there was like it was just split, man. It was like the scouting staff and the coaching staff were just not on the same page. I would
love to hear who that was and to see who was right. You know what I mean? So that'd be very interesting. So let's talk about this 27th overall pick, Ryan. Obviously, the Jacksonville Jaguars they've traded now down from 24 to 25, now down to 27. They've picked up a 4th, a 5th, and a 7th in this draft class. So we've started to talk about Jacksonville a couple times. I'm hesitant to even do it because then I feel like that's when they're going to tell us that a trade is being made. Yes. But let's talk about what the needs are for the Jacksonville Jaguars now that they're here at the 27th overall pick.
Left tackle is an easy one, obviously, with the Cam Robinson situation. I think that Anton Harrison would be a guy that would make some sense from just a need perspective. I also think that safety is a big spot for them. So I talked about Bryan Branch for them earlier, but I think
is he your top safety in the draft, Ryan? Is he your clear number one safety? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is like no-brainer. This is safe. This is top safety in the draft.
He's also been a guy that's been linked to the Jaguars a lot throughout this process. So I think that he would make a lot of sense, Bryan Branch. And I think, again, with the Cam Robinson situation, if you need a left tackle immediacy, I think that Anton Harrison has tools to develop in that role.
Ryan, you are spot on with your pick. The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They are going with Anton Harrison, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma. So obviously, Ryan, you read that one correctly. You have a franchise quarterback. Your offensive line is okay, but there's a little bit of a question mark at offensive tackle. You just got the best remaining tackle. And this is the range that you felt from earlier, Ryan. Remember, I think you kind of thought in the 20s was the range where the next tackle should go, in your opinion. So it sounds like this is a good value here as well, on top of a positional need for a team that has a young franchise quarterback.
Yeah, with what the board looks like right now, I'm totally good with this pick because Anton Harrison has tools to develop into a plus starting offensive tackle at the next level. Again, like in a raw grade, I had him in a second round conversation, but again, we're talking about positional value, and that's always going to push an offensive tackle up the board a little bit. So you look at a guy like an Anton Harrison. Jaguars lost Jawan Taylor this offseason, who's a starting right tackle. They have Walker Little, who they like in the building already, who's going to be one of the offensive tackles. But obviously with the Cam Robinson situation.
You keep saying that, right? Just let people know, for those who don't know what happened. Obviously, he's being suspended. Can you just kind of explain to people? We talk about the Cam Robinson situation.
I actually don't 100% remember exactly what the suspension was for.
It was basically announced today that he's going to start the season, is going to be suspended to start the season, correct?
So he's suspended.
Former Alabama offensive lineman, right?
I can't remember how many games he was suspended for. So he was a PED suspension. I believe it was a full season? Was it 10 games? I can't remember, but regardless, he's going to miss some time with the suspension. So
it says it's that right now, from what the report that I'm reading today says, that it's an unspecified number of games. Yeah. So it seems like right now they haven't announced it, how long that one is going to be. So that's to your point, it adds up to the fact that you don't know. There is uncertainty there because you don't know how long he's going to be suspended. If it's 3 games, it's 17-game season, okay. But if it's for the season and you're a playoff team and you've got your franchise quarterback, you got to take your.
If I remember correctly, I think this might be a contract year for Cam Robinson as well. So I don't think it's a great situation for him, regardless. But you're potentially replacing both offensive tackles, so you need to find at least. Put someone in the pipeline that could potentially be a starter down the road. I think Anton Harrison, if developed properly, has the tools to be that guy because he's got length, he's got athleticism. Power profile is developing. It's still not great, but it's got better in 2022 compared to 2021. I think he has a chance to be a good one. It's just about, again, year 2, year 3 is going to be better than year 1 for Anton Harrison, in my opinion.
Well, and you might disagree with me on this, Ryan, but I've liked what Bill Benball has produced in the NFL. I think a lot of the kids that he's developed have gone on to be pretty good in it. Like, not great, not like what we've seen from Harry Hiestand, where it's like a bunch of all pros, but there's just been a lot of good offensive linemen. Obviously, Orlando Brown turned out to be a heck of a player for multiple teams, but his guys know how to play. And like you said, in this particular case, this is a kid that needs another year before he's really ready to go there. But this is a coach who, if I'm looking for pedigree with offensive line, which I think is important for me when I'm drafting offensive lineman. What's this kid been? Has this kid been coached? Has he been challenged? Has he been pushed? Has he been developed? Guys that Bill Benball develops to me are guys that have a track record of being quality pros, in my opinion. Yeah. So
and Harrison's a guy again where he took a massive jump from 2021 to 2022. Like, good player in 21, very good player in 2022. So he's showing the maturation as well. And I mean, Bill Benball is one of the best in the business. I mean, on the college level, there's no doubt about it. I mean, talk about Orlando Brown. You talk about recently with like Ben Powers, who's turned into a really good guard on the NFL level. Like, he has a track record of producing good offensive linemen without a doubt.
So real quick, Ryan, the Bengals have made their pick, but we don't know what it's going to be yet. Obviously, we talked about Michael Mayer. What are some other, just quickly, Oh, no, the Bengals pick is in. They're not going Michael Mayer. Michael Mayer could end up falling out of the first round. The Cincinnati Bengals are going with another guy that has fallen in this draft quite a bit. They're going defense, Ryan. They're going Myles Murphy, the defensive end from Clemson.
I mean, it's great value at 28. It is. I mean, at this point, Myles Murphy is about as talented of a number 28 overall pick as you're going to find in any drafts. I mean, the kid is 6'5", 270 pounds, ran 4.5s at his pro day. He's explosive. He's been productive during his career, but he never really took the step from being a good football player to being a great football player during his career. But the talent is still there. I think if we look at him, develop again with a good defensive line coach. The best football is still ahead of a Myles Murphy, and he is I think a scheme diverse football player, a guy that can kind of play all over the defensive line. And I really think that he is a tremendous value at pick 28. There's no doubt. I mean, he's that talented.
So Ryan, let's go with pick number 29. The defending the 29 is actually the New Orleans Saints, who got this pick from the Denver Broncos, correct? Isn't this the pick they got from the Broncos?
I believe so.
For Sean Payton. So the New Orleans Saints are on the clock, Ryan. What are some of the needs and what are some of the directions that the Saints are could go here with this 29th overall pick?
Well, they have Derek Carr, so I guess they're content there. But I mean, Will Levis is always a conversation point with Derek Carr in the building. I think wide receiver is a spot that could always be upgraded. I think that they, with the Michael Thomas situation where he just hasn't been healthy for like basically the last 3 years, you could always get a secondary pass catcher to go with a guy like a Chris Olave. I think that makes a ton of sense. And defensively, you're replacing Marcus Davenport this offseason as well. So adding an impact pass rusher or at least a guy that can develop into that, I think is a spot that could also make some sense. So I think pass rusher is a spot that makes a lot of sense. I think Will Levis is a talking point, at least for a second, and then secondary pass catcher, maybe a Joshua Downs to go with a guy like a Chris Olave.
Yeah. Back to that pick at number 28 with the Bengals, Ryan. I got to say, you're a team like the Bengals. You've been close. You made a Super Bowl 2 years ago. You got knocked off by the champs this year. You are sitting there at 28, and you got a guy with top 10 NFL draft pick talent, physical talent.
Yes.
Take the Michael Mayer and all that out of this was the thing I was saying earlier. Like at some point, the Bengals got to start doing something other than just adding more and more and more weapons for Joe Burrow. They've got a lot of weapons for Joe Burrow already. You've got to now start doing some things where do you have a guy that could maybe help you stop Patrick Mahomes at the end of the day, right? And that's something that you're getting. You're getting a guy that has the potential to be a top 10 a top 10 pick going a year ago. He has that kind of ability. He just never produced at that level. Could he be one of those guys that kind of gets to the next level and his game takes off a little bit? That's going to be a question mark. But you're getting a very talented player right now in Myles Murphy.
You are. And I think that within that defensive front, I think it's incredibly intriguing because you have Trey Hendrickson, who's one of the better sackers in the NFL. You have DJ Reader, who's one of the best interior defensive linemen in the NFL. You really just need a bookend on the other side of Trey Hendrickson to take that defensive line to the next level. And I think that a guy like Myles Murphy has a completely different skill set than what a Trey Hendrickson is. Trey Hendrickson's more of a really technically sound, nuanced hand rusher, the guy that really understands how to attack leverage. Myles Murphy's more of your long, explosive, powerful defensive end that I think could be a really nice bookend with a guy like a Trey Hendrickson. So again, disappointment from a Notre Dame side of things that it wasn't Michael Mayer, but I do think that is tremendous value with Myles Murphy. Like I think it's a really good pick.
And I think in Myles Murphy, you're getting a player that they hope that a healthy Khalid Kareem could be, but an even more dynamic athlete, right? Like this is what you were kind of hoping, that big power end run stuffer with some pass rushing potential. Khalid just could never, stay healthy and put it all together. Every time he'd start to flash, he'd get hurt. But that's, like you said, and he's a great fit, opposite, completely different player than the other kid you got. And you've got good linebackers, right? Yes. And that's the other thing. You've got a good linebacking core. This is another good defensive lineman that 6'5", 270, big, powerful kid, good athlete that could maybe help keep some of the blockers off your linebackers and allow your linebackers to continue to play. So you're talking about this is the second best team in the AFC right now, right? Do we agree on that? Right. I mean, just results. So they've been in the Super Bowl. They've beaten the Chiefs a couple times recent years. They beat them in the regular season this year, correct? Yes. And then obviously beat them in the playoffs the year before, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And so, but right now the Chiefs are still the team to beat because they have won a couple Super Bowls and they did knock you off. There's two ways. Okay, let's go try and outscore the Chiefs, or let's build up our defense and be able to make the stops and then say, we've got Joe Burrow, we've got Jamar Chase, we've got T. Higgins, we've got Tyler Boyd, and no, maybe your tight end isn't as good as Michael Mayer if that's your kind of conclusion. But you don't necessarily need that. And Irv Smith Jr. is not a bad football player. Drew Sample's a good run blocker. You have some guys, but you're kind of saying like we don't necessarily need that. We need to make stops. Why did they lose to the Chiefs this year, Ryan? because Pat Mahomes got the ball at the end of the game and they couldn't stop him.
Well, I was going to say,
Right?
Brian, I think that trying to outscore the Chiefs is just not a formula for success.
No.
I mean, if you think about it,
No.
when is the last shootout that the Chiefs have been in that they didn't end up winning the football game? The games that the Chiefs have lost are the ones where the opposing defense stifles them a little bit, holds their scoring down a little bit. Shootouts are not the recipe to defeat the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, because the Chiefs, in a lot of ways, I've made this comparison with Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes, but they're the modern day John Elway. If you're going to beat him, you better whoop him, because if he gets the ball with a chance to win at the end, you're going to lose. I mean, the Bill and here's the deal: Joe Burrow has found that out, and Josh Allen has found that out, right? Because that's what happened to the Bills in the playoffs last year against the Chiefs, right? Great shootout. The Bills try to get into a shootout with the Chiefs. End of the day, the Chiefs defense made the stops, and the Bills couldn't stop Josh Allen. Patrick Mahomes. So take the Notre Dame part of it out and look at this. This pick makes a lot of sense. I mean, I would have liked to have seen Michael Mayer, but this pick makes a lot of sense for the Bengals here. And because look,
I like that defensive staff too. I think that they do a good job. So I like the development aspect for Myles Murphy's sake as well. I think that they could do a great job with him.
When you look at the Broncos, I'm a Broncos fan, right? What were the moves that the Broncos made that got them over the top? It wasn't Terrell Davis. Already had Terrell Davis, right? It was they went out and got Neil Smith. Alfred Williams, those Darian Gordon at cornerback. It was those selections that really put them over the top, because then they could make those. They had someone that could make those stops at the end of games. And so
I still can't believe the Kansas City Chiefs just let you guys have Neil Smith like that. By the way, it was crazy,
right?
Man.
Yeah. So the Saints have made their pick, Brian. Brian. Yeah, I called you me.
Great name.
The New Orleans Saints have made their pick. They have the number 29 overall pick, and they're gonna stick with the Clemson connection here. They are taking Bryan Bresee, defensive tackle from Clemson, with the next pick. So 2 top 10 talents, Ryan, from Clemson, who had disappointing seasons for different reasons, go back-to-back at the end of round 1. The Saints take Bryan Bresee. Value-wise, you'll talk to me about the fit and all that, Ryan, but I got to say, value-wise, this is a good pickup for the Saints. You got a top 10 talent who's been held back by a couple things with the number 29 overall pick. And you got that pick by trading your coach, who wasn't even your coach anymore. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good, Ryan.
Now, hey man, you don't have to. Nobody, I think, should have to be convinced of the talent that Bryan Bresee presents. Right, 6'5.5", 300 pounds, ran in the 4.8s at the combine. Incredible talents. It's all about consistency with him. But like Brian, another team, the New Orleans Saints, that has been built off defense. People always talk about Drew Brees, but over the last few years, man, they've had a staunch defense. They really have. They've had a lot of great players on that defensive line historically as well. You talk about Trey Hendrickson, who is on the Cincinnati Bengals now, but was a really good player for them. Cameron Jordan. I think at defensive tackle-wise, though, they've had guys like Akeem Hicks, Sheldon Rankins. Both those guys are no longer on that team. So rebuilding from the inside out, I think that Bryan Bresee is a player that can be impactful both as a 2-gap and 1-gap style player. I think he can do both things. He's an alignment versatile. He can play 1-tech. He can play out to a 3. He's even played out to a 5 at times with the Clemson Tigers. So I think that when you look at this player, he's a alignment versatile, scheme versatile, and he's a top 10 talent just in pure God-given athleticism and size. So if you're able to harness the best of Bryan Bresee, this will end up being one of the biggest steals of the first rounds.
Well, you keep using this phrase, Ryan, called scheme versatile.
Yep.
And the reality is that's important at any level of football. It's even more important in the NFL because of how much teams do sub packages. And we're still seeing a lot of sub packages. And the problem is, and this is kind of was your concern with Jack Campbell at 18 to the Lions, is, man, first and second down, this guy's a dude, right? I mean, this guy can play for you. But you're going to be in sub packages, 65% of the time. And there's teams in the league just flat out throw the ball all the time, where you're negating that kind of guy. Having a defensive lineman, especially, that can give you some scheme. Hey, when we go to our nickel package, we can bump him in a gap or bump him out. Who was it you're talking about earlier? One of the ends you were talking about that you could slide inside Tyree in Wilson. Some pass rushing. What's that?
Tyree Wilson.
Yes. We could slide him inside in some nickel situations. Bryan Bresee is a guy that you could move around a little bit. Myles Murphy, I think, also has a little bit of that from Tyree Wilson, where in some nickel packages, maybe put him over a guard on third down and let him win that way. It's important to have guys like that, Ryan. It's important to have guys that bring that sort of scheme flexibility to the table, and these two Clemson kids provide a little bit of that. And I think Bresee brings an underrated nature of that to the. I don't think a lot of people look at him and think scheme versatile, but I think you're correct. The film shows that, even though he's a bigger bodied kid.
Yeah, and I think for how the game has evolved, playing between so much, rarely teams ever stick to one front anymore, right? Like a 4-man front is not a 4-man front every single play. A 3-man front is not a 3-man front every single play. Bryan Bresee, I think, could play anywhere from 1, although 1's not his best position, all the way out to a 5 at times. Like, he can do all that stuff in between. He can play a 3, he can play a 2, 2i, 4, 4i. He can do a little bit of everything.
But let me ask you this, Ryan. If we're in a situation, we're in a 2-minute situation or a third down situation, now I put him over the center?
Yes.
And
true. Yeah.
Right. Sure. It's to your point though, right? I mean, am I putting him over? Because one technique is outside shade or to the shoulder of a center. So you're putting him in a true A gap guy. But to your point, there are some scenarios where I would be willing to do that in certain packages. And that's the point, right? I think you nailed that you're getting guys that are scheme versatile. And I think that's very important at any level, but it's especially important. You can get away with a guy in college that's not scheme. Isaiah Foskey brought very little scheme versatility the last 2 years from Notre Dame.
Yep.
But you didn't need it because this is college football, right? Yes. And in the NFL, it's a must. It's an absolute must, and I think these guys do bring it. So we're now, Ryan, we're back here now to pick number 30, and the Eagles are back on the clock. Mr. Roberts, where do you see the Eagles looking here? The last time we saw them was getting Jalen Carter at number 9, correct?
Correct.
So the Eagles are back with a defending NFC champs, got 2 first-round draft picks. They've got one of the 3 best players in the draft with pick number 1. Where do the Eagles look here, Ryan, with the number 30 overall pick?
Again, I think we're looking at a luxury a little bit. I think the 2 spots that could make some sense for them is one, I think that safety could be a spot that would make a little bit of sense. Like you mentioned, Brian Branch, he's still on the board. I think at pick 30 would be tremendous value. And I think offensive line is one spot, Brian. They have a little bit of a glaring hole at right guard. That's going to be a new starter this year after losing Isaac Seumalo in this offseason. So do you take an Osiris Torrance out of Florida, for instance, where it's just like you have a great offensive line around him? That's a plug and play so that your offensive line now goes from Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Jason Kelsey, Osiris Torrance, and Lane Johnson. That's another offensive line that is ready to work.
The Philadelphia Eagles have made their selection, Ryan, and they are going pure Georgia Bulldogs in this year's draft. They are taking Nolan Smith from University of Georgia. So they got 3 now. They got 3 Bulldogs now on their front, I guess. I don't say defensive line because he's more of an edge, but yeah. So you obviously this one caught you off a little off guard, Ryan. Let's talk about why that is and what the fit is and why this might be a direction that they're going to go.
So I like his fit in a role specifically for the Eagles, and that's the role that what Hassan Reddick currently plays. He's kind of a hybrid stand-up rusher edge. Like he kind of plays a little bit of different spots, but he is their sack guy, right? Like he had 16.5 sacks this year for the Philadelphia Eagles. My immediate response was Nolan kind of has to play that same role. Like he's not going to be a guy that plays strong side defensive end a ton. Like that's just not his game. He's 238 pounds. It's never really going to be his bag. But again, what sells at the NFL level, Brian? The ability to get after the quarterback at the end of the day. That sells. So I'm thinking, you want to talk about a luxury pick? A luxury pick is on third downs. You put Nolan Smith on the field on the other side of Hassan Reddick, and you just let those guys hunt on the outside track and let guys like Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter feast on the inside. That is a little bit of a luxury pick there. So they take it high upside talent in Nolan Smith, not a finished product, a guy that was banged up most of this year, so wasn't really able to develop as the guy this past season. But the traits are fantastic. It's just about finding the right role for a guy like a Nolan Smith.
So I'm looking at this his contract right now, Ryan, and there is a potential out for 2024 for Nolan Smith. So, I mean, it's not Nolan Smith, but Hassan Reddick, excuse me. So that's an interesting development. I don't have the specific details of what that would be, but according to this, looking at this SPO track right here, it looks like there's a chance that he could. I don't know if he can get out of it or if it's them getting out of it. I'm trying to find that specific information out. So, but I thought that was kind of interesting that's there. Yeah, that's that potential option is there. He's got like $1 million roster bonus in 24, those type of deals. So there are 3 void years for salary cap purposes, and it looks like 24 is one of those years. So maybe that's it too. If Nolan Smith flashes, and you all of a sudden just got yourself a much cheaper guy that, as you mentioned, Ryan, brings that same skill set to the table, which is I'm coming to rush off the edge. Yep. So that's that pick there. So we're now down to the last pick, Ryan, of the first round, because let's explain to people why there's only 31 picks this year.
Yes. Little bit of tampering that happens with the Miami Dolphins owner with Tom Brady. A little bit of flirting that went behind the scenes, right? So fortunately, the Miami Dolphins pick was vacated this year, was taken away. So we only had 31 draft picks in the first round for the first time in several years. I think the last time there was a forfeited pick, maybe about 10 years ago. I can't remember exactly when that happens, but we are sitting here with 31 picks.
Wasn't it the Patriots didn't the Patriots have to give up a first round pick because of the
was it
the
for
Spygate thing or whatever? Yeah,
Spygate. Yeah,
I thought it was for the spying thing. I can't remember. It might have been Deflategate. I don't remember. It was one of the scandals that happened during the
one of the
gates for the Patriots. But so let's talk a little bit about that number 30. And because we college football, and in college football there are literally 0 punishments for tampering. In the NFL, there actually is some bite to tampering. They actually have that in the NFL. Imagine that. So let's talk about this number 31 overall pick, Ryan. The Kansas City, I'll tell you what, man, the Kansas City Chiefs are sitting here at number 31. The defending champs, they've now won 2 Super Bowls in the last, 5 years. Yes. And there's some talented players left on the board here right now, Ryan, for them to look at. What are some directions that you could see the Kansas City Chiefs looking here with this number 31 overall pick? I just have a weird feeling like they're just going to go out and get a wide receiver here with some of these good receivers on the board. But what do you think, Ryan?
It's possible.
I trust you more than me on this one.
Well, no, wide receiver would make a lot of sense because they lost Juju. They've lost a couple wide receivers over the last couple drafts now, right? I mean, the great thing about the Super Bowl run last year is that I think Patrick Mahomes really showcased just how good he was because he did a lot with not the best supporting cast of all time in some spots, right? Like the wide receivers weren't tremendous last year for the Kansas City Chiefs. So that could be a spot. I think offensive tackle as well. We've lost Orlando Brown Jr. this offseason. So do you want to try to continue to bolster the offensive tackle position? But honestly, at the end of the day, Brian, when you have Patrick Mahomes and you've won 2 Super Bowls now in 4 years, it's a little bit of a luxury pick, right? I think that the Kansas City Chiefs do what they do, man. They let good football players fall in their lap. They did it with George Karlaftis last year. They've done it with Creed Humphrey. They've done it with Trey Smith. They did it with Leo Chenal last year in the 3rd round. Let good football players fall in your lap, man. Yeah. So I don't think there's a wrong way to go here if you're the Kansas City Chiefs. You have the luxury of taking whoever you perceive is the best player on the board, truly.
Right. Because as you said, there aren't a lot of needs for a team like the Chiefs. And that's why I kind of said receiver, because I actually look at that. I mean, you have Kadarius Toney catching passes in the Super Bowl, right? I mean, you got Sky Moore is projected as a starter for you. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is a guy that's catching balls for you. I mean, I'm like, you won a Super Bowl with that. Yes, and here's the other thing, too. Travis Kelce's 33 years old. He's still a great player, but he's 33 years old, meaning can you continue to rely on him as the guy, or do you need to start getting him maybe a little bit more help at that position moving forward? Because with tight ends, Ryan, I've always found they just like they go, and then when they lose it, they lose it.
Yes,
with some few exceptions, like Gronkowski, I thought was on the verge where he had lost, and then he bounces back up and he can play again, right? But normally, when a tight end loses it, he loses it, and you don't know when it's coming. And he's starting to get to that age. Yes, exactly. He's starting to get to that age now at 33 where you need to start preparing for the future. Now, I'm not talking about drafting a tight end. I'm not talking about drafting Michael Mayer, although that would be amazing. to have him playing with Patrick Mahomes. But that's not what I'm referring to. I'm more referring to just getting some more pass game help so he doesn't have to go out there and carry a team like that, especially the Bengals. They're drafting a really good defensive lineman to help them out. I think the Bills missed a chance to get better tonight, in my opinion. I don't like that pick of Dalton Kincaid. And it's not just because of I'm not sold on Dalton Kincaid. I'm just not. But I think this is a great chance for the Chiefs to kind of go out and get a play. I mean, you've got who are some of the receivers on the board, Ryan? I mean, you've got Josh Downs is still on the board, right? He's a guy that's still out there. You look at some of the other receivers on the board. Jonathan Mingo is a guy that a lot of people talk about. Jaden Reed, Jalen Hyatt. Could you imagine Patrick Mahomes getting like a Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman, Marvin Mims?
Jalen Hyatt would be a very interesting fit with that speed component.
Just
very interesting
because he doesn't have. Oh, he's not a good route runner. He doesn't have to be with what they're going to ask him to do. Run really fast, and Patrick's going to throw it really far. That's basically
like
what
to your point. They have Marquez Valdes-Scantling on their team, so clearly they don't care about anything.
Exactly. Kadarius Toney went out and caught balls in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, they could use some help there. But like you said, they're in a position, Ryan. I think you nailed it. Where just go get the best guy, and they're also in a position where they can draft for the future here. Hey, we got this guy under contract for 2 years. Let's take a chance on a high upside kid here or a younger guy that we can have, step into that spot here in a couple of years. So I think that's another interesting aspect of this that you could see the Chiefs go with right now.
And Travis Kelce and Michael Mayer also do have a really good relationship. I'm just putting that out there.
That would be a lot of fun. That would be a lot of fun to watch.
They actually run a decent 12 personnel, man. It would actually be kind of cool, honestly.
Who was their number 2 tight end?
Noah Gray.
Noah Gray. Okay.
Yeah.
I just looked at their depth chart. Do you know who else is on their roster at tight end? Blake Bell. Remember him?
Oh, the Belldozer.
Yeah. Yeah. First guy to rush for a touchdown against the 2012 Notre Dame defense. You remember that?
Yes.
They hadn't given up a rushing touchdown all year until he ran one in that game. I think it tied it. I think that was the one that tied it 13-13, and then Ev came back on that next series and hit that bomb to Chris Brown on that very next series. But looks like the Chiefs have made their pick. That's another room that just they don't look as happy as I thought that they would look. So I don't know what's going on here. That it could be just they're really freaking tired. That could be the other part of it too.
That also could be that.
They're just really, really tired. So we're going to wrap up the draft here and kind of pick some winners and losers and just some picks we really liked, Ryan, when we're done with this. But we are still waiting on the number 31 overall pick. The pick is in, but we have not seen it posted here on who that is going to be. Would obviously, yeah, we'll see. I'm hitting refresh, Ryan. I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it. If you had to predict, Ryan, right now, who would you predict that the Chiefs are going to go with right now? They're such an unpredictable team, but yes, I'm going to ask you to do it anyway.
Joshua Downs.
Josh Downs,
North Carolina. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. He's a good football player. I'll tell you this, man. There's a lot of if you're a team that needs a receiver, there's a lot of guys on the board for you in round two. And honestly, they're round two types. So it's not like you had to reach. There are some good receivers on the board in round two. And if Michael Mayer slides into round two, there's a lot of really good pass catchers, period, on the board in round two. Sam Laporta, who you talked about, Darnell Washington's another guy that's, at least for now, is on the board. So we're gonna see. And then, of course, Will Levis. I said it all along, Ryan. I said Will Levis is not a first-round pick at quarterback. Have I not been saying that for a long time?
Apparently, the NFL ended up agreeing with you, man.
Finally, the NFL agreed with me on something. Finally. I think first time ever, the NFL agreed with me on something. So we are happy. So the number 31 overall pick, they take the Kansas City Chiefs take – you would not have guessed this one. Kansas State defensive end Felix Anudike-Uzomah. Yeah, that's who they take. So Michael Mayer falls out of the first round. I got to admit, man, I'm a little miffed by that, and just not smart in my opinion on the behalf of the NFL. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to end up regretting not taking Michael Mayer at 31. So let's talk about this pick for the Chiefs, Ryan, before we kind of wrap things up for the night.
Yeah, I mean, Felix is a hyperactive edge rusher with very strong hands. I think he has a pass rush plan. He's a little bit tight in the hips, but I think he understands how to reduce rush angles really well. Not the bendiest outside track rusher of all time, though. But I think that for me, again, it's a luxury pick. They wanted to add pass rush. They assumed that they consider him the best pass rusher on the board. I don't necessarily agree with that decision, but it's a good, talented pass rusher added to a team that has a bunch of talented players. So there we are.
And he had more production in 2021 than he did 2022. He had 8.5 sacks this past year in 14 games. Year before, he had 14.5 tackles for loss. This year had 11, but he had 14.5 tackles for loss and 11 sacks in 2021. Yep. So he was even – now, part of this, he had 4 against TCU and 3 against Southern Illinois. So 7 of those came in one game.
Yep.
That's the thing I'm noticing about him, right? He's a volume pass rusher.
Yes, he
is. In 21, 7 of his 11 sacks came in 2 games. And this past year, 3 of his 8.5 came in 1 game. He had 3 against Texas Tech. So that's an interesting one. So let me ask you this real quick, Ryan, because obviously we do cover Notre Dame a lot. Look at the Steelers with number 32, Cardinals at 33. You've got the Lions at 34, the 35, the Colts. I mean, so how far do you see Michael Mayer sliding? Or do you think this is where teams reevaluate and say, let's trade up and because this is what happens a lot, Ryan. You see a lot of movement at the top of round 2, teams looking to move up and get a player. How far do you think he slides in your opinion?
I don't think it's a ton further. I mean, I think 34 to the Lions, I think, is an interesting one. I think that one pick makes a lot of sense because, again, I mean, their leading returning tight end from this past year was Brock Wright, who just had a little over 200 yards receiving. So getting a dynamic player like Michael Mayer, I think, would make a lot of sense. So I don't think those slide will last that much longer. I really don't.
So, Ryan, we now have round 1 in kind of in the bank now, right? It's now in the books, right? So let's talk about some of the picks that we like. Who are some of the winners, Ryan, in round 1 of this year's NFL draft? Who are some of the teams that you just really felt had just a great night? Just give me just your gut reaction. I know we'll study it and come up with your gut reaction, some teams that you thought did really well tonight.
Thought Houston Texans knocked the thing out of the park to begin. I mean, I think that they surprised me, Brian. I thought they were going to overthink that second overall pick a little bit and go a couple different ways. They ended up taking CJ Stroud, who I thought was the second best quarterback in the class, and they took him with the second overall pick, and then they trade up and they gave up a decent amount, but they go up and get who they perceive to be probably the best football player in this draft in Will Anderson. So immediately, man, I'm just like, the Houston Texans went for it. They got their quarterback. They got the face of their defense potentially, for the foreseeable future. And I really love what the Houston Texans did to start out this one.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, yes, they gave up a lot, Ryan, but they still have 2 third-round picks, 2 fourth-round picks, a 5th, 3 6th, and 2 7ths left. So there's still a lot on their board right now. I think that is definitely one that I agree with you, Ryan. I think the Texans had an absolutely great draft, in my opinion. Any others that you looked at that you really liked, Ryan? Just teams that you thought had a really good night tonight, whether it's with one pick or teams that moved around, or just a couple other teams that you really liked from tonight.
I think the Pittsburgh Steelers were one trading up from 17 to 14 to get Broderick Jones, especially because I thought Broderick should have been the 3rd offensive lineman off the board. He ends up being the 4th guy, even behind Darnell Wright, who was the 10th overall selection. So I think that Broderick Jones at the 14th spot was tremendous value. And then I also thought the New England Patriots at 17, being able to stick there and to take Christian Gonzalez.
Trade down there. They went down. Yeah. They went down there. They traded down from 14 and got him. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that is a tremendous value at that spot because cornerback was a massive need. And he ends up getting – was he the 3rd corner off the board or 4th corner off the board? So you look at that in conversation, and I'm just like, that's a really good value at that spot. And I think that the Patriots were able to trade down and find a lot of value, obviously, or pick 17.
I think the Seattle Seahawks had a great night. You get the best cornerback in the draft at number 5, and Devin Witherspoon, who's an outstanding football player, which Ryan broke down. And then to sit there at 20 and not have to move and get the best receiver in the draft, in my opinion, arguably the best receiver in the draft. I think he's the best receiver in the draft, the number 20, which was also a need. Fits, again, you got need value and you got impact player value, and you didn't have to move to get those guys. I think is a tremendous, and now you're adding this to what you got for Russell Wilson, right? You got the number 5 overall pick. Now that's part of that Russell Wilson trade was Devin Witherspoon. So it ends up just continuing to pay off for And I'm sitting there just thinking as a Broncos fan, God Lord, could you imagine Patrick Surtain and Devin Witherspoon playing together as cornerback? Just reminds me of
nice, man.
Why I'm sad about the Broncos. But honestly, I think the Seahawks had a great night, Ryan. Obviously, one of my favorite picks of the night, honestly, was Baltimore. I talked about this. Baltimore at 22, taking Zay Flowers was a great pick. I thought they did a great job of building around their franchise quarterback and a team that I really like what they did. If Arizona would have drafted Paris Johnson at 3, I'd have said it's too high, but I can live with it because you're getting a future, what you think is going to be an all-pro tackle to protect your quarterback. I'm all about you have a franchise quarterback, you build around him. You trade down, get some additional picks, and still take a guy that your quarterback wanted. Again, it's another sign of a team saying to the franchise quarterback, we're going to throw you a bone, something that the Packers refused to do for decades. I like what the Cardinals did there too, Ryan, and that's another team that I thought had a good night, in my opinion. Yeah. I thought they had a really good night. I think Jacksonville too, Ryan. You made a good point. They traded down, picked up 3 extra picks. Again, depth picks that they're most likely depth picks, and got a position of need, an offensive a premium position and a position of need in this draft. So that's another one that I like.
I also like the Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously, they get up at one spot to get Jalen Carter, who I perceive to be the best player in the draft. I think that they're also a organization that is best suited to make sure that you stay out of trouble, right? Like they have a very good thing going, a foundation built out there with Jalen Carter, I believe, that will be very beneficial to him. And then, again, Nolan Smith is a little bit of a gamble because he's more athlete than football player right now. But at pick 30, I'll take that gamble.
You're the defending NFC champs, right? I mean, you said, Ryan, you're in a position where you don't necessarily have a whole lot of holes that you're going to fill at number 30. So take the freakiest defensive lineman in the draft athletically and try and figure it out, right? I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. So you got great value with your first pick, a guy that only fell because of the issues off the field, right? And then you got one of the best athletes in the draft, pound for pound best athletes in the draft. Couple teams, Ryan, that last one because I liked the Colts taking Richardson at 4, even though it's too high in traditional sense. But in the way that quarterbacks are drafted now, Ryan, I think Anthony Richardson at 4. You didn't have to move up to get a guy. You sat there at 4. You got a potential future franchise quarterback. You took a gamble there with him, but it's a gamble that you think is going to pay off. It reminds me a lot of when the Steelers took Ben Roethlisberger. That was considered a little bit of a gamble at the time because he played in the MAC and how good it has. And it, turned out to be a great pick. Took him a little while. He was a raw kid, and it turned out to be a great pick in my opinion. So I like what they did too. What are a couple teams, Ryan, that you looked at and said, boy, you missed a chance there, or you did not like what they did in this draft?
The Detroit Lions is the easy one, right? It's number 12 overall, first and foremost. You go a position that I just didn't think was a massive need on the Detroit Lions roster. I think that you can go into next season with David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift, and you could have had a really formidable duo. And I like Jahmyr Gibbs, the football player. I do, but I just didn't think that at that spot, 12th overall, running back was a massive need for the Detroit Lions. So I thought that was just kind of a funky pick. And then you followed up with Jack Campbell at 18. Again, a player I like. I like Jack Campbell. I ended up being my second-ranked linebacker in this class. I like Jack.
Who was your first?
Trenton Simpson. I'm still pretty high on Trenton. Yeah. So, but for me, Jack Campbell is just a little bit too of a different era type of linebacker. I just don't know if he's going to be as productive in this era from a pass game perspective as you would want in a guy that goes in the top 20 at the linebacker position. So I just think that they value two positions that in the NFL, how it's currently played, aren't as valuable as they once were. So going running back, going linebacker, 2 picks in the top 20, think you got 2 good football players, but I just don't see why those were the needs on your board when I think that there are more pressing issues on this Lions roster.
The only devil's advocate spin I could give to that is, hey, you know what? You traded down to get him. You picked up the number 34 overall pick. You got some value there, and you felt like he added something dynamic. I mean, again, I agree with everything you said, Ryan. I'm just trying to play a little bit of devil. At least they traded down to do it. my whole thing is if you wanted a running back that bad, stay at number 6 and get Bijan Robinson.
Yes.
That's that's kind of my thing is, that's what I would have done if I was the Lions. I would have stayed there at number 6 and taken Bijan. If that's what you were looking like, you were going to take a running back that high. Is the number 34? I guess is what would you rather have, Ryan? If you've decided you wanted an impact running back, would you rather have Jahmyr Gibbs in the number 34 overall pick or Bijan? That's a fair question. I mean, you could look at it and say and you may not even be able to answer until we find out who they pick. Because let's just say the Lions pick Michael Mayer at 34. If I'd have told you, you know what, they're going to take Mayer at 12 and Jahmyr Gibbs at 34, you'd be like, oh my gosh, that's a phenomenal night.
Yes.
Right. So sometimes it works out that way, where you end up getting that kind of value. Now, Wolves, I don't know if they're going to get him, but it's interesting. It's one of those ones I can't really say for sure how much I dislike it until I see what they do with that number 34 overall pick. Does that
fair.
I mean,
yeah,
so a couple picks I didn't like, Brian. Go ahead.
Well, can I give you one more?
Of course.
Which I didn't like the process to getting where you got, especially Chicago Bears were originally picking at number 9. Jalen Carter was staring at you in the face. And again, I'm not. It's not the judgment of not taking Jalen Carter. That's one conversation. You decide to move back. It's fine. You move back. Your most pressing need is actually offensive line. You have Peter Skoronski on the board. You have Broderick Jones on the board. Both of those guys are also on there for you, and you offer Darnell Wright. Again, not a bad football player, but I think there were 2 better offensive linemen on the board, and you passed on who I believe is probably the best player in the drafts.
I mean, do you think, Ryan, that this was a decision that they're basically he is a natural right tackle and we don't have to move someone? I mean, could it be that silly?
It could be that silly.
I mean, would it shock you if that was the Bears' ration? This is the Bears we're talking about, right? Like, I mean,
no. It happens all the time, man. It happens all the time. Yeah. People think that way. One guy's a true right tackle. One guy's a true left tackle. It's like, I'll take the good football player and I'll figure that out later personally. But that's just that's just my personality.
A couple others I didn't love. I did like, we didn't talk about this. I did like Tennessee taking Peter Skoronski at 11. Yes. I thought that was a good pick as well, to your point. And he fits what they trying to do as a program. A couple I did not like. You get down to the 19 and beyond. You talked about the Jack Campbell pick. Like the football player, don't like the fit and the value. I did not like the Calijah Kancey pick at 19. No. That really good college football player that I just don't see projecting the same way that other people do. 2 spots later, Quentin Johnston to the Chargers is another one that I didn't love. I don't love him as a player, and I didn't love the fit. Receiver I was cool with, Ryan. I mean, you talked about that. You said receiver's a spot that you could go here. And then you watch Zay Flowers get picked on that very next pick, and you're thinking you've got Mike Williams on one side, and then you could have added a Zay Flowers to this conversation, and you went with Quentin Johnston. I just that one didn't make a lot. You know what it reminds me?
Zay and Keenan Allen could have been very interchangeable too, which would have been fun. But
when I watch Quentin Johnston, very different players, but I just get the same vibe of system player in a bad defensive league, puts up really good numbers in college, but does not fit the NFL. TCU wide receiver. You know where I'm going with this one, Ryan?
Doxson.
Josh Doxson's one, but I was thinking more Jalen Reagor.
You know who's compared to that I actually think that the comp makes a lot of sense, and it's unfortunate for Quentin is that I've seen Kevin White comps out there for him, and I'm like, I don't hate that. It's kind of see it a little bit, which is sad. It's very sad.
At least with Kevin White, I'm like, what could he have been without the injuries? Right. Sure. I mean, I guess you could say there, but he was also a guy that was a system fit. But Josh Doxson, that one makes a sense as well. But the one I'm thinking of is Jalen Reagor, who just put up really good numbers. I mean, as a junior, had 1,000 yards, right, 2018, but he just wasn't an NFL football player. And it was obvious. He was a system guy that played in a bad league, a bad defensive league. And that's just – I hope I'm wrong, but that's just kind of what I see from Quentin Johnston. That one didn't make a lot of sense to me either, Ryan. I didn't love that. Yep. I didn't love that selection. And I'll tell you what, there was a couple picks in a row I didn't like. I didn't like Dalton Kincaid at 25 to the Bills for a host of reasons. I didn't like Mazi Smith, but I thought the next 4 spots made a lot of sense. I like the Anton Harrison pick. You sold me on that one for sure. But I think the Bengals and the Saints got great value at 29 and 30, or 28 and 29 with Myles Murphy and Bryan Bresee. We didn't talk about it. Earlier on the picks we liked, but that to me is one of my 6 or 7 potential best value picks in this draft. When you're getting a guy like Myles Murphy at number 28, I really like that pick for the Bengals. Obviously, as a Bengals fan, if you're a Bengals fan, you're up. You wanted Michael Mayer or whatever. But look, Joe Burrow's not lacking for offensive weapons, folks. You got a guy that may help you stop. Make a stop against. And I think look at what the value that the Chiefs got from George Karlaftis in a very similar position last year. Late first-round pick, maybe didn't fit all the things for whatever reason. You can pick apart their game. But George Karlaftis was a very important part of that defense this year for the Kansas City Chiefs. And I could see Myles Murphy having a very similar impact for the Bengals next year at that spot.
I think so.
Another one that I really like. Well, that's going to do it, everyone. Thank you all so much for being with us. Fun night, Ryan. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night, just sitting back and relaxing and watching the draft. We will not obviously have coverage tomorrow night, but we will be back. You and I will be back not too long from now, Ryan. 1:00 tomorrow afternoon. Well, actually, I guess later today, this afternoon. We are going to have our Friday mailbag. So we'll have a lot to talk about then. We'll have some recruiting stuff to talk about. We're also going to have a Saturday show. Sean Davis and I will do a Saturday show around 4:00. Who knows what we're going to be talking about at 4:00 on Saturday afternoon, Ryan? I have no idea.
I've no idea either.
We'll have plenty going on here. So make sure you join us at 1:00 tomorrow on the Irish Breakdown podcast. If you're still with us before you leave, do us a favor, folks. Hit that like button, but subscribe to this channel. This is the first of a lot of content we're going to be doing on this channel. When Ryan does his grades, we'll have probably a draft grades video that we'll have on this channel as well. So definitely want to check that out. So for Ryan, I'm Brian. Thank you all so much for being with us. 4.5-hour show, Ryan. Didn't take one bathroom break. So we rocked it, buddy. But thank you for being with me tonight, man. And we'll see you again tomorrow on the Irish Breakdown podcast. But thank you all for being with us tonight at CFB Nation.